Chapter 34, A Terrifying Journey. Ash sighed after finishing telling everything that had happened to the three who were most affected by the influence of the fallen terror. A tense and uncomfortable silence settled on the demonic boat that continued cutting through the dark sea towards the west. No sound was heard except the creaking of bones and the slap of water against the metallic hull reinforced with golden rope. Finally, after a few minutes, Sunny broke the silence. "I'm sorry for, well, trying to kill you before," Sunny said, somewhat embarrassed. Ash rolled his single eye. Yeah, whatever. You two are really annoying when you fight together. You don't know what it cost me to defeat you with one eye and no weapons." Despite everything that had happened and the terrible experience with the fallen terror, Ash wasn't entirely upset. Sure, he had lost one of his eyes, but he would use Nephi's to heal him and be as good as new again. That, added to the fact that he had become stronger and somehow his fighting style had improved enormously, and the fragments he obtained from eating the fruit, totally worth the risk. He was getting closer every day to having a second soul core. The four remained silent for a while, each lost in their own thoughts. Ash for the moment found no direct threat. The nightmare creatures passing under the boat ignored it, deciding to go to the soul tree to the east, which was on fire, to eat and fight. Ash thought about how it was possible that he could read the enchantments of the memories he obtained. Initially, sleepers or awakened didn't know the enchantments their memories possessed. Sunny, of course, was the exception, having the blood of the demon of fate in his body that prevented him from bleeding out and neutralizing anything strange. There was also Nephi's, but he was sure that was more related to her divine lineage from the sun god. If all holders of divine lineages could read the enchantments of their weapons and armor, it would give them a great advantage. Although he didn't know if this only applied to them or if there was another factor that allowed awakened lacking high-rank aspects to see enchantments. It was certainly something to think about. Ash, in all this time, had come to a conclusion. Being blessed with nothing somehow allowed him to see the enchantments of his memory. Even so, he only obtained the blessing after passing his first nightmare, and during his first nightmare he could see them. How confusing! Ash looked ahead towards the west. He could feel that the distance between them and the dark city was constantly decreasing. It would only take him a few hours, enough time to rest for a while and recover. The hours passed with the boat still moving quickly. Ash decided to switch with Sunny, whose wound had been more or less closed with Nephi's healing flames, leaving him in better shape. Ash simply closed his eyes for a few moments until disaster struck. One moment the waters were calm, and the next second a tentacle shot out, lifting enormous amounts of water. Black tentacles enveloped the demonic boat, shattering the metal with terrifying ease. Ash felt one of the tentacles grab his leg, dragging him into the depths. All he saw was darkness as well as feeling the water pressure increase. Closing his eyes, he summoned the seventh sword, which had just barely repaired itself, and without hesitation, stabbed it into the tentacle. Immediately, he activated the blood sacrifice enchantment. He felt how the sword quickly drank the black blood of the tentacle, causing his body to begin to repair itself completely. All his wounds closed in a matter of seconds. He felt a burning in his right eye due to the regeneration of the complete eye. The burns disappeared, the dizziness and weakness vanished, leaving him completely healthy. Even with his eyes closed, he used the first enchantment, managing to free himself from the tentacle and swim desperately towards the surface. He swam as fast as he could. After an eternity or seconds, he emerged from the dark sea, breathing deeply. He was a few hundred meters from where he had been. In the distance, he saw the stone hand. Feeling the tentacles trying to catch him, Ash began to swim desperately. Ash kept swimming without stopping, even when the black water turned white from a searing light, he stopped swimming. Finally, Ash reached the outstretched hand, tired and exhausted. Using the last of his strength, he climbed the hand until another hand grabbed him, pulling him up. Letting out a cough, he spat the salty water from his system. He looked at Sunny, who was equally exhausted, and on the ground, Cassie was sitting with an expression between fear and worry. A few more seconds passed until Ash and Sunny saw a pale hand grip the rock tightly. A tall figure slowly dragged itself onto the open palm. "What's happening?" asked Cassie. "It's Nephi's," Sunny replied. "Neph. Is she okay?" "No, she's not okay." Ash felt a bit of disgust seeing the deplorable state of Changing Star as she struggled against part of the extension of the great titan that inhabited the Dark Sea. Ash watched with fascination the resurrection of Changing Star. Furious white flames began to restore her entire body in a display that was disgusting and fascinating at the same time. After a heart-rending scream that surely extended for dozens of meters coming from Nephi's, her body was completely healed. Once healed, Changing Star finally fell unconscious to the ground. After the macabre exhibition, the cursed sun finally decided it was time to rise into the world once more. "She's unconscious," said Ash after examining Nephi's condition. "How long do you think it'll take her to wake up?" "About 2 days, I think. I'm not a doctor, you know." Sunny rolled his eyes before raising an eyebrow seeing how Ash was intact. In fact, he was in perfect condition, without scars and with his eye back. "How did you heal?" "Oh, my sword has a special enchantment. It uses the blood of other things to heal me and return my strength, and well, that tentacle had a lot, so I took the opportunity to heal myself completely," Ash replied, sitting on the ground. Sunny nodded without asking anything else. Everyone was simply too tired to even speak. In the end, 3 full days passed until Nephi's woke up. Her eyes observed 2 familiar faces, Ash and Sunny. The latter had a smile on his face, and the former had a calm look, his 2 yellow eyes simply blinking with curious observation. "Why are you looking at me like that?" asked Nephi's. "Oh, just noticing how useful your healing flames are. There isn't a single scar." Sunny decided that moment to speak. "Also, why don't you look behind you?" After a few seconds, Nephi sighed, turning around, observing the great crater and with it an enormous wall of white stone that rose at the edge of the crater, capable of withstanding countless years of the Dark Sea. Those walls were none other than the walls of the city that Cassie mentioned in her visions and towards which Ash had been guiding them since the Crimson Labyrinth. They had done it. They had finally reached the city. Chapter 35, Gluttonous Huntress. Once the 4 Ash, Sunny, Nephi's, and Cassie descended from the tall statue and reached its base, they carefully examined their surroundings. "Ash, do you sense anything?" asked Nephi's, looking at the group's guide. "I can sense several things. A huge tower about a few dozen kilometers to the west, inside the city a castle, and many people," he replied. Nephi's nodded. Ash moved away a bit, looking at the statue of the 7 heroes who created the artificial sun of the Forgotten Shore and their massive sacrifice of souls to feed it. The gigantic statue was of a slender woman, dressed in a light and wispy tunic, standing above the black mud. She was beautiful and graceful, with a slim waist and delicate arms extended towards the sky, as if trying to embrace it. Or at least, that's how it must have been countless years ago. Now one of her arms was broken, fallen to the ground, leaving only the shoulder, the other was still there, extended the place that had provided them refuge for 3 full days in their moment of despair. The most relevant detail was the lack of a head. Like the knight's statue, the head had been torn off with a demolishing force filled with indescribable hatred. Interesting. Ash naturally knew the whole story of the Forgotten Shore and how it was created. Although the identity of the heroes was still a mystery, as well as which divine world they had been taken from. Most likely, they had come from the world of the storm goddess, or that was his guess. Stopping looking at the statue, Ash silently followed his companions west towards the nearly vertical slope. However, something happened. A wide stone suddenly moved, rolling to one side, then the other. Out of nowhere, a roar echoed across the enormous black crater, putting more than one on guard. Sunny and Nephi's turned, fearing something might emerge from beneath the mud, their weapons already in hand. Cassie positioned herself behind them. Ash simply observed the stone with spider legs and a mouth moving towards him. Lifting his foot, he brought it down with all his force to eliminate the nightmare creature, but his body froze before striking the creature. The creature jumped onto his leg, using its rock teeth to try to devour his flesh, but it was useless. The nebulous mantle was too hard to receive even a mere mark. Ash tried to kill the creature but couldn't, his body wouldn't obey him. I see. So that's how my flaw works, he thought, somewhat annoyed. He couldn't kill the nightmare creature because it was much weaker than him, and therefore he couldn't kill it. If he attacked with the intention to kill, his body simply froze on the spot, refusing to obey him. Ash, what's happening? Asked Sunny. It's nothing, just a biting rock, said Ash, grabbing the stone that tried to bite his hand. Ash showed the creature he was holding to Sunny and Nephi's, which was strangely comfortable to see a creature resembling a stone shaking, opening and closing its mouth full of sharp teeth, while Ash held it tightly. Sunny shook his head, bewildered, while Nephi's had a glint of slight amusement in her eyes. I think I'll keep it as a pet. I'll call it Rocky. You'd better kill that thing, said Sunny. Why? It's adorable. Besides, Rocky is a nice creature. Sure, it bites a bit, but that's normal. Do you want to hold it? No, said Sunny, raising the midnight fragment. Ash sighed, dropping the rock to the ground. It tried to flee, but a blow later, the rock was shattered by a black sword from Sunny's attack. A moment later, a strange expression appeared on Sunny's face. What's wrong? Asked Nephi's. I just received a memory. What kind of memory? Sunny scratched his head, hesitated for a moment, and then said. It's a rock? An ordinary rock. Changing Star gave him a strange look. Ash simply sighed, creating a hole where he threw the pieces of the insignificantly weak awakened monster, of course taking the soul fragment. He had managed to prevent his flaw from being discovered for the moment. After that, the four advanced until they reached the wall, where they began to climb using their weapons to scale the white granite. Once at the top, and after Sunny informed them of everything he saw, including the castle, they decided to descend into the ruined city. After descending from the wall, they began to walk carefully north, watching the ruins that rose at the other end. Occasionally, Ash could see silhouettes of nightmare creatures lurking in the shadows. Soon the group approached one of the imposing towers built into the wall. The circular structure rose a dozen meters above the ground. A wide wooden door led into the tower's interior, broken for a long time. Beyond the door, there was only darkness. There's something inside, said Cassie out of nowhere, making the three look at the blind girl. Listen, you can hear something chewing. Ash looked into the darkness, focusing on his hearing. It only took him a moment to hear it. It was a strange sound, like bone being crushed and smashed. Ash frowned slightly. Sunny sent his shadows forward. After waiting almost a minute, Nephi's asked. What did you see? Sunny waited a moment before responding. Well, either it's a very hungry human girl, or a very gluttonous demon. Nephi's looked at Sunny for a few moments, then turned her head to Ash. You go first. Ash raised an eyebrow but said nothing and simply advanced, taking the lead with the other three following cautiously. Upon entering the lighthouse, destroyed by time, a delicious aroma filled the entire place, making Sunny's stomach growl. Ash, without hesitation, ducked, letting a huge, half-chewed bone pass over his head where it had just been. The bone hit the wall, shattering it in the process. Nephi stepped forward, ready to fight, while Sunny had recovered from the initial surprise. Ash heard the unmistakable voice of a woman, full of energy and amusement. Is someone hiding in the shadows? Why don't you come out and play? Ash straightened up, dusting himself off slightly, then joined Nephi's and Sunny in the circle of light generated by the fire. Upon arriving, he observed the woman who had almost smashed his head. She was tall, undeniably tall, with olive skin, wearing clothing from ancient Greece he didn't know what it was called, and over it, bronze greaves, bracers, and a leather cuirass. Her brown hair was pulled back in a simple braid. Her build was athletic, with defined and slender muscles. The young woman looked at them with some surprise. Humans? What a surprise! Then she shook her head. Ah, where are my manners? The woman stood up, the fabric of her clothes shifting slightly, revealing more muscles. After standing up, she pointed to the fire. Here, want to take a seat? You're not going to throw another bone out of nowhere, are you? Asked Ash, looking at the woman suspiciously. The woman seemed amused. No, unless you do something as stupid as attacking me first, she said with a smile, showing her teeth. In the somewhat tense atmosphere, surprisingly, it was Nephi's who broke the silence. Are you human? What else would I be? A horse. Having said that, she threw her head back and laughed heartily, amused by her own joke. Sunny, Nephi's, and Ash looked at each other, confused. Of course I'm human. Why do you ask? Anyway, come sit down. My neck is tired of looking up at you. The huntress sat near the fire and adopted a relaxed posture. Seeing that she wouldn't attack them, the four sat on the stones, looking the hungry girl in the eyes. The huntress frowned slightly. I haven't seen you around here. Are you new? Nephi's nodded. We just arrived in the city. The young woman smiled. In that case, my condolences. Wait, you survived almost 2 months in the labyrinth. The huntress whistled in surprise. That's a real feat, congratulations. Ash yawned a bit, being near a source of heat. I'm Nephi's, and these are my companions, Kasha, Ash, and Sunless. We're sleepers who came here during the winter solstice. The huntress gave them a friendly smile. Nice to meet you. I'm Effie. Well, that's what they call me, at least. I'm also a sleeper. Sunny frowned and asked. Are you from the castle? There are people living there, right? Effie's expression soured for a few moments. An emotion close to pity appeared on her face. Yes, indeed, there are people living in the castle. Can you take us there? Effie shrugged. Sure. Do you have fragments? Nephi's took out 2 soul fragments from Ash's dead pet, who looked with pity at his rocky friend who had been sacrificed. We have 2. Only 2? Well, that's better than nothing, I guess. Keep them. You'll need them later. After a moment, Nephi spoke again. We were hoping to reach the citadel and access the gateway as soon as possible. Nephi's. Ash interrupted, making everyone look at him. What? Asked Changing Star, slightly annoyed at being interrupted. The portal isn't in this city, he revealed, making Sunny, Nephi's, and Cassie's eyes widen. Cassie immediately asked. What do you mean? But you said it was here. Yes, that's what I said. I remember it well, but not the exact location. Now that I've used my ability to search for it, the only place it is inside the enormous tower west of this city. Sunny clenched his fists while Changing Star had a somewhat lost look. Your friend is right. There's no portal in this city. 15 years ago, a group of powerful and desperate sleepers managed to reach this city and claim the castle. Not because there was a portal, but because it was the only place that could keep them safe. At least for a while. Since then, some unfortunate or resourceful ones have arrived at the castle each solstice, only to end up trapped here with the rest of us. But that's not fair. Effie looked at Cassie with pity and then smiled maliciously and said. When has anything ever been fair? She said this while reveling in their indignant desperation. Effie's smile suddenly lost its somber tone and was replaced by a happy grin. But it's not all bad. At least you met me. You're very lucky, really. If you hadn't run into a local, you'd be dead by now. Yet? Why is that? Effie sighed. The Dark City is the safest place in the Forgotten Shore, and also the deadliest. It's safe because no sea monster can cross the wall, and much more dangerous than the labyrinth because almost everything here is of the fallen rank. But you managed to stumble upon me. Otherwise, they would have already feasted on your souls. How lucky! Few people from the castle go out to hunt in the ruins, and even fewer venture this far. Running into an experienced huntress like me was probably your only chance to avoid discovering the true face of this cursed city. Effie smiled. That's like, 1 in 1,000? 10,000? A million? Either way, the odds were in your favor. Fortune is in love with at least one of you, kids. So cheer up. Want some meat? I had a great hunt today. It was so incredible, I wouldn't mind sharing it. Ash simply tuned out the remaining conversation without really paying attention. He already knew everything Effie would say. Looks like I'll be busy for at least a few months, Ash thought. Once night fell, he could start hunting awakened abominations to continue saturating his core. Currently, his fragment count was exactly 300. Perhaps in 2 months he would manage to gather 1,000 and have a second soul core. Ash just grabbed a piece of meat and started eating. After all, almost 4 days had passed since his last meal, only drinking water. Surprisingly, the meat was delicious, which encouraged him to keep eating. Soon night fell once more. Ash was sitting on a pile of rocks, away from the rest, his body hidden by the shadows. Closing his eyes, he listened to the sound of the waves crashing against the white granite wall. Chapter 36, Dark City. When the sun rose, they departed from the lighthouse tower. Before leaving the lighthouse, Effie gave them a list of instructions. Quite simple ones. Listen to everything I say. Don't make noise. Don't bleed. Don't think too much. Some creatures out there can hear loud thoughts, others can sense strong emotions. So don't be afraid. Sunny shot the huntress a dark look. Seeing his face, she smiled. What? You've never tried solving math equations in your head to impress a charming lady? Do the same. Sunny started to turn a bit red. Laughing at her own teasing, Effie turned towards Cassie and Nephi's. Correction, you two, try not to be afraid. Kid, try not to get too excited. If walking behind me proves to be too much, ask someone to slap you, okay? Sunny frowned, gritted his teeth, and said. That won't be a problem. Effie blinked a couple of times, a malicious smile appearing on her face. Ah, you play for the other team. I see. She said, looking at Ash, who had a calm expression on his face. If looks could kill, Sunny would have killed Effie at least 100 times. After those initial taunts, Effie finished explaining her instructions and they advanced, leaving the tower. The journey through the ruins was a long and arduous task. Effie guided them through the complex maze of wide and narrow streets, following a strange and tortuous path that only she knew. Often, they had to stop and hide, waiting for some hidden danger to pass. Sometimes they walked under the empty sky, sometimes they ventured into eroded buildings and spent a while crawling through piles of rubble. Other times, Effie led them through half-destroyed houses to emerge into secluded alleys on the other side. Once or twice, they climbed onto the rooftops and advanced walking on tiles or bare support beams, jumping over chasms and balancing on half-rotten wooden planks that someone had placed there to bridge wide gaps. After a few hours of travel and as the sun began to fall on the horizon, they reached the base of the hill where the shining castle stood at the summit. It looked incredible from a distance. Without turning her head, Effie said in a melancholic tone. There are areas in the ruins that many nightmare creatures tend to avoid for some reason. The castle is one of them. I was told that when the original group of sleepers arrived here hoping to establish themselves in the city, there was only a messenger in the throne room, with no other monsters around. Those madmen managed to kill it. Needle messenger? Asked Nephi's. Big, ugly bastards with black feathers and pale bodies. You must have seen them hunting in the labyrinth. They come from the spire. What rank and class? Fallen beasts. That's why I said those guys were crazy. But they were a powerful group. They ascended the hillside, only interrupted by long stretches of stairs. Finally, they reached a high area, observing the destroyed shacks as well as the inhabitants and the motley smell of an unkempt place. The gaze of the sleepers was that of gaunt people with empty eyes, striving to survive. They wore a strange mix of dirty rags and bright memories of armor that stood out. And what do we do now? Asked Ash. Effie just shrugged. It'll get dark soon, so I advise you to find shelter before that. Look for an empty hut. With the number of people who die each season, there are always plenty. If you want, 2 of you can pay tribute and go into the castle. But the other 2 will stay, outside. Hearing that, Nephi's looked at Effie. What about you? What about me? See that shack over there? That luxurious one-room cabin is mine. Yes, it's built with the best garbage you can find here, although it's still garbage. Anyway, I'm going home, I'll prepare a hearty dinner, and then I'm going to sleep. I'm dead tired after these last few days. Sorry, I'm not receiving visitors. Nephi's wanted to say something but in the end just nodded. I see. Thank you for everything you've done for us. I won't forget it. Effie patted her on the shoulder and turned towards Ash, Cassie, and Sunny. Goodbye. Kid, doll, and quiet guy. See you. With that, she walked away. Did she really just call me quiet guy? Asked Ash, looking at Sunny. Yeah, honestly, you don't talk much, Ash. You even talk less than Nev, and that's an achievement, said Sunny. That's true, Cassie said a moment later. If Ash was upset, he didn't let his expression show it. The 4 were left alone. It didn't take long for a few glances to land on them, especially on Cassie because of her doll-like face. Finally, Nephi's took out the 2 soul fragments they had collected from the biting rock in her hand. Soon, the immense shadow of the Crimson Spire continued descending, covering the area. The sleepers quickly retreated into their dilapidated houses. What are you thinking? Asked Sunny. Nephi's didn't respond immediately. We have to separate. You know what usually happens when people separate in this type of situation, right? Nephi's looked humorlessly at Sunny for his comment. This isn't a drama. We have the means to provide food and shelter for 2 of us for a week. There's no reason to let this opportunity slip. Cassie turned to Nephi's with a confused expression. But, what will happen to the other 2? A silence settled among them, broken only by the whistling wind. Sunny looked at Cassie, then at Nephi's, and then at Ash, who was simply looking at the ruins in the distance. His yellow eyes calmly observing the ruins as if searching for something. You all decide. I'll stay outside, said Ash, breaking the atmosphere. Hey! Why? Asked Sunny. Even Cassie and Nephi seemed a bit confused. I want to check something in the ruins, he said simply. Nephi sighed and handed the soul fragments to Sunny. Here. Take Cassie inside. Why me? Asked Sunny. Nephi simply raised an eyebrow. Shaking his head, Sunny gave her a crooked smile and added. Don't get me wrong, I'm not refusing. I'm just curious why you're being so kind all of a sudden. Could it be some misplaced sense of nobility? I've never been noble. I've never been kind. Nephi paused and then said. It's simply the best option. Right now, we need more information. With the help of your shadow, you'll be able to learn much more about what's going on in the castle than I ever could. While you gather information inside, we'll do the same out here. We'll meet in a week, share our findings, and decide what to do next. Besides, our deal is over. You promised to deliver your share of the spoils on the way to the castle. Well, here we are. You killed that stone creature, so the fragments belong to you by right. Sunny was silent for a few moments before sighing and taking the fragments. All right. Then, see you in a week, I guess. Sunny, said Ash, making the boy look at him. Take care of Cassie for me. I will, said Sunny, as he and Cassie headed towards the castle, leaving Changing Star and Forgotten Dream in the growing darkness. Ash watched them walk away, then felt Nephi's gaze on him. She seemed slightly amused. Take care of Cassie for me, asked Changing Star. Ash shook his head. I've looked after that girl throughout the whole journey. It's not like I like her or anything. Besides, Nephi's, do you really want me to start talking about the looks you give Sunny? Changing Star's face turned a little red, but she didn't react. I don't know what you're talking about. Ash smiled slightly, turning around. Where are you going? To look for something. Want to come? He asked, looking at Nephi's, who nodded, following Ash back into the ruins as darkness enveloped them. Chapter 37, Visiting a Library. Ash yawned slightly while in the background he could hear the fights of nightmare creatures that were becoming more active, hunting and killing each other. In his hand, he held his sword while his senses were sharpened against any threat. Beside him, a little behind, was Changing Star, holding her sword while a tense look was on her face. They had both been walking for the last 20 minutes. Ash was in no hurry to start a conversation. By nature, he was someone silent who enjoyed simply observing interactions between people. It wasn't that he was an introvert or a social, it was simply his nature. This also allowed Ash to think about his actions. He didn't want to be trapped for an entire year in this forgotten shore as it was a waste of time. He would only have to find the statue of the wandering constructor, go to the underworld, and obtain the 2 fragments of the 7. The rest were in the city and could be obtained in a matter of weeks. Of course, this was in the case that they cooperated. What are you thinking about? Asked Nephi's out of nowhere, making Ash stop and look at her for a moment. About some things, actually, he responded, while suddenly turning into an alley, with Nephi's following him. A few seconds later, a fallen abomination similar to a spider passed by where they had been. They remained silent, moving calmly until they reached another intersection of empty narrow streets. What things? Mainly about how to leave the dream realm and return to the waking world. Changing Star raised an eyebrow. From your tone, it sounds like you've already discovered a way. I have several options. Want to hear them? Nephi's nodded without responding directly. Well, first I could cross the Hollow Mountains, I could go east, find some citadel further north, or directly challenge a second nightmare. Those are the options I've come up with. And which would you choose? They're all equally good. Inevitably, they'll kill me. Ash sighed, then stopped, signaling her not to speak. Almost a full minute passed before he relaxed after feeling that the danger had moved away. Nephi's, I have a question for you, said Ash, looking at Changing Star. Do you think I was sent by one of those clans to kill you? Nephi stopped. Her eyes narrowed while her posture imperceptibly tensed. Ash didn't react, maintaining his indifferent look on his face, though he was equally attentive to any movement. A minute passed, then 2, until Nephi's responded in a uniform tone. At first, I thought you were an assassin. In the academy, in combat class, you refused to fight against me, claiming you didn't know how to fight, yet it turned out to be the opposite. That, added to your rapid development in mastering multiple weapons. Ash just tilted his head. Those were your suspicions about me, he asked, somewhat confused. Only initially. I suspected you to a certain extent, however, I confirmed that you weren't an assassin sent by any of the great clans. And why would that be? The soul-devouring tree. You could have had the opportunity to kill me and you didn't. Even when you had multiple opportunities to assassinate me when I was weak, you didn't. I suppose it's like that big woman said, you're just a quiet guy who helps others without expecting anything in return. Oh, and very good at telling stories. At the end of her words, Nephi's gave a smile, or well, made the effort to smile. I'd give it a 5 out of 10, he thought to himself. I guess you're right. Although I'm not as altruistic as you think. Everyone has their own objectives, their own goals to achieve, and I'm no exception to that rule. Ash resumed the journey while they continued chatting, agilely avoiding fallen abominations and annoying awakened monsters. What is your objective, if I may ask? How about you tell me yours, and I'll tell you mine. That's a fair deal. Nephi's nodded. My objectives are many, but the main one is to destroy the nightmare spell. Nephi's voice became one that hid great hatred and contempt. I see. Ash murmured, already knowing about that objective, although he didn't mention her desire to kill those who killed her father and tried to kill her since she was a child. Well, my objective isn't so glamorous. I simply wanted to have a quiet life, you know? A house in a quiet area in the city, set up my own business to make a living, and maybe gain a little weight. Nephi's looked at Ash with a strange expression on her face before noticing something in what he said. You said wanted, is it no longer? She asked. I'm changing plans. I realized that the world wouldn't let me have a quiet life, and would push me into more and more chaotic events, forcing me to get stronger. Ash sighed while continuing to speak to himself. It's a bit curious actually, and it gives me a lot to think about. When I return to the waking world as an awakened, I'll prepare to challenge my second nightmare, and then go directly to the third, and after that, I guess become a supreme. Nephi's raised an eyebrow at the last part. A supreme through the fourth nightmare. Ash stopped before muttering a curse under his breath. Well, I guess the cat's out of the bag now, Ash murmured, then looked at Nephi's. Nephi's, what I'm about to tell you is very valuable information that supposedly only the current 3 Supremes know. Nephi's eyes widened. This confirmed some suspicions. There is a way to achieve supremacy without directly taking a fourth nightmare. This is known as natural supremacy. Nephi's eyes opened like plates at this revelation. Natural supremacy. Immediately Nephi's wanted to ask more, but seeing the serious expression on Ash's face, she restrained herself. If she knew what the method was to achieve supremacy, her desire to kill the 3 sovereigns would be closer than ever. Although I still don't know how to achieve it, said Ash, lying shamelessly. I've come to some conclusions based on the evolution line of nightmare creatures. Nephi's listened attentively. From what I've read about the ranks of nightmare creatures, I came to the following conclusion. A demon must first develop supernatural powers to ascend as a devil, then it evolves into a tyrant by gaining authority over inferior creatures and claiming territory. Unlike tyrants, those above that rank no longer need to use their authority externally, instead, they internalize it, becoming autonomous and self-sufficient forces to ascend. For this, tyrants ascend by consuming their minions to propel their evolution into terrors. This is because those of that rank and titans rarely have subordinates. Finally, terrors spread until they reach a critical mass. Upon reaching that point, they must consolidate to complete their transformation. This final stage of their evolution requires an enormous amount of soul essence, which often results in a massacre of incalculable proportions. He finished explaining. Nephi's was bewildered by the evolution line of nightmare creatures and certain parallels they had with the path of ascension. As you surely noticed, the path of profanation and the path of ascension have similar concepts but are different in essence, said Ash, finally stopping in front of a building collapsed by time. Nephi's remained silent, analyzing all this new information. Where are we? Asked Nephi's. A library. Oh well, that's what I wanted to find, and in the entire city, this building is where it led me. Why did you want to find a library? Ash shrugged. Maybe there's something interesting that provides answers to what happened to this place. Saying that, Ash entered inside the building covered in debris. Thanks to having 300 fragments, he could move the debris with difficulty. In the process, Nephi's also helped him to speed up the clearing. Hours passed, but he had finally finished cleaning most of the floor and debris, revealing on the walls the history of the Forgotten Shore. In fact, it was the part Ash was looking for, the murals of the construction of the Crimson Spire. Nephi's looked at the images with a calm face. Ash moved along the edge until he reached the first image and then continued analyzing them one by one. Ash focused on the image of the 7 heroes whose faces were unrecognizable. The knight, the huntress, the lord, the slayer, the constructor, and the priestess, Ash murmured. The figure of the knight and the priestess resemble the headless statue where Cassie had her vision, and the priestess resembles where I woke up, said Nephi's. Yes. It seems each of them holds an object. The knight holds the midnight fragment that Sunny has, so we must suppose that in total there are 7 fragments that were used to chain the darkness. Nephi's recalled Cassie's vision from almost 2 months ago. Do you think these fragments are necessary to access the Crimson Spire? It's most likely. Midnight fragment, Zenith fragment, Dawn fragment, Dusk fragment, Moonlight fragment. The solar fragment and the starlight fragment. With them, there are 7, which coincides with the 7 seals. If we get the 7 fragments, we can open the Crimson Spire and seal the Dark Sea, and with that, the gate to return to the waking world could be activated, said Ash. Are you sure? Yes. I can feel the portal in the Crimson Spire. Now that I know what I'm looking for, I can feel the Dawn fragment to the north, at an enormous distance from our position. Nephi said nothing, studying the images engraved on the murals. That ability of yours is very useful. It doesn't help me fight, it simply guides me to where I want to go and that's it. Still, in just one day, you managed to find the way to reach the portal and discover the history of how the Dark City was created. I suppose so. Although in the end, it doesn't solve much. We still have to find those fragments. I guess we need to interact with the statues and kill their guardians to obtain the memories. Can you sense if there's another statue in this city? Yes, in the western area. It should be of the Slayer or the Huntress, he explained, noticing that dawn was approaching. Do you have any plan? Asked Nephi's. Yes. 2 actually. The first is to gather the fragments, and then gather all the sleepers to conquer the Crimson Spire and leave this place. And the second is more or less the same. If the lord of the city refuses, well, I suppose no one will miss him if he and his lackeys suddenly disappear, he said while his eyes gleamed dangerously. Nephi's, would you like to become a heroine in shining armor commanding hundreds of sleepers? Changing Star blinked several times before realizing what Ash was thinking. Nephi sighed, giving up trying to understand the thoughts of the person in front of her. At this point, she doubted he was really human. What do you have in mind? Asked Changing Star. Chapter 38, Attack. Ash hummed a song he remembered from Earth before being sent to this world through the void. He had completed a total of about 4 months since he arrived, and about 2 months since he came to the Dream Realm. Time certainly flew by. Currently, he was organizing an old shack in the most remote area of the suburbs. It was a large house made of rock with large missing gaps, although covered by fabric from an awakened monster they had killed on their way back from the library. Likewise, they had explored the ruins, rescuing 1 or 2 pieces of furniture that were quite good to use. Ash stopped his humming, watching Changing Star put the finishing touches, making the home slightly more flowery, at least better than most places where the other sleepers were. Letting his mind wander, Ash felt calm. It was daytime, and the sun was high in the sky. Closing his eyes, he traveled to his soul sea. Once inside, he opened his eyes, seeing the now familiar landscape, his single grey soul core in the sky radiating cold light, the always cloudy weather, and the omnipresent mist floating over the sea. Ash moved out of habit. Even after walking for a long time, there was no apparent end, which fascinated him in a way. Stopping, Ash looked around. Recently, something had been happening in his soul. At first, it was imperceptible, but then it slowly grew, very slowly. Now he could feel that he was being watched, that there was something else apart from himself. It wasn't the uncomfortable sensation he had during his first nightmare, nor the terror he felt from his experience with the Soul Devourer. It was different. He didn't know what yet, but it was there, hidden in the mist that his vision couldn't penetrate. Sighing, Ash left his soul sea. He had only been gone for a minute or two. Opening his eyes, he observed Nephi's, who apparently was waiting for him to return. "What's wrong?" "I'm finished," she said, looking at the shack that could be called a home. Ash nodded, yawning. "You mentioned you plan to use me as a knight in shining armor. How exactly will you achieve that?" "I won't use you," he clarified. "And how I'll do it is simple, with the power of hope." "Hope?" Nephi's looked at Ash with confusion. She understood, of course, what hope was, but she didn't know what hope would do to make her a heroine. Ash looked at Nephi's confusion and after a few moments spoke again. "Depending on what Sunny discovers about the castle, I'll have more or less an idea of what to do so that the sleepers begin to follow you. You see, Neph, hope is the sweetest candy of all, as well as the most deadly poison." Ash paused briefly. "These sleepers have been trapped here for years, resigned to dying in this place. Ruled by a cruel ruler. If we make them rekindle the flame of desire to get out of here, if they have a leader to follow, well, you'll see eventually." Nephi's nodded, understanding the point Ash wanted to make. She would be the flame that guides and drives them towards their freedom, giving them the option to fight for the exit or die trying. It was in a way Machiavellian to manipulate hundreds of sleepers under the premise of freedom, setting aside the death that such action would cause. Nephi's looked at the grey-haired boy whose face hadn't changed expression, always calm and distant. Ash stood up. "Something is approaching." "What is it?" "It's a nightmare creature, a big one. Maybe it's an awakened monster." "This is a good opportunity," he said, summoning his sword while heading towards the exterior sleepers. A second or two passed until Nephi's followed him. The exterior sleepers were fearful. A nightmare creature was approaching, they had seen it starting to move towards where they were. Since the special stone that repelled creatures didn't seem to deter it, they supposed it should be an awakened demon, or in the worst case, a fallen beast. Quickly, a cohort of hunters formed, those willing to fight, not to save them, but to divide the monster's meat and get the soul core to live in the castle for a week. The current cohort was made up of 4 sleepers, all using weapon memories and with little armor among them. Only one had armor, and the other 3 used abomination fabric to cover themselves. When they decided to move to intercept the abomination, they saw 2 sleepers they hadn't seen before. Both had silver hair, the most distinctive feature. However, their facial features were somewhat similar, with different eyes. The girl had eyes like silver, and the boy had yellow eyes like the sun. It was clear they were strong since they had armor and weapons. The first to speak was the boy. "Do you mind if we join you?" he asked. The man, about 20 or 21 years old, shrugged. "We don't mind receiving more help, although whoever lands the final blow keeps the soul fragment," he said seriously. "Sounds good," said the girl. "Well, let's get moving." Going down the stairs of the white bridge on the wall, it only took them a little time to come into view of the abomination, which set its eyes on them. Ash looked at the abomination with curiosity. It was a strange creature, large, as big as a house. It had a large, swollen torso, with 6 legs resembling a spider. Its head was a mix between a hound and a carapace scavenger. Overall, it was disgusting to look at and one-eyed. Ash noted that it was at least an awakened demon or, in the best case, a fallen beast. Letting out a strong shriek of fury, the corrupted beast charged forward to crush and stab with its legs. Ash jumped to the side, avoiding being swept away by the creature. The demon turned, using the ruins of a house to pivot its mass and charge towards another sleeper who wasn't so lucky, being sent flying several meters. Before the demon could do anything else, Nephi swung her flame-wreathed sword against the slightly exposed joint. Her sword, empowered by her flames, managed to cut off the limb. The monster staggered for a moment. The other sleeper, the young man using a large hammer memory, swung it, hitting another leg, though it didn't have much effect. The demon raised its leg and brought it down against its opponent, trying to skewer him like a kebab. The sleeper quickly moved, jumping back, letting the sharp leg impact the ground. Ash took that moment to approach, launching a cut that opened a wound in the creature's broad torso, making it shriek in pain. It opened its mouth to devour Ash when an arrow from the third sleeper lodged in its right eye. Landing on the ground, Ash cut again, eliminating a second leg. The sleeper who had been thrown at the start managed to stand up with difficulty. Summoning a spear, he charged forward with the intention of stabbing the unsuspecting monster. The demon turned, seeing the sleeper charge, and lunged forward. Lowering its body, the demon opened its mouth full of hundreds of sharp teeth. The sleeper's eyes widened, knowing he had made a mistake. However, before being devoured, a figure impacted the demon's face, a flame-wreathed sword that penetrated a few centimeters into the demon's head, igniting instantly. Nephi's grimaced while using her aspect. Leaping back, she looked at Ash, who was already moving. Ash observed the demon, which was still screaming and writhing. Jumping onto a large white rock, he took a second leap, landing on top of the nightmare creature. Without hesitation, he let his weight carry him down. His sword blade completely pierced the creature's head. It fell to the ground, and after shaking one last time, he heard the spell's voice. "You have killed an awakened demon, vile brood. Your soul grows stronger. You have obtained a memory." Ash blinked, somewhat surprised to finally obtain a new memory. However, he would examine it later. Climbing down from the demon's corpse, he observed how the other sleepers gathered. It was an awakened demon, he said, provoking surprised looks. After all, they had achieved something amazing, killing an awakened demon, something several ranks above the sleepers, and without anyone dying. Ash opened the corpse, extracting the 3 soul fragments. "Well, this ends our alliance," said the hammer man, somewhat frustrated at not being the one to deliver the final blow. The other 2 were the same, but the rule was clear: whoever kills it keeps it. Ash stored the soul fragments in his pockets and extracted meat from the abomination along with Nephi's, then simply let the other 3 sleepers divide the rest. He was sure they would sell the meat in exchange for soul fragments, but that was no longer his problem. After moving away, Nephi's looked at Ash. "Memory." "Yes," Ash responded. "I don't know what type yet, so I'll examine it later," he explained. Nephi's nodded. Once they arrived at where they were staying, they left the meat to dry. Before leaving, Cassie had temporarily given them the endless spring, which they used to wash the blood from the meat and put it out to dry in the sun. After leaving the meat drying, Ash looked at his new memory. Memory, Armor of the Fallen Legion. Memory rank, Awakened. Memory level, 3. Memory type, Armor. Memory description: swearing to battle against the darkness that flooded the world, a powerful legion of warriors rose to face it. They fought valiantly for a long time until being completely overwhelmed. Their powerful legion fell, and with it, the last hope. Ash raised an eyebrow reading the memory's description. Enchantments: Steel Cloth Black Augmentation Unbreakable. Steel Cloth Enchantment Description: the fabric of this attire is made of steel threads, as resistant as powerful armor but as light and flexible as the softest silk. Black Augmentation Enchantment Description: the greater the darkness, the greater the power you will receive from it. Unbreakable Enchantment Description: as long as the wearer's desires remain firm, the enchantment will provide an increase in power to their body. They're useful enchantments, though inferior to my armor. Ash thought about whether to give the armor to Nephi's or keep it for himself. Out of the corner of his eye, he looked at Changing Star, more specifically at her castaway tunic that she had obtained some time ago. It was cut and torn, practically useless at this point. After thinking it over for a while, Ash made a decision. Nephi's, he called, making Changing Star, who was cooking the meat they had taken, look at him. Standing up, he extended his hand. Give me your hand for a moment. After a glance, Nephi's extended her hand. Ash felt the soft skin without calluses, even after relentless sword training. Pushing those thoughts aside, he transferred the armor he had obtained. You have transferred a memory. Nephi's blinked, reading the memory she received. Why are you giving it to me? You need it more than I do. I already have good armor, and that tunic you have is practically useless, he explained. Nephi's nodded in agreement, entering the house. Ash stayed outside for a few seconds until Changing Star emerged with her new armor. It was a black suit that covered her entire body, fitting well to her agile and slender figure. It had a breastplate made of polished silver that, like her sword, bore an engraving of 7 stars. Likewise, on her hips there was metallic protection, as well as on her shoulders and legs, with polished metal boots. Ash nodded. How does it feel? Good, said Nephi's, feeling the comfort of her new armor. That's good, said Ash, noticing that the meat was ready. They both ate in silence until night fell over the dark city, and with it, the return of the dark sea. After eating, they remained silent for a few minutes until Nephi spoke. I'm sorry, she said, making Ash blink. What are you apologizing for? For what happened at the Soul Devourer and, well, everything else, including the eye, said Changing Star. Ash looked at Nephi's for a few moments before shrugging. It's fine. You were being controlled, and it wasn't you. Anyway, I should apologize for almost killing you. Although next time, maybe I'll make up for it by cutting off an arm or a leg. I'm very spiteful, you know. Ash's eyes gleamed in the darkness with an amused smile. Nephi's nodded with amusement at the comment. Ash looked towards the ruins. Well, I'm going to the ruins to kill some things. I need to start saturating my soul core. See you tomorrow. And with that, Ash walked away under Changing Star's attentive gaze. After a few minutes, Nephi's watched the edge of the ruins as a field of mist spread rapidly, venturing into the ruins and disappearing from sight. Chapter 39, Ruins Hunter. After moving far enough away, Ash did some light stretching, feeling his bones settle and crack slightly. He watched with satisfaction as the nightmare creatures began to approach the mist. The reason he came here was quite simple, to continue saturating his soul core. Over the next month at least, he would try to develop his second core. Most of the creatures that inhabit this place are awakened and fallen monsters, so he doesn't have to worry about his flaw. Of course, if there was something he couldn't kill, he could simply escape. Looking through the great mist field, he spotted his first prey. It was a strange creature made of stone, but it wasn't a stone saint, it was different. The creature somehow saw through the mist field and lunged in his direction with its stone sword. Immediately, Ash raised his own sword, clashing with his opponent's blade. He had to admit, the creature was strong. Being pushed back, Ash jumped to avoid being cut by the sword. His foot touched the ground and used it as leverage to attack forward, swiftly swinging his sword at the monster, who blocked the attack. Both began a rapid and intense exchange of attack and defense, leaving no openings. The abomination, in its monstrous intelligence, launched a horizontal slash which Ash avoided. Ash raised his sword, launching an attack at the monster's stomach. Seeing this, in an act of intelligence, it moved away. However, this was what Ash wanted. Changing the angle of his sword, he managed to cut off the monster's arm that held its weapon. The arm flew a few meters into the air. Ash, without hesitation, launched a second slash that decapitated the monster. Ash watched as the now headless body collapsed limply to the ground. You have killed an awakened monster, Stone Knight. Your soul grows stronger. Ash sighed for a moment, then looked at the other abominations and, without hesitation, lunged at them. For the most part, there were some resembling insects, others with vaguely humanoid appearances. He also encountered a carapace centurion at some point, which he killed. After a few hours, Ash stopped. His breathing was ragged, and sweat ran down every inch of his body. He had been fighting for several consecutive hours and had barely killed about 30. More specifically, he killed 16 awakened beasts and 14 awakened monsters, and at no point had he obtained a new memory. Summoning the endless water bottle, he brought it to his lips, quenching his thirst. Soul Fragments, 342/1000. After looking at the fragments he obtained from killing the abominations, he decided to go look for the cores. The process was slow, taking his time extracting the soul fragments. In the end, he finished with a total of 44 soul fragments, which he consumed entirely, leaving his soul fragments at 386. The increase in his strength had undoubtedly been notable after consuming so many soul fragments. He had covered a third of the way to becoming a monster. Using his guidance ability, he began to walk towards the ruined cathedral where the fallen devil was. The journey was peaceful since no abomination attacked him due to the great mist field he still kept active. Upon reaching the cathedral, he observed the open door filled with a dense darkness through which he could see nothing. He knew that if he set foot inside, not half a second would pass before the fallen devil attacked and killed him. It's best to return later when I get the key from the Lord of the Dead, Ash thought to himself. Turning around, he ventured back into the ruined city to continue his hunting. During the rest of the night, Ash fought against some awakened beasts and watched from a distance the fight between a group of winged fallen beasts. After taking a bath to remove the blood, dirt, and smell of sweat, he began walking back to the exterior settlement. Ash arrived at the edge of the slum, seeing the shack that stood on a stone platform. It was undoubtedly spacious. Roughly constructed from stone brusquely extracted from the ruins, some still bore details from their ancient inhabitants. Of course, this was the place Ash and Nephi's had chosen to stay in the cursed city. Ash approached slowly, seeing Nephi sitting on the roof with her legs crossed, looking towards the enormous white stone walls that were beginning to show traces of dawn. Nephi's lowered her gaze upon seeing him. Ash approached, having to lift his face slightly to look at Changing Star. "How did it go?" asked Nephi's. "Not as well as I wanted. There were too many, so I could only move away and kill the solitary ones," he explained. Nephi's nodded. Ash watched as the sun slowly began to rise, starting a new day for the Forgotten Shore. After looking at the sunrise, he turned around and returned inside the house to sleep for a few hours. A few hours later, when the sun was beginning to descend, Ash woke up. Looking through one of the holes that served as a window, he noticed it was afternoon. He had slept at least 5 or 8 full hours, which surprised him. He supposed he had been more tired than he thought. Standing up, he stretched for a few moments before going outside. A warm wind hit his body, and the rays of light bothered his eyes a little. Looking around, he observed Nephi's, who was meditating in the shadows. Upon noticing his gaze, Nephi's opened her eyes. "Good afternoon. You know it's afternoon, right?" he asked. Nephi's shrugged as if it weren't important. "Minor details," she replied. "I guess you're right," said Ash, looking in the direction of the enormous castle that seemed to shine as it received the light of the nameless sun. He could observe 1 or 2 guards walking along the paths connecting the different towers. Further below the castle was the exterior settlement, which remained the same as the previous day. Ash closed his eyes, entering his soul sea. Once inside, he could feel that the sensation had increased slightly, which unsettled him. After making sure there was nothing beyond the slight discomfort, he left his soul sea with a frown. I need to discover what's happening in my soul, he thought to himself, then looked at Nephi's. Hey, Neph. Want to go hunting for a while? He asked, making the girl open her eyes. Why? She asked. Ash blinked, then shrugged. Well, it's just a bit boring fighting alone, and I need someone to watch my back and all that. Of course, it's just a suggestion, he explained without changing his tone. Nephi stood up, looking at him for a few moments before nodding. All right, she said, looking towards the ruins further ahead. I was about to do it anyway, she added a moment later. Ash nodded, and then the two fell silent. Neither of them was sociable enough to have many conversation topics without Sunny or Cassie starting them, and most of the time Ash simply acted as if he didn't exist after all. He liked silence and being a spectator. After the sun fell, both left the elevated stone slab, venturing into the ruins, beginning to eliminate nightmare creatures in small, isolated groups before moving on to larger and weaker groups. After hunting a significant number of abominations and consuming the cores, they took the meat to store it. Ash left at least 5 or 6 soul cores unconsumed, as he had an interesting place to go soon. Chapter 40, Gaming Hall. Night had fallen over the dark city like a thick blanket, and Ash separated from Nephi's without making a sound. She was on the rooftop, as always, looking toward the castle with that expression of hers that never revealed what she was really thinking. She didn't ask where he was going. It wasn't necessary. Ash walked among the shacks of the outer settlement, dodging piles of garbage and sleepers who looked at him with that mixture of hunger and distrust that everyone here had. He approached one lurking near the wall, a skinny guy with a gaunt appearance, wearing a cloak made from poorly stitched abomination hide. The man saw him coming and his shoulders tensed. I need you to take me to the gaming hall, Ash said without preamble. The sleeper narrowed his eyes, evaluating him. He had an ugly scar that crossed his upper lip, giving him a permanent expression of disdain. The gaming hall? Are you crazy? That place is a trap. You'll only go there to lose what little you have and end up in debt to Gunlag's hunters. It's not for you, kid, believe me. Ash didn't respond with words. He reached into his pocket and took out a soul fragment, holding it between his fingers. The sleeper's eyes fixed on him like those of a hungry man before a plate of meat. All right. I'll take you. But I only guide you to the entrance, understood? I'm not going in. Ash nodded and tossed him the fragment. The man caught it with the speed of a predator and stored it in some fold of his rags with almost religious care. The sleeper's name was Henry. He had been trapped in the dark city for just over a year, trapped in the cursed city. As they walked around the base of the castle hill, moving through the shadows of collapsed buildings and alleys that seemed to lead nowhere, Henry wouldn't stop talking. He had arrived during the winter solstice, like everyone else. His group had been decimated in the labyrinth and only 3 managed to reach the city. One died the first week, attacked by a fallen beast while trying to get meat. Another managed to enter the castle, but Henry wasn't strong enough nor did he have enough fragments to pay the tribute, so he stayed outside. Outside, Henry repeated bitterly, spitting on the ground. As if this were being outside of something. We're just as screwed here as there, only here the monsters have people's faces. Ash listened in silence, letting the man's words fill the void of the night. Finally, Henry stopped in front of a section of the castle wall that seemed solid. But after pressing a particular stone, one that had a barely visible engraving, worn down by centuries of weather, a section of the wall slid aside with a soft scraping. A hidden entrance? Asked Ash, though he already knew. Henry nodded while guarding the soul fragment once more, as if afraid the stone might snatch it from him. The main gates close at nightfall. But there are passages like this for certain purposes. The gaming hall is popular among the sleepers, and among the castle's hunters too. The Bright Lord knows about it, of course. In exchange for allowing the hall to operate, those who run it pay him 10 soul fragments every week. It's a sweet deal for him. Ash nodded, processing the information. And you? Do you play? Henry let out a bitter laugh, short, without humor. I used to. Until I lost everything I had and more. Now I just bring rookies like you. The one with the most luck doesn't always win, Ash commented as they entered the passageway. No, but the one who rigged the cards almost always does. They advanced in silence through the passageway. It was narrow, forcing them to walk sideways in some sections, and it smelled of humidity and soot. Finally, they emerged into the lower part of the castle. Henry led him through a couple more corridors until stopping in front of a solid wooden door. Above it, someone had carved a crude drawing of dice. This place is the gaming hall, Henry said, and although his tone was neutral, there was something in his eyes that revealed it wasn't the first time he'd seen that door. You still have time to turn around and leave. Ash simply looked at the door without saying anything. After a few seconds, he opened it. The gaming hall was larger than he had imagined. It occupied what must have been a great hall in ancient times. High ceilings, at least 5 meters tall, supported by grey stone columns that still preserved remnants of decorative carvings, human faces, mythological creatures, suns and moons erased by time. Now, the space was lit by torches and oil lamps placed strategically on the columns and walls, creating a warm atmosphere but charged with a tension that could be felt in the air. There were about 10 tables distributed throughout the hall. Some were rectangular, others round. On them, piles of soul fragments changed hands to the rhythm of cards and dice. The players leaned their bodies over the tables, some with smiles of triumph, others with the distorted face of someone who had just lost everything. At the tables, sleepers from the outer settlement recognizable by their worn clothes and hungry looks mixed with hunters from the castle, who wore better quality armor and sported emblems that Ash had seen before, the golden serpent. Ash observed the scene carefully, letting his yellow eyes scan every detail. At one of the tables, a group was playing poker. A hunter, a big guy, with broad shoulders and a square jaw, cursed out loud as he threw his cards on the table violently. Damn it! Again! The man stood up abruptly, his chair scraping the stone floor with a screech that made several heads turn. He pointed at the sleeper sitting across from him, a thin man with a tired look but a twisted smile of satisfaction. You owe me 15 fragments, dog. I want them tomorrow, or I'll have to remind the Bright Lord how much you like this place. The sleeper nodded without a word, lowering his gaze. The hunter walked away between the tables, pushing past Ash without even looking at him. Ash didn't flinch at that. Henry touched his shoulder. This is as far as I go. This is all yours. An advice: don't gamble more than you're willing to lose. That's my advice. Ash nodded. That was certainly good help, Henry. The man nodded and slipped back through the passageway, disappearing into the darkness as if he had never been there. Ash walked toward the table where the game had just ended. The sleeper who had won was collecting his fragments with slow movements, but before he could get up, Ash took the empty chair the hunter had left. Can I join? He asked. His tone was as neutral as ever, without a trace of emotion. The 5 remaining players at the table looked at him. Besides the sleeper who had just won, a quiet type with long fingers and an intelligent look, there were 3 more hunters, all with Gunlag's emblem on their clothes, and 2 other sleepers from the exterior who seemed nervous, as if they were on forbidden ground. The hunters examined Ash with curiosity. His armor was clearly of better quality than that of most sleepers. One of the hunters, a bearded man with a scar that crossed his cheek from top to bottom, let out a mocking laugh. His companions laughed with him. Another sleeper looking to bleed himself dry? Of course you can sit down, kid. The bearded man pointed to the chair with a broad gesture. How much are you betting? I hope it's not the crumbs you found on the ground. Ash reached into his pocket and took out 3 soul fragments, placing them on the table with a leisurely gesture. The fragments shone under the torchlight. The hunters exchanged knowing glances among themselves. "Do you know how to play, kid?" asked the bearded man as he shuffled the cards. "A little, but I learn fast," Ash responded with a slight smile. "That's what they all say before they lose." The man finished shuffling and began to deal. 1 card. 2. 3. 4. 5. The cards fell on the table with soft thuds, each in its place. Ash picked up his without haste. His yellow eyes scanned the cards with an unnatural calm that contrasted with the tense atmosphere of the room. He didn't adjust the cards in his hand, didn't rearrange them. He simply held them and looked. The bearded man watched him for a moment, then smiled. "Good luck, kid. You'll need it." Chapter 41, Gaming Hall 2. Ash didn't take his eyes off the table. In front of him, 10 soul fragments gleamed with that faint glow that drove men crazy in the dark city. He had a small smile, barely a gesture of superiority that was getting under the skin of the other 5. You could see it in the way they clenched their jaws and how they avoided looking him directly in the eyes. Gunlag's 3 dogs glanced at each other sideways. A silent message passed between them. The sleeper dealing, a guy with a face that had seen too much hunger, stopped for a second. His fingers hesitated over the deck before continuing to shuffle with suspicious speed, trying to maintain his poker face. Ash noticed all of this and didn't react at all. The moment the guy reached out to deal the next round, Ash moved. It wasn't an elegant move, it was pure necessary violence. He trapped the dealer's hand against the wood and, with a dry twist of his wrist, broke 2 of his fingers. The crack of breaking bone was followed by a scream that made the other tables fall silent. In a place where blood usually attracted trouble, attacking someone was practically a death sentence. "If you rig the cards again," Ash said, with a tone so flat it was frightening, "the next thing I break won't be fingers." "What the hell are you talking about?" spat one of the players, standing up with his hand near his belt. "You're dead, kid." Ash didn't even flinch. With his free hand, he flipped over his own cards, useless garbage. Then, with a sharp gesture, he turned over the ones the dealer had been preparing for the hunter across from him, a perfect hand, the kind of luck that doesn't exist in this hole. "They were in cahoots to sink me while you all divided the rest," Ash said, looking at Gunlag's men. "It's a cheap trick. Why don't we stop wasting time, raise the stakes, and let someone without dirty hands deal?" A hunter who had been watching from another table stood up. He was a heavy guy, with more fragments on him than brains, but with armor that clearly said he knew how to survive. He lumbered over to Ash's table. "You've got balls to do this here," the man growled. Ash let out a dry laugh, loaded with venom. "And you've got a lot of patience to watch these idiots rob you right to your face." The hunter, caught between fury and curiosity, sat down with a thud. He pointed at an outer sleeper trembling with fear near the wall. "You! Come here. Deal. And if I see one wrong move from your fingers, I'll cut your hand off." The new dealer approached with trembling hands. The hunter looked at Ash with greed. "What are you betting now, brave one?" Ash didn't hesitate. He pulled out a soul fragment that shone with a different intensity, denser. Next to it, he dropped a small gem of cold light, a memory. This fragment came from a fallen. And this memory is awakened. I suppose such an important guy like you has something worthwhile to match this, or are you just all talk? Around them, the air grew heavy. Even the manager, Aiko, that dark-haired girl who always seemed to know who owed what to whom, approached to watch the spectacle. The hunter, stung in his pride, emptied a leather pouch onto the table. 40 fragments rolled like bloody coins. Matched. Now deal. The silence was absolute. Only the rustle of cards on old wood could be heard. The hunter lifted his, saw his hand, and let out a sigh of relief that he tried to disguise as triumph. He had a high hand, the kind that doesn't lose. "The story's over," Kid, the hunter said, reaching for the pile. Hold it, said Ash. With a calm that made your hair stand on end, Ash laid down his cards one by one. A higher hand. Impossible to get legally, and yet, there it was. The hunter's face went from red to white in a second. How? It's impossible. You cheated, the man bellowed, losing control. I trusted in the heart of the cards, Ash replied with an irony the brute couldn't understand. And I have much more luck and much bigger balls than you. That's all. The hunter couldn't take it anymore. He lunged across the table with a roar, but Ash was already out of reach. Before the guy could recover his balance, Ash planted a punch right in the center of his face. The sound of his nose shattering was music to those who hated Gunlag's dogs. The man ended up on the ground, rolling around in blood and filth. Ash stood there, looking down at him like he was trash blocking the way. Pathetic, he spat. Without haste, he pulled out an old cloth, wrapped up the mountain of fragments and the memory, and tucked them into his chest. No one dared to move as Ash walked toward the exit, leaving the gaming hall behind in stunned silence. The icy air of the dark city felt almost pleasant after the stale atmosphere of the gaming hall. Ash walked back through the alley, feeling the comforting weight of the cloth bundle against his chest. It wasn't just the 40 fragments, it was the feeling of having taken something from Gunlag's dogs without them being able to do anything about it. His pockets were full and his knuckles were a little sore, but it was worth it. It was, without a doubt, a good night. He walked with almost reckless unconcern, humming a non-existent tune as he crossed the threshold of the hidden tunnel, when a voice cut through the darkness like a knife. You're late. Ash jumped, his body reacting on pure instinct before his mind could process who was speaking. He spun around quickly, his hand reaching for the hilt of his weapon, only to find a figure leaning against the ruined wall. It was Nephi's. She stood there, with a calm expression, her silver eyes fixed on him without showing much emotion. Although Ash caught something resembling anger or annoyance. Without a doubt, Changing Star was angry with him. Nephi's looked at Ash, waiting for him to give her an answer. Gods, you almost scared me to death, Nephi's, Ash said, relaxing his shoulders and trying to regain his composure from the shock. If a scare can kill you, you won't last long here, she responded without moving. So where were you? Ash let out a sigh and patted the cloth bundle under his clothes. Getting soul fragments, he explained quickly, before she could start the interrogation. I heard a sleeper talk about a supposed hidden gaming hall near the castle. Got curious and went to check it out. Ended up sitting down to play a bit and well, let's just say I had a legendary lucky streak. Came back with a small fortune. Nephi's pushed off the wall with a fluid movement, stepping closer. She raised an eyebrow, a gesture that in her was equivalent to a speech full of skepticism. Her gaze dropped to the bundle and then back to Ash's yellow eyes. A gaming hall, she repeated, in a tone that made it clear she didn't like the idea of her companion gambling his life in dens. Give me details. I want to know who runs that place, how you got in, and above all, what kind of people gather there. Ash knew at that moment that his night off had just turned into an overly long briefing session that would stretch until dawn. Chapter 42, Gaming Hall 3. The air between them still vibrated with the tension from the previous scare. Ash, after catching his breath, began to untie the cloth bundle while telling Nephi's what he had seen beyond the castle walls. It's not just a place to gamble, Nephi's, Ash explained, lowering his voice. It's a well-oiled business. The hall operates under Gunlag's protection. Those who run it pay the Bright Lord a weekly tribute of 10 soul fragments just for permission to exist. It's a sweet deal for him, he lets the sleepers bleed each other dry and he takes a cut without lifting a finger. Nephi's listened in silence, with that look that seemed to process 1,000 variables per second. I got in through a hidden passage at the base of the castle hill, he continued. A sleeper named Henry took me, there's an engraved stone that activates the mechanism. Inside, the golden serpent hunters mix with the outsiders. It's the only place where they don't kill each other on sight, though cheating is the order of the day. The hunters use the place to indet sleepers and keep them under their thumb. Nephi's remained thoughtful for a moment, looking at the pile of fragments Ash had just shown. I need you to go back, she said suddenly, her voice firm as steel. Gather as much information as you can. Who comes in, who goes out, what the hunters talk about when they think no one's listening. And while you're at it, gather as many fragments as you can. Ash blinked, surprised by the request. Why? He asked. I thought we had more important things to do than play cards. Since you'll be gambling anyway, it wouldn't hurt to earn fragments without having to risk your life in a fight against nightmare creatures, Nephi's replied with crushing logic. It's a necessary resource. Ash let out a dry laugh, shaking his head. That's basically taking advantage of others' desperation, Nephi's. It's almost the same thing they do. Nephi's shrugged with an indifference that Ash found strange, almost unsettling. That doesn't matter right now, she stated. We need those fragments for what's coming. The end justifies the means. Ash let out a long sigh, looking at his companion as if trying to recognize her beneath that armor of pragmatism. How did you change so much? He asked with a mix of weariness and curiosity. You used to be different. Nephi's glanced at him sideways, and for a brief moment, the coldness of her face cracked with a flash of something resembling amusement. A small human spark in the midst of the city's darkness. I learned by observing interactions, she replied simply. Especially yours. Ash was speechless for a second, processing the response, while Nephi's turned to return to the shadows, leaving him alone with his fragments and the task of becoming the best player or the best spy in the Dark City. In the end, Ash sighed and followed Nephi's. He wanted to sleep and eat before going back to playing cards. Ash waited until nightfall in the Dark City. After the talk with Nephi's, the weight of the fragments in his rough cloth bag felt more like a tool than loot. He retraced his steps, crossing the passage of the engraved stone again. The stale air of the gaming hall greeted him like an old enemy. As soon as the wooden door creaked open, the murmur of conversations died for an instant. The stares of sleepers and hunters fixed on him like arrows. Near the main table, Ash spotted the guy from the previous night. He had a bulky bandage across his face, stained with dried blood, and was sitting next to a more refined-looking man, with studded leather armor that gleamed under the oil lamps. Is that the brat who took everything from you? Asked the man in armor, with a voice that dragged the words, full of contempt. The one with the broken nose nodded reluctantly, clenching his fists on his thighs. My name is Andal, said the man, standing up with an elegance that was insulting in that hole. And it seems we have some unfinished business. I don't care what your name is, Ash interrupted, cutting the air with his monotonous voice. If you have a problem with me, solve it at the table. I'll bet 10 fragments to start. Are you interested, or are you just going to keep talking? Andal raised an eyebrow, surprised by the boy's lack of tact. An amused, almost predatory smile spread across his face. Well, you don't like beating around the bush. I like that in a victim. I accept the game. I'm in too, a voice loaded with bile spat from the side. A gaunt-looking sleeper with fierce eyes, named Jubei, approached the table. He ignored Ash completely and jabbed his finger into Andal's chest. You still owe me from last week, Andal, Jubei spat. You tricked that kid, used him as bait against a nightmare creature just to save your own skin and steal his fragments. You're scum, even by Gunlag's standards. Andal tilted his head, feigning exaggerated confusion. Who the hell are you talking about, Jubei? I've killed so many monsters and seen so many useless people die that I can't keep track of every corpse we leave behind. Son of a... Jubei stepped forward, but Ash's arm interposed between them. If you want to fight, do it outside, Ash said with a coldness that stopped Jubei's arm in mid-air. We came here to play. Play first, then solve your moral problems. Jubei looked at Ash with rage, then at Andal, and finally sat down in one of the empty chairs, breathing heavily. Fine, Jubei growled. Let's play. The three looked at each other in a triangle of pure tension. At that moment, a small figure slipped through the shadows and positioned herself at the head of the table. It was Aiko. The hall manager took the deck of cards with professional skill, her brown eyes evaluating the three players with a mix of curiosity and calculation. I'll deal this time, Aiko said, her voice soft but authoritative. The rules here are simple, whoever wins takes the pot, and whoever tries to cheat under my watch, will wish they'd died in the labyrinth. Aiko began to deal. The sound of cards hitting the wood was the only thing heard in that corner of the hall, while Ash felt Nephisa's gaze burned into the back of his neck, even though she wasn't there. The tension at the table could be cut with a knife, but Ash seemed to be in another world, oblivious to all the tension in the room. During the first few hands, his play was erratic, almost clumsy. He lost 10 fragments, then another 10. Andal, with a smile that distorted his bandaged face, accumulated a considerable pile, mocking under his breath every time he dragged the pot toward his side. Jubei also gained ground, while Ash remained impassive, spinning a single soul fragment between his fingers as if it were all he had left. Looks like there's no heart of the cards today, hey, brat. Andal said with superiority. Ash didn't respond. He simply pushed 15 fragments to the center. Jubei and Andal matched instantly, confident. When it came time to show, Ash laid down his cards with irritating slowness. He won. He recovered his losses in one blow. The game entered a frenetic rhythm. Ash bet 25 fragments. Jubei, seeing the opportunity to sink Andal, threw his last 10 fragments into the center with desperation. Andal, stung in his pride, matched the bet. This time, luck favored Jubei, who let out a sigh of relief upon seeing he was still alive in the game. But the cycle didn't stop. In the next hand, Ash struck again with 15 fragments. Andal and Jubei matched out of inertia, but the result was the same, the fragments returned to Ash's pile. The game became an emotional roller coaster for everyone except Ash. One hand Andal would win, recovering breath, the next would go to Jubei. But little by little, the tide began to sweep everything toward one side. After an hour of tense play, the piles spoke for themselves. Ash, 50 fragments. Jubei, 30 fragments. Andal, 5 miserable fragments. Andal was sweating cold. On the last hand, Jubei went all in with the hunter's remaining 5 fragments. When the cards were revealed, Andal stared into the void. Not only had he lost everything, but he now owed a humiliating amount to Jubei. Get away from my table, trash, Jubei muttered, claiming his moral revenge. Finally, only Ash and Jubei remained. It was a long duel, of fixed stares and held breaths. But Ash's luck was relentless. Hand after hand, Jubei's fragments migrated to the yellow-eyed boy's pile until, with one final move, Ash took it all. By the end of the night, Ash had before him a mountain of 120 soul fragments. He had started with 40, he was leaving with a net gain of 80. A silence of astonishment swept through the hall. The sleepers who had gathered around the table couldn't believe what they were seeing. Even Aiko, who had dealt with mechanical precision, stared at Ash with a raised eyebrow, as if trying to decipher the trick. Jubei, sunk in his chair but strangely at peace for having ruined Andal, looked at Ash with genuine curiosity. Hey! I have to ask, Jubei said, running a hand over his tired face. How the hell are you so good at playing poker? Who taught you? Ash began to put the 120 fragments into his cloth bag, making the jingling resonate throughout the hall. He shrugged with complete naturalness and looked at Jubei with an empty expression. Good? I have no idea, Ash responded with astonishing sincerity. Actually, I don't even know how to play poker. I just threw the cards I thought looked prettiest and waited to see what happened. Seems I'm lucky. The silence that followed was absolute. Jubei's mouth hung open, Andal let out a groan of pure agony from the floor, and Aiko almost dropped the deck of cards. Ash, without waiting for them to process the news, slung the bag over his shoulder and left the hall, leaving behind a group of professional players defeated by someone who didn't know the difference between a flush and a straight. Chapter 43, Training. The sun still hadn't dared to peek over the horizon of the dark city when the sound of steel clashing against steel broke the morning silence. Ash stood, breathing controlled and sword at the ready, facing a figure that seemed made of marble and determination, Nephi's. Is this really necessary? Ash asked, adjusting his grip on his weapon. I can barely see my own feet, and you already want me to try not to die. Nephi's didn't change her posture. Her clear eyes evaluated him with that intensity that always made him feel like he was under a microscope. Danger doesn't wait for the sun to rise, Ash. Training while tired is the only way to know how you'll react when your life hangs by a thread, she replied with a serene voice. Again. Ash nodded, accepting the reality of their situation. Without further ado, he lunged at Changing Star. The combat was fluid. Ash was no longer the same lost boy who had arrived at the labyrinth, his experience in real battles had polished the rough edges of his movements. Although Nephi's was still superior in pure technique, each of her parries was perfect and every thrust calculated to the millimeter. Ash compensated for that gap with chaotic creativity. He used the environment, changed the rhythm of his attacks unexpectedly, and made feints that tested even Nephi's reflexes. After half an hour of incessant exchange that left them both covered in a thin layer of sweat, Nephi's lowered her sword. Enough, she declared. They both sat on the stone ground, letting their muscles relax. Ash searched through his belongings and pulled out the endless spring, handing it to Nephi's. She took it and drank gratefully, letting the cool water quench her thirst before returning it. After a moment of silence, Nephi's glanced at him sideways. So, what did you discover last night in that gaming hall? She asked, resuming her role as strategic leader. Ash let out a small laugh and began to recount the events. He told her about Andal, about the broken nose from the day before, about the desperate Jubei, and how he ended up emptying everyone's pockets. But when he got to the final part, Nephi's blinked, bewildered. Wait. She interrupted. You're telling me you won 80 fragments and left a gunlag hunter ruined, simply by throwing the cards that looked prettier? Ash puffed out his chest with genuine pride, with no trace of irony. Exactly. I already told you, I fully trust the heart of the cards, he replied with complete seriousness. If a card has an elegant drawing, it's most likely a good sign. It's pure intuition. Nephi's fell silent, looking at him as if trying to find hidden logic in his words. Finally, she shook her head, rubbing the bridge of her nose with a gesture of absolute bewilderment. It's a miracle you're still alive, Ash, she murmured, though a shadow of a smile passed through the corner of her lips. Luck, Nephi's. Some are born with technique, others are born with a lucky star. Dash. As the sun began to tinge the ruins of the dark city with a dying orange, the atmosphere changed. Ash stopped joking about his cards. His body tensed and his gaze, those yellow eyes that seemed to shine with their own light in the twilight, fixed on an uncertain point among the collapsed buildings. His sleeper ability was reacting. It wasn't just a sense of direction, it was a strange bond that allowed him to trace a route toward whatever he desired. And at that moment, upon desiring an encounter with danger, the trail of abominations lit up in his mind like a brand of fire. He could feel them, their weight, their direction, and that bloodlust they emanated. Nephi's, something is coming, Ash said, his voice losing all trace of humor. It's coming from the ruins. I can't pinpoint its rank or class from here, but it's big. Changing Star's expression changed instantly. The relaxation of rest evaporated, replaced by an icy seriousness. She stood up with a fluid motion, drawing her sword. Let's go, she decreed. We can't let it get closer to our shelter. We need to deal with it now. Ash let out a resigned sigh, rubbing the back of his neck. Not even a second breakfast, he complained, but after meeting Nephi's cutting gaze, he raised his hands in surrender. Okay, okay. Let's go kill the morning monster. They descended from the elevated plateau cautiously. Their shelter, that house patched with rotten wood scraps and loose stones that they had made their home, was left behind as they ventured into the stone labyrinth of the city. The echo of their boots on the rubble was the only sound to be heard. After a few minutes of tense advance, Ash raised his hand to stop the group. It's there, he whispered, pointing toward a block of collapsed buildings. About 100 meters ahead, straight ahead. It moves fast. He didn't have to say more. From the shadows of an ancient plaza, the creature emerged with a heavy stride that made the ground vibrate. Its appearance was a biological nightmare. The front part resembled a deformed wolf with dislocated jaws, but the rest of its body transformed into a mass of jointed legs, like those of a giant insect, moving with disturbing coordination. It stood at least 3 meters tall, and its skin had the color of rotten flesh. Nephi's tightened her grip on her sword, her voice barely a firm whisper. That size, that presence. It's, at minimum, a fallen beast. Get ready, Ash. The creature let out a howl that ended in a metallic screech, fixing its multiple eyes on them. Dash. The confrontation exploded in the blink of an eye. The fallen beast charged with a speed that defied its enormous size, its multiple legs clattering against the shattered pavement like a burst of hammer blows. Now! Nephi shouted. Ash lunged forward, becoming a living distraction. He knew he couldn't beat that thing in a brute force clash, so he trusted his reflexes. He slid between the creature's legs, provoking it with quick attacks that barely scratched its tough skin but managed to keep its multiple eyes fixed on him. The abomination lunged with ferocious bites, its wolf jaws snapping inches from Ash's throat. The battle was frenetic. Unlike awakened beasts, this creature possessed a malevolent intelligence. It anticipated movements and adjusted its center of gravity with its additional legs. In a desperate move to create an opening, Ash feigned a stumble. The beast didn't waste the opportunity and lashed out with a sideways claw. Ash twisted his body in the air, but he wasn't fast enough. One of the claws tore across his cheek, leaving a line of crimson fire on his face. However, the sacrifice worked. The beast was extended, exposing the side of its neck. Nephi's! Ash roared, his mouth full of the taste of iron. Changing Star appeared like a ray of white light on the creature's back. Her sword descended with terrifying precision, imbued with icy determination. The blow went straight to the base of the skull, piercing through flesh and bone with a dull crack. The abomination shook violently one last time before collapsing, raising a cloud of dust and debris. Ash tried to stand, but the world began to spin. His legs failed him, and he fell to his knees, his breathing ragged. What's happening?" he managed to say before letting out a violent cough. A clot of dark, thick blood hit the ground. Ash's eyes widened at the color. It wasn't bright red. That thing's claws had poison, a type of paralyzing toxin that was already beginning to chill his veins. Nephi's didn't waste a second. She knelt beside him and placed her hands on his shoulders. Immediately, her white flames began to burn, but this time not to destroy, but to purify. Ash gritted his teeth as he felt the searing heat of Nephi's light coursing through his bloodstream, burning the poison and closing the wound on his cheek until only a thin scar remained. The dizziness subsided. Ash took a great gulp of air, feeling life return to his limbs. "Thanks," he whispered, looking at Nephi's with sincere gratitude. "You saved my life again." She nodded slightly, though her gaze had already shifted to the beast's corpse. With a practical movement, they extracted the soul fragment. It was large and shone with the intensity of a fallen class, a small fortune in terms of power. "It was a fallen beast," Nephi said, her voice returning to its usual calm. But there was no memory. Not even an echo. Despite her neutral tone, Ash could notice the slight shadow of frustration on her face. In the dark city, every confrontation with something so dangerous was a gamble, winning only a fragment after nearly dying from poison felt like an incomplete victory. Dash. Ash finished wiping the remnants of black blood with his sleeve, still feeling a slight tingle where Nephi's flames had purified his skin. Silence reigned again in the ruins, interrupted only by the crunch of rubble under their feet. "Are there any other abominations nearby?" asked Nephi, keeping her hand on her sword pommel, her senses still alert. Ash closed his eyes for an instant, letting his ability expand through the ruined alleys. The invisible network of his instinct detected no immediate hostile presence. "No. The closest one is a few kilometers from here," he replied, opening his eyes. Apparently, this nightmare creature had been in a fight or was so hungry it didn't care about throwing itself at the first thing that appeared before it. "Which do you think is the right answer?" Nephi's didn't respond immediately. In her hand, the fallen rank soul fragment shone one last time before she crushed it, absorbing its essence with relentless efficiency. Her expression didn't change, but the air around her seemed to vibrate for a second at the influx of power. "Whatever it was, it doesn't matter," she said with her usual pragmatism. "It's dead now." Ash lowered his gaze to the beast's deformed corpse. Its multiple legs were now rigid, and its jaws which had nearly torn off his head hung inert. Despite the danger, Ash's stomach emitted a slight rumble of protest, reminding him that his second breakfast had been cancelled by the battle. "We're not going to eat that, are we?" he asked cautiously, looking at the monster's greyish flesh. Nephi gave him a brief, almost incredulous look. "No. It has poison," Changing Star replied dryly. "Right. I forgot the detail that I almost died 5 minutes ago," Ash murmured, scratching the back of his neck with a somewhat forced smile. "So, do we go back?" He looked at his companion, waiting for the order. Nephi scanned the horizon one last time, evaluating the shadows of the buildings that were beginning to lengthen with the morning light. After a few moments of silence, she nodded slightly. Chapter 44, Decoration. The way back to the plateau was silent, but the calm shattered the moment they set foot within the boundaries of the outer settlement. It wasn't the usual silence of despair, it was a thick silence, heavy with a renewed fear. Near the entrance, where the remains of skulls bleached by time served as a macabre warning of who ruled the dark city, a small group of sleepers huddled together. They were observing something recently added to the collection. A new head, still fresh, whose features Ash recognized instantly. Ash opened his eyes slightly, a gesture of surprise that did not go unnoticed by Nephi. Without a word, he stepped forward, pushing through the gaunt-faced men until he stood before a sleeper watching the scene with trembling hands. "What happened here?" Ash asked, his voice lower than usual. The man looked at him with glassy eyes before turning his gaze back to Gunlag's hunting trophy. "Another one who thought he was stronger than the castle," the sleeper replied in a thin voice. "Someone else challenged the Bright Lord and ended up under his executioner's axe, or so say those who were near the gates." Among the crowd, Ash could hear the poisonous whispers of others. "It was Jubei, that idiot, what was he thinking? No one challenges the castle and lives to tell the tale." Ash slowly stepped back and returned to Nephi's side. They both moved away from the commotion, walking towards the safety of their shelter before Changing Star broke the silence. "You knew him?" It wasn't a question, but a statement from Nephi's. Ash nodded, looking at the ground, where the rubble seemed heavier than usual. "Yet. He was one of the sleepers from last night's table. His name was Jubei. I won almost all his fragments from him, but he seemed like a principled guy, in his own way. From what I could gather from those whispers, he made the crazy decision to challenge Gunlag directly. The result is what you see." Nephi stopped and looked towards the direction of the castle, that colossus of stone that towered over everyone's misery. Her face was a mask of coldness, but her knuckles whitened as she clenched her fist. Desperation drives men to commit suicides they call challenges, she said, her voice icy. Jubei lost his fragments to you and, probably, lost everything. With nothing to offer as tribute and no means to survive, he chose to die fighting a god rather than starve to death in a corner. Ash sighed, remembering the look in Jubei's eyes when he lost his last hand of poker. Maybe if I hadn't won his last fragment from him. He began, but Nephi's cut him off sharply. Don't blame yourself for the rules of this place, Ash. In the Dark City, if it hadn't been you, it would have been Andal or any other hunter. Jubei was already dead long before he sat at that table. The only difference now is that his head serves to remind everyone else why Gunlag remains on the throne. Ash fell silent. The luck of the heart of the cards was starting to taste bitter. Dash. Ash let out a heavy sigh, a sound lost in the city's foul air, and turned away without looking back. Nephi's watched him walk away, her clear eyes caught the tension in his shoulders, but she didn't try to stop him. She understood the need for silence. In a place where death was the only constant, sometimes the only luxury one could afford was the space to process it. Ash walked mechanically to the elevated plateau. The climb, which he usually did with agility, today felt as if he were dragging invisible chains. Upon entering the small, patched-up house, the shelter's silence enveloped him, but didn't bring the peace he sought. He sat in a corner, on a stone block covered with old furs, and took out a piece of dried meat they had prepared the day before. He began to eat without appetite, chewing slowly, feeling the chewy texture and the salty taste. While the rest of the Dark City followed its violent course down below, Ash sat staring at the rickety entrance of the house. Why? He asked himself deep in his mind. Before coming to this cursed place, before the nightmare spell dragged him into this world of shadows, things were simpler. He had spent much of his life feeling like the world happened behind a fogged-up window. Emotions were distant echoes, background noise that couldn't disturb his unnatural calm. He didn't feel much, and that, in a way, was his greatest defense. But now, the image of Jubei's head at the entrance replayed in his memory over and over. He felt a pang of guilt, a dull weight in his chest he couldn't explain. He had only played. He had used his luck. He had followed the rules of a game he himself admitted he didn't fully understand. In theory, he hadn't done anything wrong. Jubei was an adult who made his own choices. And yet, the thought that that man's last act of dignity, a suicidal challenge, was born from the emptiness Ash left in his pockets haunted him. I'm not supposed to care, he whispered to himself, more confused than before. This is the Dark City. People die here every day. He ran a hand over his face, brushing the almost invisible scar that Nephi's had closed that very morning. Maybe that was it. Maybe being surrounded by so much real death, so much tangible pain, was starting to crack his apathy. Or perhaps, simply, being close to someone like Nephi's, someone who burned with such pure will, was forcing him to start feeling the warmth too. Asher remained seated, motionless, with his eyes closed for a few moments before opening them. His thoughts, normally as orderly and cold as steel, now felt like a knot of tangled threads. This guilt, this emotional weight suffocating him over Jubei's death, wasn't normal. When did this start? He wondered, searching his memories. It hadn't been like this in the Ash Barrow. There, death was a statistic, one more shadow in a grey world. He thought for a moment about the soul-devouring tree. Could that ancient abomination have planted a seed of madness in his mind before they managed to escape? He considered the possibility but dismissed it almost immediately. The memories he carried had enchantments designed to protect his psyche. If something had tried to invade his will, he would have felt it. He would have known. So, the conclusion was much more unsettling. It was something new. Something that wasn't his, yet at the same time was born from the deepest part of his being. He closed his eyes and plunged into his soul sea. There, in his own soul, Everything remained absolutely the same without any visible change, but he could feel it was slightly different. Having consumed about 40 soul fragments of the 80 he had won, he felt how that previously weak, faint presence that watched him was growing, beginning to exert weight and influence over his soul. It wasn't a voice, nor a defined form, but a pressure, a latent vibration that grew stronger with every soul fragment he devoured. It was as if, by strengthening his core, he was feeding an entity that slumbered within his soul. That presence seemed to amplify his emotions, giving them a tint of humanity that he himself had discarded long ago in order to survive. He opened his eyes and looked outside through the gap in the wall. The sky of the dark city was a stain of pale blue, almost suffocated by heavy grey clouds that promised rain that never managed to clean the dirt from the streets. "Whatever you are," Ash whispered to the frigid air, "I suppose we'll get to know each other soon." He decided to stop fighting the thought. If it was something related to his aspect or the nature of his soul, the dark city would take care of bringing it to light sooner or later. In this place, nothing remained hidden for long, especially the things one tried to ignore. He stood up, dusting himself off. The guilt was still there, but now he observed it with the curiosity of a scientist analyzing a poison. If his soul was changing, he would have to learn to use these new feelings before they used him. Chapter 45, Beginning an Assault. Night in the dark city wasn't simply the absence of light, it was a physical entity, a heavy mantle that smelled of ancient stone, mold, and the imminent death that lurked on every corner. Ash stood up on the plateau, adjusting the straps of his armor with slow, precise movements. His yellow eyes, now brighter in the gloom, fixed on the labyrinth of ruins stretching at his feet. There was something different about him tonight. The presence in his sea of soul, that strange vibration that had awakened after consuming the fragments earned in the game, pulsed to the rhythm of his own heart. He no longer felt the apathetic emptiness from before. Now he felt an urgency, a need for movement that only the steel and blood of abominations could satisfy. He took the first step to leave the safety of the plateau, but before he could descend the stone path, a firm voice stopped him. "Where are you going?" Ash stopped dead, but didn't turn around immediately. Nephi's was there, leaning against the doorframe of their shelter. Her gaze was calm, but her eyes didn't leave his back. "It's time for me to get stronger," Ash replied, his voice sounding deeper in the night's silence. Nephi's raised an eyebrow, pushing off the wall with the grace of a waking predator. "Are you sure about this?" she asked, with a trace of skepticism. "Facing the abominations of this city alone is ambitious, even for you." Ash shrugged, finally turning to face her. A small, almost challenging smile appeared on his lips. "Don't worry. They're just abominations." Nephi's blinked, and for a brief moment, her mask of coldness showed a crack of genuine surprise. The echo of her own words, the ones she used to downplay the most extreme danger, resonated between them. Ash was quoting her, not mockingly, but with the same absolute conviction she usually projected. After a few seconds of silence where only the wind howling through the cracks of the plateau could be heard, Nephi's walked towards him, unsheathing her sword with a metallic sound that cut through the air. "I'll accompany you," she stated. "It's not necessary," Ash retorted, although he knew arguing with her was like trying to stop an avalanche. "I can do it alone. I need to test something." Nephi's reached his side and stared at him intently, with those eyes that seemed to see beyond flesh and bone. "We're partners, Ash. And I'd hate to see you die from a simple venom in some alley," she said, making a direct reference to the scare they'd had that very morning with the fallen beast. Ash sighed, but couldn't help the corner of his lips from curling slightly. Nephi's didn't ask for permission, she simply established reality. And the reality was that, despite his new sensations, having the changing star watching his back was an advantage no sane man would refuse. "All right," Ash conceded, nodding. "But I'm warning you, we're going to fight abominations until the sun comes up. Non-stop. I want to clear this sector of the city." Nephi sheathed her sword for a moment to adjust her gear, a gesture of approval on her face. "That's fine. I've been somewhat bored these last few days," she replied with a naturalness that would have horrified any other sleeper. "Keeping myself focused for a while will do me good." Ash looked her up and down, shaking his head as he began to descend towards the ruins. "You're weird, changing star. Really weird." Nephi's followed closely, her light step making no sound on the loose stones. "Look who's talking," she replied with a touch of hidden amusement in her voice. As they descended from the plateau, the air grew denser, laden with a stench of sulfur and stagnant mud. Ash's first target wasn't a coincidence, his instinct guided him towards a sunken plaza where the ground seemed to pulse. "There they are," Ash whispered, pointing towards what was once a botanical garden. From the cracks in the stone emerged the first mud lizards. They were repulsive creatures, about 2 meters long, with rough, earthy-colored skin that blended perfectly with the ruins. Their eyes, located on the sides of their flat heads, glowed with a pale light upon detecting the intruder's heat. Without needing an order, both launched into the attack. Ash moved with a fluidity bordering on the supernatural, dodging the lizard's lateral tail swipes while his sword sought the soft joints between their scales. Nephi's, for her part, was a whirlwind of white precision. Each slash of her blade left a trail of heat that incinerated the abomination's viscous flesh. The fight lasted several minutes, the ground quickly becoming covered in dark blood. However, just as the last of the younglings fell, a dull roar made the walls of the surrounding buildings vibrate. From a burrow beneath the central fountain, the leader emerged, an awakened demon. It was twice the size of the others, with bony horns sprouting from its back and a speed that didn't match its mass. Its first charge was so violent it forced Nephi's to retreat to cover a flank, leaving Ash face to face with the beast. Ash felt fatigue beginning to weigh on his muscles, but then he remembered the resource he kept for moments like this. "Blood sacrifice," he roared mentally. Upon activating his sword's enchantment, he felt a violent pull in his veins. The essence of the creatures he had just killed was drained by the blade, and in an instant, a tide of vitality coursed through his body. His stamina was restored, and his energy, which had begun to falter, blazed anew. With a battle cry, Ash dodged a bite from the demon and plunged his steel deep into the creature's chest, twisting the blade to ensure death. The demon let out a final death rattle and collapsed. After collecting the soul fragments and consuming them, Ash felt that strange presence inside him calm somewhat, fed by the power obtained. But the night had only just begun. "Let's continue," said Nephi's, cleaning her sword. This was just the warm-up. The following hours were a blur of violence and strategy. They moved through different districts, hunting relentlessly. In areas where the abominations were too numerous or powerful, like a herd of iron gargoyles guarding an ancient bridge, Ash used his ability to attract them towards the territory of other creatures. They would sit in the shadows of buildings, silently watching as two groups of monsters tore each other apart, then move in to finish off the wounded survivors. It was an efficient and brutal way to gain soul fragments without exhausting their own strength. When the sun finally began to peek out, tinting the sky with those grayish, dying colors so typical of the Dark City, both began the journey back. Their expressions reflected extreme exhaustion, deep dark circles, clothes stained with a mixture of blood of different colors, and slow, heavy movements. They had kept their word, they hadn't stopped all night. Upon reaching the shelter on the plateau, the warmth of the small house welcomed them. Ash didn't even have the strength to remove all his armor. Without saying a word, and without thinking about anything but the weight of his eyelids, Ash collapsed onto a pile of abomination pelts that served as a bed. Sleep claimed him before his head touched the leather. A few hours later, when he woke up, he summoned the infinite water bottle. After quenching his thirst, he left the house and saw Nephi's, who was meditating with her eyes closed. She wished him good morning, and Ash repeated the greeting. He sat back down on the edge of the plateau and observed the ruined city. After a few moments, he decided to check his runes. "If I remember correctly, I had 278 soul fragments last week," so I should have at least 300, he thought. Name, Ashfall. True name, Dream of Oblivion. Rank, Sleeper. Aspect, Ghost. Aspect rank, Divine. Soul Fragments, 586/1000. Aspect ability, Soul Guide. Innate ability, Guidance. Attributes, Nothing, Blessing of Nothingness, Spark of Divinity, Shadows. Memories, Nebulous Bow, Mist, Cloak, Sword of the Seven, Infinite Spring, Mortal Arrow, Ocarina of Calm, Pale Sting. Echoes. Flaw, Clemency. Ash was surprised to see the number of fragments he had managed to gather in less than a week. Although he hadn't expected to have so many, it was welcome. After all, it had cost him a lot of work to get them. Likewise, he set about studying his 3 new memories. He began with the Mortal Arrow. Upon summoning the memory, he observed the familiar sparks that lasted half a second until a long, thin arrow with a metal tip appeared. Memory, Mortal Arrow. Memory rank, Awakened. Memory level, 2. Memory type, Weapon. Memory description, a hunter believed that to become the best hunter, he only needed one arrow that, once launched, would never miss its target. Enchantments, Tracking return. Tracking enchantment description, when this arrow is shot at a target, the arrow will always hit it. Return enchantment description, this enchantment allows the arrow to be called back. Ash nodded and then set it aside to summon his next memory. Memory, Ocarina of Calm. Memory rank, Ascended. Memory level, I. Memory type, Instrument. Memory description, a musician believed that music wasn't only for livening up nobles' parties, but also for bringing calm and tranquility to anyone in need. Enchantment, Melody of Calm. Melody of Calm enchantment description, when a melody is played, the enchantment activates, bringing tranquility and rest to the afflicted and exhausted. Ash blinked as he read the runes. He looked at the ocarina, which wasn't very impressive. It had 9 holes and a mouthpiece to blow air into and emit sound. An idea occurred to him, but he decided to test it later. Finally, he summoned his last memory. A long, single sharp blade appeared in his hand. Its shape was similar to a needle, bone-white in color. The sting was thin and long, he estimated it was about 130 centimeters long, with an extremely fine tip. Memory, Pale Sting. Memory rank, Ascended. Memory level, 2. Memory type, Weapon. Enchantments, Breaking Point, Piercing. Breaking Point enchantment description, this sting allows attacking a specific point to break even the most resistant thing. Piercing enchantment description, the tip of this sting pierces everything in its path, as if resistance did not exist. Chapter 46, Together Again. 2 days had passed since that frenetic assault with Nephi's. 2 days in which Ash hadn't allowed himself a single second of weakness. Now, on the 7th night since their arrival in the Dark City, he moved like a true exhalation through the ruins. He was alone, but he had never felt more lethal. He had learned to deploy the Shroud of Mist to its full extent, creating a zone of white death that disoriented his enemies. Within that mist, Ash wasn't a man, he was a ghost. With the pale needle in his right hand, combat had become a science of surgical precision. Thanks to the piercing and breaking point enchantments, the bodies of fallen abominations and demons felt like wet paper under his blade. If combat dragged on, the Sword of the Seven came into play. Blood sacrifice allowed him to drain the essence of the fallen to mend his own flesh and recover lost energy, turning him into an engine of perpetual destruction. He had just finished with a mist demon, a creature that used to be the nightmare of sleepers due to its ability to camouflage itself. Ash, however, had hunted it in its own element. The pale needle had pierced the creature's core before it could even land a swipe. Ash stood still, sensing through his innate ability how the other vibrations of hostile life remained a few hundred meters away. The silence after the battle was absolute. With a thought, he invoked his runes. Soul shards, 626/1000. After gathering the demon's fragments and crushing them with his palm, he felt the flow of power coursing through his system. The counter updated quickly. Soul shards, 642/1000. Slow, but steady, he murmured to himself. He moved cautiously towards a new area, a place where the air felt heavier and the smell of stale incense and old stone permeated the environment, the ancient cathedral. From the entrance of the ruined Gothic arches, Ash stopped. His yellow eyes scanned the depths of the hallways wrapped in a darkness that not even his mist could fully penetrate. He could feel it. A massive presence, cold and overflowing with such pure murderous intent that it made the hair on his arms stand on end. The Black Knight was there, patrolling the hallways with his armor resonating against the marble, killing anything that dared to profane his domain. Ash tightened his grip on the hilt of his sword but didn't take a step forward. He knew where his limit was. He still wasn't strong enough to face that guardian, much less to descend into the depths where the Lord of the Dead guarded the necessary key. The Weaver's Mask, that fragment of destiny he so longed for, would have to wait a little longer. Releasing a sigh that turned into a small cloud of vapor, Ash turned around. There was no glory in unnecessary suicide. "Someday," he whispered. He dove back into his own mist, disappearing from the cathedral's view, returning to the shadows of the city to continue feeding the presence that grew within him. The night gave him no respite, but Ash didn't seek it either. He moved through the outer districts like a silent scythe, reaping the life of every awakened monster that crossed his path. His rhythm was methodical: detect, stalk, pierce with the pale needle, and consume. The counter of his soul vibrated with each death, rising steadily until, just as the nameless sun began to show its pale and sickly light on the horizon, the runes glowed with a new number, 715 fragments. Ash stopped on the roof of a tilted house, his muscles burning from the sustained effort. He summoned the infinite spring and drank greedily, feeling how the fresh water returned some humanity to him. While catching his breath, he closed his eyes and expanded his perception. In the distance, he could feel two familiar presences. Cassie and Sunny moved quickly, but in the opposite direction of the brilliant castle. Has a whole week already passed, he wondered, wiping the sweat from his forehead. In this place, where time was measured in blood and interrupted sleep cycles, it was easy to lose count of the passing days. He stretched, listening to how his vertebrae cracked one by one, before heading back towards the outer settlement. As he advanced, he passed by the remains of his nightly carnage. The corpses of abominations lay scattered through the alleys, hollow and dull after having their soul cores ripped out. Making a quick calculation, Ash estimated that he had dispatched between 40 and 60 creatures that night. It was an impressive number for any sleeper, although a grimace of dissatisfaction crossed his face as he reviewed his mental inventory, not a single new memory. The nightmare spell was being stingy. He walked for an hour under the grayish light of dawn. When the first shacks of the settlement came into view, he deactivated the shroud of mist enchantment. The thick mist that had escorted him all night slowly dissipated, revealing his tired but alert figure. It didn't take long to see them. Amidst the chaos of hungry sleepers and ruined buildings, he spotted Sunny and little Cassie. They seemed to be looking for something or someone urgently. Sunny was the first to notice his presence. His expression was a mix of relief and that characteristic irritation of his, while Cassie, despite her blindness, turned her head in his direction as if she could feel him approaching. Ash approached, stopping a few meters from the duo, and smiled, something that disconcerted Sunny since he had never seen his friend smile before. "Hello, Sunny, Cassie. Glad to see you after a week," he expressed in a lively tone. "Who are you? And what did you do to my friend?" Sunny asked suspiciously. "What do you mean who I am? I'm Ash, of course." "You're lying. Ash isn't that expressive." Ash rolled his eyes and then sighed. A soft giggle was heard, making both of them look at the blind girl who was holding back her laughter. "Oh, how I missed this, said Cassie. Cass, don't be fooled, it could be an abomination pretending to be Ash, you just have to see that smile he has. Sonny, said Cassie, looking at the boy. I'm blind, I can't see him. Sonny blinked, feeling stupid. Ash shook his head. I thought better of you, Sunless. You're a bad person. Wait a moment, said Sonny. Are you two messing with me? Sonny looked at Cassie, then looked at Ash. Both had a slight smile on their faces. You too. Sonny didn't finish his curse, so he simply changed the subject abruptly. Where's Neff? Sonny asked. I thought she'd be with you. She's probably at the house. And angry, maybe very angry. Sonny raised an eyebrow. Oh, and what did you do to make her angry? Well, Ash murmured, starting to walk, making both of them follow. It's a bit complicated. It was yesterday afternoon, he began to explain. I was determined to explore more ruins. By yourself? Cassie asked. At night? Sonny asked. Yes, and yes, he answered both questions. The point is that Nephi's didn't like the idea very much, since I almost died and all that last time I let my guard down, and if it weren't for her aspect, I'd be dead. Sonny and Cassie's eyes widened before they could ask. Ash continued his explanation. That was 2 days ago. That night I set out to make myself stronger by killing awakened beasts, but Nephi's accompanied me. After fighting for an entire night and resting, I decided to return, but let's say Nephi's refused me. And what did you do? Cassie asked. Oh, I simply escaped. Sonny and Cassie stood frozen, staring at Ash with their mouths open. You escaped? Wait, how? Sonny asked incredulously. I simply waited for her to fall asleep and left. So, in conclusion, I'll just leave you near where we're staying and then I'll go away, for a few hours at least. Try, if possible, to keep her from killing me. Ash turned to look at Sonny and Cassie. In exchange, I'll give you this Ascended Soul Shard. It's a good deal, right? Sorry, Ash, you're on your own, said Sonny. No, said Cassie. And thus, Ash Fall's hopes came to an end. Ash sighed, put away the soul shard, and continued walking with a melancholic aura around him. Another 10 minutes of walking passed until they reached the edge of the slum, where a initially spacious dwelling stood, built and patched together with the best materials that could be rescued from the ruins. Ash stopped. Nephi's is in there, he pointed at the house. So see you, maybe tomorrow or in 2 days. Ash turned to leave when he heard a voice that belonged to neither Sonny nor Cassie. Upon hearing it, all color drained from his skin. Oh, Ash, it's good to see you, said Changing Star, leaning against a wall. Ash slowly turned his head to look at Changing Star, who was wearing a coarse tunic, with a piece of rope tied around her waist. Ash wondered why Nephi's was wearing that and not her armor. As if reading his mind, Nephi's spoke. A fight against an abomination that came out of nowhere, she replied, and then gave a disturbing smile that made Sonny scared. Cassie, even being blind, felt a chill down her spine. And Ash, he was sweating profusely. Do you have something to say? Nephi's asked. Not in the face, please, I need it. Nephi's smiled, her knuckles turning white. Don't worry, I'll heal it afterward. Sonny looked at Cassie. Hey Cass, should we go ahead? Sonny asked. How curious, I was about to say the same thing. And so, the duo simply advanced without stopping or looking back when a loud thud was heard and something hitting the ground. Dash. Note, here ends the first part of this story with the group of 4 reunited again. It was quite difficult to write the interaction between Ash and Nephi's due to their personalities, but somehow I managed it and I think it turned out well. Well, I estimate that this complete arc will take me at least another 40 chapters to finish, so it will be around 80 or 90 chapters. If you noticed, Ash is beginning to change, being quite different compared to the beginning. Well, that's all from me. Just leave me comments about what you think of this story so far. I like reading them even if I don't reply. Before I forget, the reason Ash can see the enchantments and the memories level is because of the blessing of nothingness. It functions similarly to divine lineages. Well, that's all for now. Chapter 47, Charla. After a few minutes, Ash, Nephi's, Sunny, and Cassie were inside the cabin made of stone and wood, patched with the hides of nightmare creatures. Wow, this place needs some renovations, Sunny said, looking around the spacious area. Nephi's didn't say anything and simply shrugged. Ash let out a slight yawn. His face was perfectly normal except for one small detail, his right eye was slightly swollen and bruised. Do you want breakfast? Nephi's asked, approaching a flimsy wooden table near one of the walls, covered by a piece of cloth. Removing the cloth revealed a pile of juicy roasted meat. Where the hell did you get so much meat? We thought you'd starve out here in the outer settlement. You have a very poor perception of us, Sunny, Ash said. This city is full of abominations. It's not difficult, just kill one and you have meat. What Ash said. There are regular monster attacks that reach the outer settlement. I and others kill them and divide the parts. Upon hearing that, Cassie paused. But I thought Gunlag's men were supposed to fight nightmare creatures. They do if the castle is attacked, whether from the hillside or from the sky. If the monsters come from the path, they usually can't be bothered to do anything, Nephi's explained. Yeah, that's true. So then why would you choose to live in this pit of all places? Nephi's was silent for a few seconds before answering. It's quiet here. She then turned towards a window. I like it. Sunny looked at Ash, seeking a better answer. Ash shrugged. Don't ask me, Ash said, eating a piece of roasted meat. After a while, everyone was eating the abomination meat. Ash summoned the endless bottle, passing it around among them. After filling their stomachs, Nephi's looked at Sunny with a calm but intense expression. What have you learned about the castle? Ash listened superficially to Sunny's explanation about the ancient fortress, the 6 divisions of the castle and their relationships with each other, and other things that didn't interest him. Then came the talk about the sleepers. There were about 1,000 or so sleepers inside the accursed city. As well as the revelation that Castor was in the Dark City. He also heard about the incident 2 days ago with Jubei, who died at the hands of Gunlag's servant. This left a slightly sour taste in his mouth. Ever since his emotions had started returning, he'd been having a hard time staying calm. He still didn't know why he was recovering his emotions now, but he suspected it was related to the presence inside his soul sea. Ash simply remained silent, listening to the informational talk between Sunny and Nephi's, while concentrating on feeling the other presence in his soul sea. Even using his guide aspect, he couldn't find it. He could feel it but never see it. It was like searching for a needle in a haystack, or well, amidst a mist. So, what's inside the spire? I deduce it's nothing pleasant. Otherwise, there wouldn't be 1,000 sleepers who chose to live in a city full of ferocious monsters instead of going there. A fallen terror, Nephi said, making Sunny freeze. So going there is suicide? Not necessarily, Ash interjected, causing Nephi's, Sunny, and Cassie to look at him. What do you mean, Ash? Cassie asked. Well, as Nephi said, the door is guarded by a fallen terror, but it's not inside the spire. We can ignore the fallen terror and use the door without needing to kill it. Yeah, but how will we even reach the Crimson Spire? When 2 full cohorts died. That's because there is a way to achieve it, Ash said, looking at Nephi's. Right. The fragments, said Changing Star. Fragments? Do you mean soul fragments? Cassie asked, confused. No. There are 7 memories that bear the name fragments. Sunny, you have one of those memories, the midnight fragment. Sunny put on a thoughtful look before quickly making some connections. The seals Cassie mentioned in her vision. Exactly, Ash interjected. The first night we arrived and you guys went to the castle, I used my ability to find something interesting. Ash paused to better organize his thoughts. It was a library with engravings that told part of the history of this place. To summarize, there were 7 heroes: the knight, the builder, the assassin, the priestess, the lord, the rogue, and another one I don't remember. Those 7 heroes used 7 weapons named fragments to seal the Dark Sea. The conclusion we reached is that if we gather these 7 memories, we can open the Crimson Spire and, in theory, seal the Dark Sea. Sunny's eyes widened. Do you think it will work? Cassie asked. It's not about whether it will work or not. We don't have a choice in this. Sunny sighed. Still, how are we going to get these memories or even accomplish all of this? What's the plan? We're going to create a hunting party, Nephi said. Entering the Dark City blindly is dangerous, even with Ash's aspect. Sunny's right, Cassie said. Yet, we'll need to recruit a scout. Someone with experience in this city to speed up the process. Do you have someone in mind? Sunny asked. Nephi's nodded, her eyes shining with intensity. Yes. We'll go see her later. But first, tell me every detail of what you've learned about the castle. Every name, every aspect, every ability and flaw you've been able to deduce. Every complaint from the people and every plan they hide. I need to know everything. Sure, no problem. But I'll warn you, this is going to be long. I've been very busy snooping around, you know. Changing Star made a gesture with her head. There's no rush. Ash looked at Sunny, then at Nephi's, and then vice versa. For an instant, his brow furrowed without anyone noticing. A slight annoyance or irritation grew inside him upon seeing them. Then, as quickly as it appeared, it simply faded away completely. Chapter 48, A Debt Collected in Blood. After a few hours of long, boring conversation, Sunny's report finally ended. It was a relief. Ash was the type of person who was direct in his actions without giving an extensive explanation behind them. So, who is this scout you want to recruit? There can't be many experienced hunters in the outer settlement, right? And each one must have their own hunting party. How are we going to convince one to join us? Nephi's was silent for a few seconds, then said. Yes. Everyone who's worth something has their own party, except for one person. But convincing her won't be easy. Actually, you already know her. It's Effie. Sunny blinked, then opened his mouth and let out an, "Hey!" Dash. A while later, the 4 of them were standing in front of a cabin built from uneven stone blocks salvaged from the ruins. It was reinforced with monster hides in various places. The house was in better condition than most of the hovels in the outer settlement. A decoration that Ash liked was a large Vestia skull hanging over the door. Its forehead was split as if it had died from a devastating impact. After Nephi's knocked on the door about 3 times, an annoyed voice sounded from inside. Nephi's turned, looking at Sunny and then at Ash. Sunny, Ash, turn around. Why? Ash asked. Just do it. Your shadow too, Sunny. The pair of guys turned just in time for the door to open. Who the hell is? Oh, it's you. Put on a memory, Effie. Please, asked Changing Star. After 1 or 2 seconds, they turned around to see the huntress in a short piece of cloth. Here. Better, she asked, now wearing the armor they had seen her in a week ago. So, you're back together, hey? Judging by how clean and shiny the other 2 look, I'm guessing your stay in the castle was pleasant. Not especially. Like you said, the atmosphere there is, well, an acquired taste, I suppose. Effie smiled upon hearing Sunny. Well said. Anyway, what can I help you with? Nephi's gestured towards the door. Can we come in? Sure. Why not? Upon entering the house, Ash observed that there were many hides of awakened beasts and some from monsters, a fireplace, a bed, and a patched-up table. So, what's so important that you had to wake me up so early in the morning? You haven't hunted since the day we met, have you? Effie yawned, still tired. No. I'll go back to the ruins when I run out of meat. I think it'll be in a couple of days. Nephi's nodded. When you do, come with us. Be our scout. Effie stared intently at Nephi's for a few moments before bursting into laughter. Ah, that was a good one. Do you want me to be your babysitter too? She asked, amused. No offense, kids, but you just arrived at the Dark City. You're inexperienced. The best hunters here wanted me to join their groups, and I rejected them all. Do you know why? Most hunting parties share the loot. Each hunter keeps a portion to eat and sells the rest to the people in the district. But due to your flaw, you can't afford to do the same. You need all the sustenance a hunt can provide. The more companions you have, the smaller your share will be. So you hunt alone and never sell the meat from your kills, only their hides. Effie whistled, impressed by what Nephi said. I see someone's been doing their homework. We can solve that problem. Nephi's began, but Effie interrupted her. Stop. Good guess, but you're wrong. That's not why I rejected all those hunters. Nephi's blinked, surprised. She paused for almost 10 seconds and then asked why, with confusion. Because they're weak. They're all weak. Even the most successful ones are. And do you know why? Effie's eyes gleamed with malice. They're weak because Gunlag will never allow anyone strong to exist outside his control. So. I won't be your guide, princess. I'm sorry. Ash decided to end this conversation. And if we prove to you that we're not weak? He asked, making the two look at him. Oh yeah? And how do you plan to do that? Effie asked. Ash shrugged. Who knows? Maybe if I kill one of Gunlag's hunters or bring you the corpse of a fallen monster, would you reconsider? Effie smiled, amused. Fine. Do what you say, and I'll join you. I'll be your scout or whatever, Effie said, having nothing really to lose. Well, see you in a few hours then. Dash. When the four of them stepped back outside, Sunny looked at Ash. What was all that? Kill one of Gunlag's hunters or a fallen monster. That's crazy. Sunny's right, Ash, that's way too risky. Ash sighed. It's not. I have confidence in my strength. If you want, you can see for yourselves. Let's go to the castle. I'm going to collect a debt. Sunny looked at Nephi's for an explanation, but Changing Star was just as confused as he was. Dash. The trio followed Ash towards the castle gates. The sun was still high in the sky, and there were several hours left until twilight. Ash, what are you planning? Cassie asked. Nothing complicated. That hunter you mentioned, Andal, owes me about 20 soul fragments, so I'm going to collect. Sunny frowned. All this over a gambling debt? Yes. Sunny was about to ask something else when they reached the gates where the guards were stationed. Halt! What business do you have in the Bright Castle? Come to pay tribute, scum, asked a sleeper. I want to enter, but not to pay your tribute, Ash said calmly, then added, I'm here to invoke the right of challenge. The guards stood frozen. After 1 or 2 seconds, one of them frowned. Stop joking, kid. Shut your mouth and leave if you want to live. Just get out of my way. Don't make me waste my time. Ash's eyes shone with a cold, sinister light that made the guards flinch slightly. Finally, one of the guards turned around, gesturing for them to follow, leading them inside the castle. Ash stopped, looking at Jabei's new skull hanging from the gates. Once inside, Ash followed the guard towards a large hall in the castle, where the guard told them to wait until they were called. Ash maintained a calm expression. Finally, Sunny couldn't hold back any longer and spoke. "What are you planning, Ash? You're not going to fight one of Gunlag's lieutenants, are you?" Ash raised an eyebrow. "That doesn't matter to me. Lieutenant or not, I don't care." That was all he said. When the guard returned, he led them inside where a tall man with unkempt beard and a furrowed brow was waiting. "Did I hear correctly? One of you four wants to invoke the right of challenge." "Yes," Ash said calmly. "You know what that means, don't you, kid?" Ash rolled his eyes. "Yes," he repeated. The tall hunter sighed. "Listen, it's true that anyone has the right to invoke the right of challenge. But risking your life is just plain stupid. I'm sure you had to suffer a lot to get here. Almost everyone here did. So, how about you think it over a bit more and reconsider?" "This is starting to annoy me," Ash thought, irritated at having to talk so much. "There's nothing to reconsider." The hunter shook his head. "Fine, do what you want then. Who have you come to accuse?" "The scout known as Andal." The hunter blinked for a few moments while the sleepers who had gathered whispered among themselves. "As I said last time, I am the leader of both the hunters and the scouts. Any crime they commit in the line of duty is mine, so I will answer for him." He looked at Ash. "Do you wish to challenge me?" Ash looked at Gemma. The atmosphere began to fill with an oppressive silence in the hall. "I'm not here to accuse him of murdering the youth from the outer settlement. I'm here to accuse him of theft. Andal lost a considerable sum of soul fragments gambling but refused to pay. That is theft. Since he did it in his free time and not while carrying out his official duties, you have nothing to do with this." "A gambling debt? Did Aiko send you?" Gemma asked, confusion in his voice. "No," was the simple answer. "The one Andal owes soul fragments to is me. His debt is with me, not with the other," Ash explained. "It's just a gambling debt. I can pay the fragments myself, and we can all." "It's not about the fragments, Gemma. It's about justice, and about law. After all, law is the only guide in this dark world. Without its light, there is only darkness," Ash said with a cold smile, looking at Gemma. The leader of the hunters knew that if he refuted those words, it would be like refuting the Bright Lord himself. Gemma looked at one of the guards and spoke in a dark tone. "Go get Andal. Tell that bastard that after he kills this idiot, we'll have a long conversation about his life choices." He then looked at Ash, who maintained his calm face. "And you, say your goodbyes and prepare for battle." "Oh, and what's your name? Tell us, so that at least we'll remember you." Ash blinked. "Who I am doesn't matter." "Whatever you say, boy," Gemma said, leaving the room in silence. Ash simply summoned his sword of 7. The long sword had a deep blue blade, near the hilt was the symbol of 7 stars. 1 or 2 minutes passed until Andal finally appeared. Ash turned to look at Andal, who was exactly as he remembered him when he lost all his fragments at the gambling house. "I'm here," he informed in an annoyed tone. "Do you know why you've been summoned?" Gemma asked. "Some idiot wants to challenge me? Fine. I was so sorry I let Harus have all the fun last time," Andal said. When Andal looked in Ash's direction, he frowned. "You little shit," Andal said. "Idiot, I've come to collect," Ash said with a slight smile. "Let's see if your stupid luck with cards favors you now." Gemma gestured to the guards, who moved all the spectators aside, making space for the fight to the death. Andal summoned his memory, a kind of knife-like sword that became incredibly sharp. Andal ran at full speed, closing the distance between him and Ash in the blink of an eye. In the next instant, Andal swung his sword diagonally, directly at his neck. The sword simply slid through the misty cloak without leaving even a simple mark on the fabric. Ash didn't move at all. Andal swung his sword in a thrust straight at Ash's head. Ash turned his head slightly to the side, intentionally letting a long cut open on his cheek. Before Andal could react, a sword pierced completely through his chest. The scout's eyes opened wide as a trickle of blood dripped from his mouth. In view of everyone, Andal's body began to thin at a terrifying speed. His muscles deflated and dried up, leaving only bone. His skin hung limply over his body, his face wrinkled and sank like a raisin. With a simple gesture, Ash withdrew his sword, letting Andal fall to the ground with a dry sound. Andal raised his hand with his sunken eyes. The last thing he saw was a pair of yellow eyes looking at him with such disdain that he was considered less than an insect. An instant later, Andal lost his strength and died. Dash. Ash simply brought a hand to his chin as if thinking about something. Then he simply dismissed his sword, turned around, and walked towards the door. He stopped, looked back at Andal, and approached. Using his sword, he simply cut off the head and took it with him. That was for Jubei. I suppose, he said with a voice devoid of emotion on his face. Ash heard the spell whisper in his head. You have slain a dormant human, Andal. Your soul grows stronger. Dash. A few minutes later, the quartet was outside the castle. What the hell was that? Sunny asked, still stunned by seeing how the scout had dried up like a raisin in seconds. Well, I was a bit angry. I liked Jubei while we played, and finding out about his death affected me a bit, so I took revenge into my own hands, he explained. Yeah, but you drained him like a raisin, Cassie said. It's because of my memory and its enchantment. If I'm wounded, I can absorb blood or anything to regenerate or recover my stamina, he explained. Of course, he could have destroyed Andal's soul with his bare fists, but he wanted it mostly intact to confirm something with the thing living in his soul. And now what? Nephi's asked. I'll kill some fallen monster. It should take me an hour or two. You're crazy, Sunny said. I'll take that as a compliment. Dash. A few hours later, the sun had set. The four found themselves again in front of the house where Effie lived. Effie opened the door before they could knock, irritated. It seemed she had been bothered throughout the day. What's all this commotion? Can't a girl have one day of? Effie stopped upon seeing them. Without saying anything, Ash unwrapped a cloth, revealing the shriveled head of Andal. An instant later, behind him, a sea of sparks emerged, revealing a massive raven about 5 meters tall, its wings spanning twice its body length. Its feathers were as black as night, with black claws capable of cutting the toughest steel. Can we talk now? Effie, looking at the two presents, spoke in a somber voice, come in. Dash. Ash dismissed his new flying echo, which belonged to a fallen devil that had been unlucky enough to be wounded. Even so, it had been a difficult and close battle which they barely survived, but it was worth it. Once inside, Effie looked at the four, more specifically at Ash. What the hell have you done, quiet kid? She asked. Ash adopted a mental image of Nephi's, tilted his head, and frowned slightly. Then, with a touch of genuine confusion in his voice, he said. You wanted me to prove my strength, didn't you? Effie looked at the head Ash was holding. Oh, that head, it belonged to. Effie interrupted him. I know whose head it is. Where did you get it? Before Ash could answer, Sunny gave a brief summary of everything that had happened earlier, after their morning conversation. And just to add, Nephi's is stronger than me, Ash finished with boredom. Effie was silent. A long, deep silence. Then she threw her head back and burst out laughing. Oh my god! Seriously? This is priceless. I wish you could have seen their faces. After laughing, Effie looked at Ash with a dark but cheerful expression. All right, you've proven your point. But there's something you need to know. When I refused to join the host, Gunlag made it clear that if he couldn't have me, no one else would. Since then, any group that dared to invite me to join them ended up regretting their decision. By hiring me as your guide, you'll be putting yourself in his crosshairs. Are you sure you want to do this? After she said that, there was a brief silence before Sunny spoke. It's a little late to worry about that now, don't you think? Later that night, while everyone was sleeping, Ash had his eyes closed, being inside his soul sea. He was walking in the depths of his soul sea, enveloped in a mist, feeling that same presence. But this time it was much stronger than before and came from one direction. He advanced in silence for what seemed like hours until he finally stopped. Not because he couldn't go further, but because he felt a sense of unease. Due to his attributes, Ash could feel the mist, being closely related to it, even to nothingness itself. However, in his soul sea, the mist and nothingness were part of his natural domain, but, why, from this point onward, did he lose his connection to it? It wasn't that he couldn't feel it, but that it simply refused to obey him. That, added to the sea of emotions he felt at that moment. Joy, anger, lust, pride, madness, different and varied emotions. After studying a bit, Ash came to the conclusion that this was the origin of his change, from where that mysterious presence emerged and why he had his emotions back. Ash left it for later and focused only on studying his new Echo. Echo, Steel Raven. Type of Echo, Devil. Echo Core, Ascended. Attributes, Magnetism Lightning Rod Dark Mantle Lesser Steel Body. Echo Abilities, Mantle of the Storm. Description of Magnetism, Born in the Skies. The black steel body uses its senses to feel electromagnetic signals and uses them for flight. Description of Lightning Rod. The steel body of the raven attracts lightning to itself to enhance its abilities and power. Description of Dark Mantle. As a creature born of the night, its instinct is that of a silent hunter. While surrounded by darkness and shadows, its power will increase. Description of Lesser Steel Body. Feeding on hard metals, its body integrated the properties of steel, granting it unparalleled resistance. Description of Mantle of the Storm. Electricity can be used both inside and outside its body. Reading the runes, he smiled. This would undoubtedly advance many things he had in mind once he became an awakened. Chapter 49, The Hunt. The next morning, they were preparing to go hunting. A small group of residents from the slums gathered to see them off, their dark eyes burning with a mixture of hope and anguish. Ash felt a bit uncomfortable being watched by the sleepers who had heard about his actions the previous day, which turned out to be somewhat awkward. When they were ready to leave for the ruins, suddenly the sleepers stepped aside, revealing Castor approaching them. Lady Nephise, Hunter Athena, Kasha, Sunny, Ashfall. Good morning, everyone. I, Castor of the Han Li clan, would like to join your hunting group. Will you accept me? Asked the legacy. Several seconds passed in tense silence until Nephise answered. If you want. Thus, the group of 5 became a group of 6. The hunt was surprisingly easy. Ash didn't even have to lift a finger, as all the risk was taken by Castor and Nephise. The fight itself lasted no more than 1 or 2 minutes, compared to the nearly 3 hours of travel they had to cover. Ash just yawned, leaning against a wall to watch. His main job was to use his ability to sense if any abominations beyond demon class were approaching and warn them. After the nightmare creature's death, they butchered it, taking all the meat. Before sunset, they were already near the marble arch at the foot of the hill. After giving a good portion of the loot to Effie, Nephise looked at the other 4. I would like the 4 of you to entrust your share of the meat to me. After a second, Cassie agreed. Ash also had no reason to refuse, knowing what Changing Star was planning, and then Castor agreed. Out of the corner of his eye, Ash glanced at Sunny for a moment but said nothing. In the end, Sunny agreed. When they arrived at the outer settlement, Nephi's divided the remaining portion into 2 parts. The smaller part she gave to Cassie, and the larger portion she placed on the white stones in front of the cabin. "What are you doing?" Nephi's looked at Sunny and then pointed to the small package of meat in Cassie's hands. "This is for our sustenance. We'll eat this meat until our next hunt." Ash silently moved away from the spot, ignoring the rest of Changing Star's words. In the end, he stopped at the side of the enormous white stone arch, looking at more ruins of the city while the shadow of the spire covered all the surrounding space. He could still feel the dawn fragment thousands of kilometers from his current position within the underworld. With the help of his flying echo, it would take him about a month or 2, as he planned to grow stronger along the way. After about 2 hours, Ash returned to the rest of the group. They had finished distributing the meat for free to the sleepers, who now looked with a bit more desire to live. "Where were you, Ash?" Cassie asked. "Just walking for a while," Ash replied. "What happened? What did Nephi's do?" "A speech." Cassie smiled slightly. "Do you want me to repeat it?" "No thanks." After that day, things moved quickly. Every 2 days, they had to go hunting. Since there weren't always beasts, they had to fight awakened monsters. Ash even had to join the fight to kill a really annoying awakened monster with extremely tough, cut-resistant skin. He had to use his mist and the pale needle to destroy its soul after multiple attacks. Though he had to admit the meat was delicious when roasted. They went hunting after that fight, and then again. Each time, they gave their share to Effie, kept a small portion for themselves, and distributed the rest to the sleepers in the outer settlement. After about 2 weeks of this, the cohort had gained considerable renown. First, there was Nephi's, who was known as a fearsome fighter, easily one of the strongest sleepers, rivaling the hunters' lieutenants. Then there was Castor, who earned respect and adoration thanks to his affable personality. With Nephi's, Castor, and Effie acting as the core, they drew all the attention, leaving Ash in the background. He was considered one of Changing Star's followers, as well as a skilled warrior for killing Andal. Cassie had earned trust by distributing meat for free, added to her appearance as a sweet and tragic girl. Foremost, she was the kind heart of the group. Her recognition was equal to or greater than Ash's, who didn't really care about fame. Then there was Sunny, who went unnoticed. Without any notable feats, most considered him a mere support member of the group. Useless at best, a burden at worst. Ash could easily guess the emotions the destined boy felt as he saw all his efforts relegated, ignored, pushed to an outer plane that didn't fit the image. That night, Ash was sitting at the edge of the road before standing up, sensing a dangerous abomination approaching. Summoning his echo, he climbed onto its back and moved forward. After a few minutes of flight, he encountered a large fallen demon. The battle was tough, but in the end, they won. When Ash returned, he was about to get some sleep when Sunny, Nephi's, and Castor came out. "Something is heading this way," Nephi said. Ash used his ability, and one of his eyebrows twitched. "It's a devil." "About 2 kilometers away and approaching," he reported, pointing in the direction it was coming from. The 3 tensed upon learning they would be fighting a devil, but they had no choice, they had to fight. In the end, Ash fought again, this time against an awakened devil accompanied by a small group of abominations. He had to use his echo to eliminate the minions while he, Sunny, Nephi's, and Castor dealt with the larger one. The fight was fierce and brutal. Each of them received a serious wound from the devil. In the end, Nephi's delivered the final blow with her flames, killing the abomination. When morning came, Ash was sitting on some rubble with his sword of 7 beside him. His cloak of mist was stained with abomination blood, his wounds had been treated thanks to blood sacrifice. A few days later, Ash was reviewing his memories, sitting in his favorite spot at the edge of the stone plateau. The sun had set long ago. Hearing footsteps, he turned his head to see Changing Star approaching him. "Hey, Neff," he greeted with a slight smile. "Ash," Nephi said, sitting down beside him. "I see your plan is working," he commented lightly. Nephi was not surprised by this. After all, the idea of being the girl in shining armor, the heroine or the savior in this cursed place had come from Ash nearly a month ago when they were in the ruined library. "So it seems," said Changing Star. "Is it very demanding, isn't it?" Ash asked. "All the sleepers in the outer settlement, or at least most of them, see you as a savior who will bring them hope, who will save them from this place. They see you as someone invincible," Ash commented, grabbing his memory, the long pale needle. It felt cold to the touch, with a comfortable grip. "But in the end, you're also afraid, aren't you? After all, Changing Star is only human." Nephi didn't answer immediately, knowing perfectly well that Ash's words were true. "I suppose so," she murmured, more to herself than to him. "Do you want me to tell you a story?" Nephi looked at him for a moment. "It's been a while since you offered to tell one. I do it on special occasions. Besides, I think you're the only one I haven't told a story just for you." Nephi raised an eyebrow. "What's that supposed to mean?" Ash blinked. "What do you think it means?" he returned the question, tilting his head. Nephi didn't respond. "Well, let me see. I suppose it'll be a short story." Ash thought for a few moments before finding one. Once upon a time, there was an island lost in the middle of the sea, a small, grey place always wrapped in a thick mist that never lifted. The sea beat against its rocky shores with a constant and sad rumble, and the inhabitants, few and quiet, lived looking at the ground, devoted to fishing and tending to their small stone houses. No one remembered a clear sky or a distant horizon anymore. The mist was their world, and their world ended where sight was lost in the haze. On that island lived a girl with large, dark eyes, as curious as the deep sea. From a very young age, she would sit on the shore and stare intently at the white wall that surrounded them. One day, she dared to ask an old fisherman mending his nets. "Sir, what is beyond the mist?" The man looked up, surprised, and then quickly looked down, as if he had looked at something forbidden. "Nothing, child. Just more mist and more sea. There's nothing else." But the girl was not satisfied. She asked her mother, who was making bread, the woodcutter returning from the forest, the woman who tended the goats. The answer was always the same, a gesture of fear, a shrug, a hurriedly whispered "there's nothing." They were terrified of the unknown, of the idea that their small world was not all that existed. The girl, on the other hand, felt that the mist was not a wall, but a question. At the highest point of the island stood a lighthouse. It was an old, solid tower, built from the same grey stone as the houses, but much taller. It had been dark for years, mute and alone, for what was the point of lighting a light if there was no ship that could see it through the mist? One day, the girl, driven by her curiosity, decided to climb. The wooden door gave way with a push, and she began to ascend a spiral staircase that seemed endless. When she finally reached the top, her heart beat strongly. She peered out onto the balcony that surrounded the great lantern. And then she saw it. There, where the mist thinned like a worn veil, she glimpsed a dark, firm line. It was not sea, not haze. It was land. A great, vast land, stretching away on both sides. The girl held her breath. It had not been a dream. Beyond the mist, there was a new world. She ran down, the news burning in her chest. She gathered the people in the square. "There is land," she shouted, pointing to the horizon. "Beyond the mist. I saw it from the top of the lighthouse." The inhabitants looked at each other. Some shook their heads sadly. Others smiled condescendingly. "They're just imaginings, child," said one. "There's only mist. The lighthouse has been dark for years, said another. You can't see anything from there. No one believed her. They took her for a dreamer, a girl with her head in the clouds. And life on the island continued, grey and silent, while the girl looked each day toward the lighthouse, keeping her secret. But one night, everything changed. A fire started in one of the houses, no one knew how. The wind, which sometimes blew strongly, fanned the flames and spread them with terrifying speed. The dry forest crackled and burned like a torch. The inhabitants ran from side to side with buckets of water, but the fire was larger than them, faster, crueler. When dawn tinged the mist red, the island was a smoldering landscape of ash. The houses, the crops, the forests, everything had disappeared. Fear, a new and paralyzing fear, settled in their hearts. They had no food, no shelter, no hope. They huddled on the beach, coughing from the smoke, looking at the sea without direction. The crying of the children mingled with the lament of the adults. Then, the girl stood up. Her face was smudged with soot, but her eyes still shone. I know where we can go, she said, and her voice, though soft, echoed in the desperate silence. I told you about a land beyond the mist. It's not a dream. It exists. The faces, once incredulous, turned toward her. There was no longer skepticism in their gazes, only a desperate need to believe in something. The girl spoke of the land she had seen, of a place where fire had not taken everything from them. And as she spoke, the hearts of the desperate began to fill with something they had forgotten, hope. Little by little, they began to approach. First a few, then many. She gathered those who wanted to follow her and promised to lead them to a better place. A man, still doubtful, asked. But how will we go? We have nothing. The sea is vast and the mist will not let us see. The girl pointed to the silhouette of the lighthouse, rising black against the smoking hills. By the lighthouse. Its light is very powerful. If we light it, it will open a path through the mist. We will follow its light to the other land. A spark of energy returned to the island. With the remains of burnt trees and wood salvaged from the houses, they began to build boats. Small, fragile, but sufficient. They worked tirelessly, driven by the girl's promise. When they were finally ready, a flotilla of small vessels waited on the shore. The girl stood before them, beside the path leading up to the lighthouse. Get into your boats, she said. I will light the light. Follow it without doubt. I will follow behind, in the last boat. Go now. I will be with you as soon as I can. Blind trust. The inhabitants, now her followers, obeyed. They got into the boats, children in their mothers' arms, the elderly holding on with steady hands. When everyone was ready, a blinding flash came from the top of the lighthouse. For the first time in decades, its light pierced the mist like a hot knife, opening a corridor of calm, bright waters toward the horizon. With cries of astonishment and joy, they rowed toward the light. The strip of land the girl had seen grew larger and larger, more defined. At last, their boats touched a beach of golden sand, bathed by a warm sun they had never felt. Behind them, the mist remained closed, but the passage of light remained open for a long stretch. They disembarked, crying and laughing, embracing each other on the shore of this new world. But minutes passed, then hours, and the girl did not arrive. The last boat, hers, was empty on the island's shore, visible as a tiny dot in the distance. Concern grew. Why had she not come? It was then that an old woman, the eldest of the island, burst into tears. Not with tears of joy, but with deep, ancient pain. I know, she whispered between sobs. I remember now. My grandmother told me. The lighthouse, its mechanism is very old. For its light to ignite and stay lit, someone must remain inside. Someone must sacrifice themselves so that others may find the way. A horrified silence took over the beach. Everyone looked back, toward the patch of mist hiding their destroyed home. The girl had known. From the beginning, she had known. That was why she said she would go last. So that no one would hesitate, so that no one would want to take her place. She had given them her life in exchange for theirs. The men and women, strong and rugged, knelt in the sand and wept like children. They wept for her courage, for her kindness, for the light that had guided them. In time, when they built their new home in that fertile, sunny land, they erected a statue at the highest point of the cliff facing the sea and the distant mist. It was the statue of a girl, with large, open eyes, looking toward the horizon. And they called her, with eternal gratitude, their savior. The light of her lighthouse had gone out, but the light of her memory would shine forever in their hearts. What do you think about this story, Nephi's? Ash asked. Nephi's was silent for a few moments before answering in her usual calm tone. The girl knew she would die, Nephi said, turning her gaze back to the fire. She knew lighting the lighthouse meant her end. And she did it anyway. Yes. Why? Ash smiled, a small, sad smile that didn't reach his eyes. That's the question, isn't it? Why does someone sacrifice themselves for others? Why does someone choose to help when they could simply not do it? Nephi's was silent. She was a girl who understood sacrifice better than anyone. She herself carried a destiny that would force her to burn again and again for others. But her sacrifice had a purpose, a goal. Unlike in the story, where the girl only wanted others to live. Changing Star wanted to do things her own way, to achieve it without betraying herself. There's a saying, he who saves one life, saves the entire world. I don't know if it's true. Probably not. But... He shrugged again. But sometimes one life is enough. You don't have to change the fate of humanity for your existence to have been worthwhile. Sometimes you just have to be there for one person who needs it. Ash stood up. I'll go to sleep now. See you, Nephi's. With that, Ash entered the cabin to go to sleep, leaving Changing Star thoughtful. Chapter 50, Farewell. Morning arrived quite quickly. Ash, as always, was the first to wake up just a few minutes before dawn. The cold, slightly salty wind filled his nostrils. As was his custom, he sat at the edge of a large precipice that gave him an impressive view of the accursed city. In the distance, he could sense the abominations killing each other. Letting out a yawn, Ash looked at his fragments. Soul fragments, 832/1000. He needed less than 200 more soul fragments to completely saturate his core. Something he was really pleased about. It had taken him almost 3 months to achieve this result. Though it was a pity that his repertoire of memories was so small. Among all his memories, he regularly used only his armor, the sword, the needle, and the ocarina. He used the bow and arrow but to a much lesser extent. Of course, he knew how to use a spear with some skill, but he wasn't a master. He was more of a swordsman and close-quarters combatant than a spearman or archer. Noticing the first rays of the nameless sun emerging on the horizon, he watched as the sky adorned itself with twilight, then with warmer colors, until returning to its usual gray. Little by little, activity returned to the accursed city. The camp, which had been joined by a small army of sleepers, began preparing breakfast for all those dependent on Changing Star. Summoning the ocarina, he decided to play a certain anime melody that fit the situation quite well. The melody was calm and beautiful, making anyone who heard it feel great peace and calm inside. He played for several minutes until he stopped, sensing someone approaching. Turning his head, Ash looked at Sunny, who had a strange expression on his face. Lost, perhaps? Or someone who didn't know where he stood. Oh, Sunny. What are you doing here? Ash asked. I came for the melody, he replied, looking ahead. I see you're confused. Why don't you sit for a while, he offered, pointing to the other edge. Sunny thought about it for a few moments before shrugging and sitting down. Both remained silent, letting the cold breeze caress their faces. What's bothering you? You've been lost lately, like you don't know where you stand. That's quite assertive of you, the egotist murmured. Let me guess, you feel displaced, with the sensation that you realized your place could easily be replaced by someone else, and no one seems to care. Sunny frowned and nodded. Are you some kind of therapist or psychologist? I have experience dealing with what you're feeling, Sunny, too much. He said that last part in a low voice. What do you think I should do? It's not that I care about being recognized or not, but it feels bad somehow. Ash made a thoughtful sound. Well, what you should do, honestly, I don't know. Everyone has their own way of dealing with their problems, Sunny. Some do it alone, others seek help from their friends, and others simply run away from them. Ash sighed. Right now, what do you think you should do? I don't know. I just want to hit something or kill something. I feel strange in my own home. Do you have doubts? Yes. What are you doubting? What Nephi's is achieving with all this? Ash fell silent. Why don't you talk to her? Excuse me. Talk to Nephi's. Ask her what she's planning, what her plan is. If that's what's causing you doubt, just go and tell her clearly, whether it's good or bad. The answer will give you some kind of clarity. Think about it. Ash stood up, putting his hands in his pockets, leaving Sunny alone. After getting some food, Ash simply limited himself to observing in silence. He watched Harper's arrival and knew that soon he would have plenty of free time. He didn't plan to intervene. He could, of course, it would be easy, very easy, in fact. However, he wouldn't do it. He would only observe in silence. A few days passed quietly, with Ash simply hunting abominations with the cohort every 2 days. After a week of this, he finally felt it. The sun had set, and the dark city was wrapped in darkness. Ash was sitting atop a collapsed house, his legs crossed. He was using his dormant ability to sense Harper's presence. For a few minutes, nothing happened, until it disappeared completely, as if a flame had been instantly extinguished. Harper was dead. Then he sensed Castor's presence approaching. No, that was wrong. Castor had been silently following them and simply waited for one of them to die to join his side, to create a debt. So that's how it originally happened. I suppose legacies are naturally very gossipy, Ash thought with a sigh, looking at the dark sky. Yawning a little, he looked in the direction where he felt the dawn fragment in the underworld. It was time to go find it. He didn't plan on being trapped in this place any longer. The next morning, Ash went to meet Nephi's. Castor, seeing this, tried to stop him, saying Nephi's was busy, but Ash gave him a look that silenced the legacy, knowing perfectly well that if he started a fight, he would die. When he managed to meet with Nephi's, she was looking at a map that showed a huge skull in the northern part of the city, where the moonlight fragment would be. Is something wrong, Ash? Nephi's asked, looking up from the parchment. Yes. I'm leaving, he said calmly. Nephi's froze for a moment, then looked at him with a strange expression. You're leaving? Where? How? Why? Ash sighed. I think I expressed myself poorly. I mean I'm leaving the dark city. I'm going to look for something, and it might take me some time to find it. Nephi's was silent for a few moments. The fragments, she murmured. Yes. I'm the only one who can find them and survive where they are. It might take me a month or 2, maybe 3 at most, he expressed. Nephi's looked at Ash for a few moments before nodding. All right, said Changing Star. Her voice sounded a little disappointed, perhaps. Well, I'll go now. See you. Saying that, Ash simply left the room that served as a meeting hall. Leaving the hut, he noticed that the afternoon would soon begin to fall. He could sense Sunny somewhere. Ash simply walked without looking back. Once he reached the ruins, he activated the enchantment of the Cloak of Mist, then summoned his echo, soaring through the skies toward the lighthouse. Upon reaching the underground tunnels, thanks to his guide ability, it took him less than an hour to reach the fallen tyrant. Focusing on the key, he felt it inside the corpse. The space filled with mist that hid his presence from the tyrant. Approaching the pile of bones in silence, he reached out his hand and grabbed the key, which had a common, ancient appearance, and stored it. He watched curiously as a long, red worm tried unsuccessfully to pierce his cloak of mist. Using the pale needle and soul guide, he managed to kill the fallen beast. Finally, he left the catacombs before nightfall. After exiting, he stayed at the lighthouse where they had first taken refuge when they arrived at the Dark City. The next morning, when the sun had risen, Ash summoned his echo. After mounting its back, he ordered it to head towards the Hollow Mountains. Chapter 51, Journey Through the Sky. The first dawn without the group felt strange. Ash watched as the pale, sickly light of the nameless sun spilled over the horizon, dyeing the ruins of the Dark City in grey and dying tones. Behind him, the camp of Nephi's followers remained asleep. No one had come to say goodbye, or knew he was leaving, but that was fine. He summoned his echo. The steel raven emerged from the Soul Sea in a cascade of grey sparks. Its 5-meter wingspan unfolded like a contained storm, its metallic feathers rustling as they brushed against each other. The creature inclined its head toward him, its red eyes gleaming with animalistic yet loyal intelligence. "South," Ash said, mounting its back. "Toward the mountains." The echo spread its wings and launched into the sky with a beat that kicked up a cloud of dust. The wind struck Ash's face with a coldness that made him narrow his eyes. As the city receded below him, he allowed himself one last look back. The bright castle stood on the hill like a fist of stone and steel, while at its feet, the shacks of the outer settlement looked like dark stains against the white marble. Nephi's will be starting to plan the next move, he thought. Sunny is probably already snooping through the city ruins. Cassie will be fine. He turned and faced the horizon. The first hours of flight were monotonous. Ash had flown over the Dark City numerous times since obtaining the echo, but always at low altitude, moving among the ruins like a ghost. From the sky, the city revealed its true magnitude: kilometers and kilometers of collapsed buildings, temples devoured by time and destruction, streets that snaked like dead veins through the grey stone. To the north, the crimson spire rose like an accusing finger against the sky, its summit lost among the low clouds. To the south, his destination, the Hollow Mountains. "At this pace, I'll arrive in a few weeks," he murmured to himself. The echo didn't respond, but adjusted its flight slightly, gaining altitude to take advantage of an air current blowing from the east. Ash let his mind wander. He thought about the presence within his soul sea. Since that night when he had tried to go beyond the mist, the thing had become quieter. As if it knew he was looking for it and had decided to hide better. Or maybe it was waiting for the right moment. He also thought about the story he had told Nephi's. The girl from the lighthouse. He didn't know why he had chosen that particular story, only that it had felt right. Changing Star carried a weight that would crush her if she didn't find someone to share it with. He knew that weight. He had carried it alone for years, in the void where emotions didn't exist. The wind whistled between the echo's metallic feathers as the city ruins fell behind, replaced by a grey, barren plain where abominations moved like black dots against the stone. Twilight found him flying over the crimson coral until he found a spot safe enough to spend the night. Ash ordered the echo to descend toward a rock formation that rose from the coral. It was high enough to keep them safe from creatures prowling in the shadows, but flat enough on top to camp. The landing was smooth. The echo folded its wings and perched like a giant bird of prey, its metallic claws scraping the stone as Ash dismounted. "Rest," he said, and the creature dissolved into sparks that returned to his soul. Ash sat at the edge of the cliff, legs dangling over the void. Below, the dark sea stretched like an ink stain, dotted here and there by the movements of monsters that never stopped hunting. He summoned the endless spring and drank. Then, from his inventory, he took out a piece of monster meat he had saved from the last hunt. Since it was night and any trace of light would bring dangerous horrors, he ate the meat raw directly. After finishing eating, he looked up and saw a great darkness devoid of moon and stars. Finishing his meal, he decided to check for any nearby threats. Not a second passed before dozens upon dozens of presences were in the dark sea, moving continuously, unable to reach him. He lay back against a rock, allowing himself light sleep. The second day dawned with the sky clearer than usual. Ash breakfasted quickly, summoned the echo, and resumed flight before the nameless sun reached its highest point. The hollow mountains were still not visible, although he had covered a good distance thanks to the echo. He hadn't yet traveled even a tenth of the journey ahead. He calculated that at this pace, it would take him 1 or 2 weeks of continuous travel to reach the hollow mountains, and once inside, it would take several days to get what he was looking for. He could speed up and arrive in a matter of days, but he wouldn't. Although he didn't want to spend an entire year trapped in this place, he wasn't desperate enough to leave, so he would enjoy the journey. He used his ability, noticing that a large number of creatures were approaching. Looking into the distance, he observed a pale dot, then 2, then 3, and successively the number increased alarmingly and rapidly. In less than a minute, the horizon was covered by an enormous mass of flying abominations that formed a massive black cloud. "Damn," he murmured. Ash observed a massive swarm that looked like a stain on the horizon approaching. Not dozens, no, hundreds, if not thousands, of flying creatures, each the size of a large dog, with membranous wings and bodies covered in tiny eyes that gleamed in the twilight. Their jaws were circles of rotating teeth, designed to tear flesh in seconds. Ash had heard of them. They were the reason no one flew over the dark city. A swarm could reduce a sleeper to bones in the time it took to fall. The echo emitted a deep sound, like metal being scraped. "I know," Ash replied, his fingers closing around the hilt of the pale needle. He evaluated his options. He could descend, lose himself among the crimson coral and wait for the swarm to pass. That was the safe option in this situation, but there was a detail. The blood flower, a parasitic fungus whose released spores were deadly if inhaled. "No time for detours," he said, and his voice sounded calm even to himself. He activated the mantle of mist. Thick fog burst from his body like a white explosion, enveloping him and the echo in a veil of smoke that distorted light and sound. Within that mist, Ash was the absolute master. It was his natural domain. The swarm was less than a kilometer away now. He could see them, a writhing mass of bodies and wings and infinite teeth, moving with a hunger that seemed to have its own will. The echo emitted another sound, this time higher. "A question." "We go toward them," Ash ordered, and in his voice was something he hadn't heard in months. Emotion. It wasn't fear. It wasn't anxiety. It was anticipation. The steel raven let out a metallic shriek that reverberated in the empty sky and lunged forward with a wing beat that shook the mist. The wind whistled in Ash's ears as the distance closed vertiginously. 300 meters. 200 meters. 100 meters. He could see the details now, the rotating jaws, the eyes covering every centimeter of their bodies, the way they moved as a single entity, a single organism composed of hundreds of hungry pieces. The pale needle gleamed in his hand, its tip perfectly aligned with the heart of the swarm. The mist expanded around him, ready to disorient, to confuse, to kill. The echo spread its wings to the maximum, electricity beginning to dance among its metallic feathers. The swarm, finally aware of his presence, twisted toward him like a black wave. Ash smiled. It wasn't a kind or warm smile. It was the smile of a predator who, after days of boring travel, had finally found prey worthy of his time. "Let's go," he whispered, and his voice was lost in the roar of the wind. The echo lunged forward. The mist unfurled like a deadly mantle. And Ash, with the pale needle raised and yellow eyes gleaming with a light that wasn't entirely human, plunged into the darkness. The swarm welcomed him with 1,000 open jaws. Chapter 52, If you can't kill it, bring it down. The mist enveloped Ash like a deadly shroud. The swarm hit him with the force of a living wave. Dozens of creatures crashed against his cloak of mist, their rotating jaws searching for flesh, searching for blood, searching for life. But the mist confused them, disoriented their hundreds of eyes, turning their coordinated hunt into frantic chaos. Ash wielded the pale needle. The first strike pierced one of the creatures from side to side. The blade entered easily, its piercing enchantment ignoring the leathery hide as if it were paper. The beast split into two halves that fell into the void. The second strike cut another in half. The third strike missed because the third creature simply didn't die. Ash felt the blade sink into the abomination's body, felt its essence brush against the soul core, and then, nothing. The creature shrieked, writhing against the sword, its jaws snapping inches from his face. Damn! The truth hit him with the coldness of a bucket of ice water. His flaw. That absurd, ridiculous, useless flaw that bound him to a rule as arbitrary as it was absolute: he could not kill anything weaker than himself. And these creatures, individually, were weak. Very weak. Too weak. Damn it, he spat, pushing the creature away with a flat strike that sent it tumbling into its comrades. The echo moved beside him, its electrified wings cutting through the air. The steel raven did not share its master's limitations. One of its wings, charged with electricity, struck three creatures at once. Their bodies convulsed, charred, and spiraled down toward the crimson coral. 3 dead, Ash calculated. Out of hundreds. This is absurd. The situation is absurd, he thought with a bitter, amused grimace. Exactly the kind of cruel joke the nightmare spell loved. He, who had spent weeks killing abominations with the ease of a reaper harvesting wheat, was now unable to finish off the swarm's most basic creatures because he was too strong. Every strike he made was a useless lash, violence that wounded but did not kill, damaged but did not destroy. The wounded creatures writhed in the air, their bodies dripping black blood, and fell downward. Yet more replaced them with more fury, more hunger, more madness. Change of plans. Ash shouted, more to himself than to the echo. The mist expanded violently, creating a white wall between him and the heart of the swarm. The creatures scattered, confused, losing their coordination. Without their synchronized hunt, they were nothing more than a mass of blind beasts striking against an invisible wall. Ash seized the moment to carve a curve through the air, moving away from the center of the mass, using the abominations as footholds to maneuver between them. "You handle the killing," he ordered the echo, his voice sharp. "I'll keep them busy." The steel raven let out a metallic shriek, and its wings spread to their full extent. The electricity that had been dancing among its feathers exploded outward in concentric waves, turning the area into an electric storm. The echo launched into the swarm like a living lightning bolt. Ash, for his part, stopped trying to kill. He became a blind scythe. He didn't cut to destroy, he cut to deflect. Each strike of the pale needle was calculated, almost surgical, designed to interrupt, to break formations, to send entire creatures tumbling into their comrades and disrupt their synchronization. 3 creatures lunged at him from the left. Ash spun, his body moving with the fluidity of a dancer in a nightmare. The first received a blow to its side that sent it crashing into the second, the third found its jaws caught in the mantle of mist, spinning in blind circles until it collided with another of its kind. Then he kicked another away, sending it into others to avoid falling. 2 more from above. Ash dodged them by centimeters, their bodies grazing his cloak as they passed, and followed them with a flick of his wrist that opened superficial cuts in their wings. Not lethal, but enough to unbalance them. They spiraled toward the ground, shrieking in frustration. "That's right," Ash murmured, and there was a note of dark amusement in his voice. "You can't hunt what you can't see." The mist intensified. The mantle of fog expanded to cover an area dozens of meters around, turning the sky into a white, blind sea. Within that mist, Ash was a ghost. Not a warrior, not a killer. He was an elusive presence, a whisper at the edge of the swarm's perception, a pain that appeared and disappeared without a trace. A strike here. A cut there. One creature sent crashing into another, its jaws snapping at empty air while its prey had already moved to the next target. He couldn't kill them. But he could make them wish they hadn't crossed his path. The Echo, meanwhile, was reaping a bloody harvest. The steel raven moved like a trained assassin, its metallic claws tearing bodies, its beak piercing chitinous armor, its electrified body turning the air around it into a zone of death. Where Ash was confusion, the Echo was devastating force. Together, they formed an imperfect but effective war machine. Ash broke the swarm's lines, undid their coordination, blinded them with mist and constant movement. And the Echo, free from its master's limitations, exploited every gap, every opportunity, to reduce the horde's numbers. One creature managed to break through the mist. Ash didn't see it coming until he felt the wind at the back of his neck. Pure instinct moved his body, spinning in the air with a use of his aspect that defied gravity. The beast's jaw snapped shut on the air where his head had been a second before. The pale needle moved by reflex, piercing the creature's head from side to side. It didn't die. Of course not. But it was blinded, disoriented, its jaws spinning in spirals as it plunged downward. Ash cursed under his breath as he reoriented himself in the air. The fight was exhausting. Not physically, his stamina, thanks to the Sword of Seven and his accumulated fragments, was almost perpetual, but mentally. Every movement required calculation, precision, an absolute awareness of where each creature was and where the next was moving. It was like playing chess against 100 opponents at once, in 3 dimensions, with the board on fire. The Echo screeched from somewhere to his left. Ash interpreted the sound without needing words. The swarm is losing cohesion. It was true. What had been a compact, organized mass was now a chaotic scattering of confused beasts. Without their synchronized hunt, without their ability to overwhelm with numbers and coordination, they were just individual flying monsters. Dangerous, yes. But not invincible. Ash allowed a smile to tug at his lips. "Tired already?" he asked the empty air, as if the swarm could hear him. "Too bad. I was just starting to have fun." The mist swirled around him, dense and cold, as he assessed the battlefield. The Echo had reduced the swarm's numbers by at least a third. The charred bodies of the creatures fell like black rain toward the dark sea. The rest, disorganized and frightened, began to retreat. They weren't fleeing, not exactly. They simply stopped attacking with the same ferocity. Their movements became erratic, their formations non-existent. Survival instinct, that ancient program that even the simplest abominations possessed, was winning the battle against hunger. Ash called to the Echo, which caught him in freefall. Not using the flying monsters' bodies as footholds, he began to fall. But the Echo caught him on its metallic back. Ash watched through the mist as the creatures veered off in another direction. He could pursue them, eliminate them using his Echo, but he wouldn't. He would gain no benefit from it. Besides, it wasn't his job to clear the sky, he thought. "I just need to get through." "Good work," he said. The steel raven emitted a deep sound, almost proud. The last members of the swarm were now moving away, seeking safer skies. Some veered north, others east, scattering across the horizon like black seeds on the wind. Ash waited until the last dark dot disappeared among the low clouds, then deactivated the mantle of mist. The fog slowly dissipated, revealing an empty sky and a dark sea gleaming far below like liquid obsidian. The pale needle vanished into his soul. Ready to continue, he asked the echo. The creature spread its wings, and Ash mounted its back with practiced fluidity. The metallic feathers were warm beneath his hands, the echo still vibrating with the residual electricity from the battle. But they were alive. That was what mattered. As they ascended again toward the heights, Ash looked back toward where the swarm had become a blurry smudge on the horizon. If you can't kill them, he thought with a tired smile, bring them down and keep moving. Since night had fallen, they looked for a high place to rest until sunrise. Chapter 53, Hollow Mountains. Ash opened his eyes as he sat up on the hard body of his echo raven. Opening his eyes with some laziness, he looked at the black line beginning to draw itself on the horizon. With each passing minute, the line became clearer and clearer, to the point where a mountain range could be seen. The mountains seemed to function as a border between the forgotten shore and the rest of the dream realm. They were tall and steep, piercing the sky like giant fangs. Ash could see their peaks wrapped in white snow, enveloped in mist that extended through the ravines and inner ridges. Ash looked at the unsettling mist for a few moments but felt no crushing sensation. Perhaps it was because of his blessing of nothingness, he still didn't know. He would have to venture into the mist of the Hollow Mountains one day to discover its secrets. But not today. In the future, when he was stronger, he would venture into the mist. While his echo flew, Ash pushed those thoughts from his mind. About 10 minutes later, they finally landed on the ground a few dozen meters from the tyrannical mountains. Ash wished to find the crown of dawn and immediately felt the path he should take to reach where it was. Ash observed the magnitude of the Hollow Mountains for a few moments in silence, then looked around, noticing a path on the slope that could guide him inside the mountain. Using the path on the slope, he noticed that the rocky ground was covered in grey grass, creating a disconcerting image. Ash looked around, seeing nothing in particular. Even when he searched for threats, there was nothing he could detect. As he walked, the ground descended gently, then became rockier, and the slope grew much steeper. Soon, he found himself surrounded by high rocks and had to walk on bare stone. At least another 2 hours passed until Ash finally found a huge dark pit descending into the interior of the mountains. Ash looked at the path and began to descend calmly. As he did so, he could see enormous square stone blocks that had been used to build the wall of the dark city. At another point, there was a ruined and abandoned amphitheater of colossal size. Continuing down, he reached the bottom of the quarry, where he passed by the side of the ancient corpse of the fallen tyrant killed by the first cohort of the Dark City. Ash stopped suddenly, turning his head to observe the wall of mist that was beginning to descend. He calculated it would take at least 10 minutes. Although the mist seemed to flow slowly, he knew it was a deception. The mist was fast. It only took a moment of inattention for it to completely envelop you. Ash observed the stacked rocks a little away from the corpse, like a campsite abandoned in haste. Ash approached a pile of rocks shaped like a grave and read, "Your nightmare has ended." Ash continued walking, calmly searching for the entrance to the mine. As he did so, the other presence in his soul sea was quite calm. The influx of emotions he felt had calmed down for the most part. Ash kept walking until he noticed a human-made path that led into a side wall, a huge dark hole. Looking back, he saw that the mist was several dozen meters away from enveloping him, but he still felt no dangerous sensation. Staying still, he let the grey mist envelop his entire body. The sensation was already familiar to him. Ash felt how his armor's enchantment granted him terrifying strength, his senses increased, as did his resistance. Opening his eyes, he sighed. He could still see everything quite clearly. Though the slight discomfort of keeping his consciousness together brought back memories of his nightmare. "It feels like home," Ash murmured with a slight, nostalgic smile. Walking toward the hole in the wall, he entered it, emerging from the sea of mist. Ash continued walking through the long, dark tunnel with a calmness excessive for anyone in his situation. The Hollow Mountains were a death zone for any awakened, regardless of rank. It was a death zone where nightmare creatures of terrifying levels lived, from large ones to perhaps even unholy ones wandering through the mist. Another factor was the mist itself, the nothingness, something that erases you from the world as if you had never existed. Its power was, in a way, absolute and truly divine, even without consciousness, acting more like a concept, serving as a natural barrier between different planes. From what Ash had read, nothingness was used by the gods to contain the void, and with it, the Forgotten One. Yet he had traversed nothingness. He had even encountered something strange while doing so. Perhaps some of the beings that inhabited it. Ash frowned. If he had traveled from his world passing through nothingness, wouldn't that mean his world was considered outside the creation of the great gods? Or was there a relationship with the seventh god who sleeps in the void? Questions, questions, and more questions. But he had no answers to any of them. As Ash ventured deeper into the tunnels, the paths forked. Since he felt the fragment much farther down, he took the path descending into the interior. At some point, the walls changed. There were more and more decorations with intricate stone carvings. At first, these carvings were decorative and mostly meaningless. But little by little, the decorations changed, beginning to show drawings telling the first part of the history of the Dark City and the sacrifice. Ash ignored the drawings and continued advancing until he reached a huge pit descending a few hundred meters. Summoning the echo, Ash climbed onto its back, and the echo descended carefully. After nearly a minute, they reached the ground. Ash dismissed the echo and began walking, ignoring the crunching of bones and the corpse of a dead abomination. Ash continued deeper into the tunnels of the ancient mine. The tunnel extended for quite a few kilometers, taking hours of continuous walking, resting every so often to drink water. After what he calculated to be 1 or 2 days, he finally heard the sound of running water. Quickening his pace, he exited the neck of the tunnel and reached the edge of a black river. Above the river, he observed the same mist as on the surface, though here it was much sparser. Looking around, he found a small dock. Tied to a rock pillar was a pale boat of carved wood. Then he looked ahead to the other side of the river, where his original destination lay. I hope this works, Ash thought, walking toward the boat. Chapter 54, Underworld. Ash approached the pale boat. After climbing aboard and untying the rope, he grabbed the oar and began rowing toward the opposite shore, where the sensation of the dawn fragment was coming from. As the boat moved, he noticed the mist became much denser, with the same sensation he was already accustomed to. It wasn't as intense as the Soul Devourers, nor as deadly as during his first nightmare, but it was difficult. He could hear whispers in his mind, figures at the periphery of his vision. Letting out a sigh, he kept rowing until he reached the other shore. Upon landing on the stone floor, he noticed the mist had become denser and obscured the enormous cave. Strange, he thought. The underworld was strange. Ash continued venturing into the mist, guided solely by his latent ability. Soon, when he exited the tunnel, he entered a labyrinth where he continued taking twists and turns, choosing the correct path to avoid wasting too much time on his search. Several hours of walking passed until he finally emerged from the labyrinth, arriving at a great arched bridge over a river. The mist had ceased to be hostile and was now just a mere haze. Crossing the stone bridge to the other shore, Ash observed a human skeleton sitting on a rock, looking at the river of the underworld. On its head was a crown resembling a diadem with a metal band. Ash approached the skeleton and grabbed the crown, which disappeared in a sea of sparks. You have received a memory, Fragment of Dawn. Ash summoned the memory and immediately activated the enchantment, feeling how his powerful ascended memory rose a full level, temporarily becoming a transcendent armor. Likewise, his pale needle grew stronger. With this, he would have no trouble dealing with the cursed herald. Ash ignored the corpse and continued on his way toward the depths of the cave. The cave was large, tall enough for a giant to pass without any problem. The perspective made Ash feel like a dwarf. Now that he had one of his objectives, he only needed to obtain his second memory. Walking for nearly an hour, he arrived at a new area. The ground was covered in black sand, while the walls gleamed like obsidian. In the center rose an enormous pillar of dark stone, surrounded by huge scaffolds that, nevertheless, seemed tiny and insignificant on its surface. Vaguely, it took the form of a titanic statue of the last hero who had sealed the darkness of the accursed city. Looking up, he sighed upon seeing the missing head, which had been torn off with devastating violence. Ash activated the mist field enchantment. His armor, empowered by the Crown of Dawn, increased the range and density of the mist, which began to cover the entire space at great speed. The creature let out a loud shriek, launching itself directly at the human figure. Ash summoned his Fang of Mist, which had become a first-level ascended memory, and with the misty enhancement, his strength was sufficient to fight the fallen rank creature. Ash watched the Spire Messenger land on the ground a few dozen meters away from him, unable to see through the dense mist, standing guard, ready to attack. Ash began walking toward the center of the cavern. Upon arriving, he placed his hand on the base of the incomplete statue for a few seconds, then turned toward the messenger. Letting out a sigh, Ash ran directly at the Spire Messenger. His movements were silent. The misty enhancement had completely increased his power, making him much stronger, much more resistant, and much faster. Ash appeared from the side, leaping directly toward the messenger's wing. His enhanced sword, using its enchantments, easily broke the creature's defense, completely severing one of its wings. The messenger screamed, twisting its body and using several of its clawed legs to try to tear him apart. The legs struck the memory fabric without leaving the slightest damage or scratch. Upon landing, Ash disappeared into the mist, using the camouflage enchantment to avoid being seen by the messenger. Since he had cut off one of its wings, it was unable to flee to the sky, so it had no choice but to fight. He watched as the messenger beat its remaining wing, trying in vain to disperse the mist. The mist was wide and dense, covering a large part of the cavern. Originally, the enchantment had a range of about 100 to 300 meters, but with the enhancement, the range multiplied several times, covering over a kilometer. And since it was passive, he didn't need to spend essence to keep it active. Ash moved stealthily behind the Spire Messenger. Without hesitating, he swung a slash with all his strength, his sword impacting one of the fallen beast's legs, leaving a huge, bleeding wound. The messenger turned, launching its body with its sharp beak in the direction of the attack, but there was absolutely nothing there. The messenger felt another deep wound on its body, and then another from a completely different side. A third wound came from above, severing the remaining wing, which fell to the ground. Rivers of blood poured from the deep wounds of the Spire Messenger's body. Ash, hidden in the mist, watched this with satisfaction. Although the attacks he had received were painful, the cloak of mist had not put his life at risk. After waiting a while, Ash found a way to kill the fallen creature. Running around it, he delivered a slash that opened a new wound. When the messenger turned to attack, Ash slid downward, directly toward its belly. A moment later, he plunged his sword in, making a complete cut that gutted the creature. It staggered for a few moments before falling. Ash moved, avoiding being crushed and drowned. Ash retreated into the mist. Despite the mortal wound, the messenger was not worried, its eyes were filled with unbridled rage and malice, searching for him to kill him. After all, it was only a matter of time before blood loss killed the beast. Ash was not a brave, fair, or stupid warrior seeking his own death. This world does not reward the just and brave, but those who survive by using every possible advantage. Besides, he didn't want to get seriously injured. If he received a severe wound, he would die from blood loss. Ash watched the Spire Messenger in silence, not moving. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 full minutes passed until finally, the messenger collapsed to the ground. Its eyes, once full of malice and fury, turned grey and lifeless. A smile appeared on Ash's face as he emerged victorious. You have slain a fallen monster, cursed herald. Your soul grows stronger. You have received a memory. Ash didn't even summon his runes to find out what he had obtained. The fragment of dusk was an extremely heavy shield that he didn't want to use. He stopped using the mist field enchantment, and the mist began to dissipate slowly. After a few minutes, the entire cavern returned to normal, with no trace of the 5-meter-tall devilish sea from before. Ash walked to the corpse and opened it up with his sword. After searching a bit, he extracted 2 brilliant ascended rank fragments. The fragments were similar to glass spheres that gave off a curious glow. Ash looked at the fragment in his hand before exerting pressure and destroying it. Your soul grows stronger. Ash looked at his counter. Phantasmal fragments, 872/1000. Ash frowned slightly. His progress wasn't as fast as he would have liked. He was less than 200 fragments away from having his second soul core. Ash looked at the fallen monster's corpse. He didn't have a storage memory. He wanted to take the creature's legs with him, as well as its meat for the journey. In the end, he sighed. Cutting pieces of meat, he separated the hide, creating an improvised bag with a few kilos of meat to eat on the road. Well, there's nothing left for me to do here, so I'm leaving. Chapter 55, A Powerful Enemy. After almost 2 months away, traveling, Ash finally returned to the city. A massive black crow, one that seemed to absorb sunlight, landed atop a great white arch. From its back leaped the figure of a young man with ash-gray hair, pale skin, and an immaculate gray robe without a single scratch. What stood out the most was a pair of yellow eyes that seemed to glow with an ethereal sense of danger. Of course, this young man was Ash. He had finally returned. It had taken him 2 months to travel back and forth from the Dark City to the Hollow Mountains and return. Along the way, he had been in great danger, but he had overcome it. Ash lay down on the marble arch, looking at the grey sky of the forgotten shore. Soul fragments, 999/1000. He only lacked 1 soul fragment to reach 1,000. Ash frowned for a moment. The presence within his soul sea was more restless than ever. He could feel an overwhelming amount of emotions flooding him. It was even worse when he entered his own soul sea. The last time he tried, he had to leave immediately. It was too dangerous. The presence within his soul, seeing that he had not gathered the final fragment, bombarded him with complex emotions, overwhelming him. At times, he laughed hysterically. Then he would grow furious without reason. At other moments, he felt immeasurable hatred toward the world he wanted to kill, destroy, love, hate. He even felt the urge for intimacy. Every single one of his emotions had become an uncontrollable sea. And right now, he was sad, shedding solitary tears as he was flooded with melancholy. Ash watched as the last light faded, and with it, the darkness of night returned along with the dark sea to the forgotten shore. Ash closed his eyes, beginning to sleep in a dreamless slumber. The next morning, Ash woke up and summoned his echo. It flew over the walls of the dark city, heading toward the ruins. Once inside the city, it landed in an area free of abominations at the outer wall, the same place where they had first arrived. Dismissing the echo, Ash began to walk. His destination was the cathedral. Checking his belongings, he smiled as he held the key he had obtained before leaving the city. The hours passed quietly. Once night fell, Ash was 1 or 2 kilometers away from the cathedral where the fallen devil resided. Summoning the dawn fragment, he felt how his cloak of mist strengthened. At the same time, he activated the field of mist enchantment. He watched as the mist formed and spread rapidly, covering a vast area. Originally, the mist field had a limit of 1 kilometer in diameter, but now that limit had doubled to 2 kilometers around him. Its height was about 6 meters, so from above, to anyone looking down, it would appear as nothing more than a vast, eerie white sea. Advancing forward, he summoned the pale needle, which was his best weapon to destroy the fallen devil's sword. If he shattered the blade, the Black Knight would inevitably lose. Dash. Ash stopped in front of the cathedral, the mist seeping into the structure. Taking one last breath, he stepped inside. The mix of darkness and mist created a terrifying contrast. As he moved forward, he saw the Black Knight materialize from the darkness. Without hesitation, it swung its sword toward him. Ash dodged the ultra-fast attack and instantly counterattacked with the Pale Needle, striking the knight's shoulder. Ash felt the corrupted soul of the Black Knight and shuddered. Its soul was strong, and disgusting. Ash jumped back just in time to avoid another strike. Both stared at each other without looking away. The next instant, they attacked again. Dash. The cathedral turned into a whirlwind of steel and shadow. The Black Knight attacked with a ferocity that defied its spectral nature. Its sword, a wide, massive blade that seemed carved from obsidian, descended in a whistling arc that cut through the air. Ash didn't try to block, he knew the warrior's raw strength surpassed his own. Instead, he slipped to the side, feeling the cold wind of the blade pass inches from his face. The Pale Needle gleamed in his hand, a long dagger of white bone that seemed to absorb the faint light of the mist. It was not a weapon for trading blows. It was a tool for soul surgery. Ash counterattacked before the knight could recover. The needle traced an upward arc, striking the exact point where the shoulder armor met the chest plate. There were no sparks, no metallic clash. Instead, there was a wet, almost organic sound as if the needle had pierced living flesh. The Black Knight staggered not from physical pain, but because its soul had taken a direct hit. Through the needle, Ash felt the corruption, a dense, viscous mass that wrapped around the warrior's essence like rotting sludge. It was strong. It was vile. It was the residue of millennia of forced fury. The knight made no sound. There were no words in it, only purpose. Its sword moved again, thrusting forward. Ash barely deflected it with the edge of the needle. The impact forced him back 3 steps, his boots scraping against the stone floor. The mist swirled around him, dense and obedient, slipping through the gaps in the knight's armor, searching for weaknesses. Ash shifted his angle. He couldn't face the warrior head on. His needle wasn't made to block a two-handed sword. He had to be faster, more precise, more relentless. The knight advanced again, sword raised for a descending strike that would split Ash in two. Instead of retreating, Ash lunged forward, slipping beneath the arc of the attack. The blade cut the air just above his back so close that strands of his grey hair drifted in the mist. The Pale Needle pierced the knight's armpit, the weakest point in the armor, where the soul was most exposed. Another hit. Another fracture in the soul. The knight spun with impossible speed, sweeping its blade horizontally. Ash jumped back, but not far enough. The tip of the blade cut his robe at his side. There was no blood, but an icy cold spread across his skin. Focus. Ash took a deep breath, and the mist responded. It condensed around the knight's legs, forming white shackles that slowed it for a moment. A moment was enough. The Pale Needle struck 3 times in rapid succession, shoulder, side, and the joint between helmet and neck. Each strike made the knight's soul vibrate at a higher pitch, as if the corruption binding it was beginning to unravel. But the Black Knight did not stop. It couldn't. Its curse was to fight until its body collapsed or its enemy fell. The sword became a storm of steel, forcing Ash backward step by step. Every deflection sent waves of pain through his arms. Ash stumbled on a loose stone and fell onto his back. The knight's sword descended. He rolled aside just as the blade struck the ground where his head had been. Stone shattered into fragments that the mist caught midair. Ash used the brief moment it took for the knight to pull its sword free. The Pale Needle plunged into the back of the knight's knee. The warrior staggered. Its soul, struck again and again at precise points, began to reveal what lay beneath a faint light, almost extinguished, struggling to shine through layers of corruption. Ash stood, breathing heavily. He had minor cuts on his arms and chest, and a bruise was forming at his side where the sword had grazed him. But the knight was worse. Its armor, once solid black, now showed cracks leaking dark smoke. Each strike from the needle had eroded a binding point that kept it together. The knight charged again. There was no strategy now, only the final command etched into its broken soul: kill. Its movements slowed, its arms trembling under the weight of centuries. Ash saw it. The opening. He waited. The knight raised its sword for a final blow, both hands gripping the hilt, its entire body committed to destruction. Ash did not retreat. He advanced. The pale needle shone with intense white light, all the energy Ash could channel focused into its tip. He slipped past the knight's guard before the sword could fall. Before the warrior could react. The strike landed directly at the center of the chest, where the armor was thickest, where the soul was most protected, and where the metal had been most eroded. The needle pierced the black steel as if it were mist. It pierced flesh that was no longer flesh. It pierced the soul that had been imprisoned for thousands of years. The Black Knight stopped. For a long moment, nothing moved. Through the needle, Ash felt the corruption begin to dissolve, not in an explosion, but in a slow unraveling, like frost under sunlight. The trapped light beneath grew, expanding, filling the cracks in the armor until it began to decay in seconds, centuries of decay compressed into an instant. The blackened metal turned brown, then orange, then crumbled into dust that the mist carried away. When the armor fell, what remained was revealed a vengeful, furious spirit. A humanoid made of shadows, its only defining features being red eyes filled with vile corruption. Ash had no strength left to escape. He could only watch as the creature lunged at him, passing through something beyond his body, reaching his soul. Dash! Ash's soul sea was an ocean of white and silver mist, an endless expanse where fragments floated like distant stars. It had always been a place of deceptive calm, a still surface hiding depths even Ash feared to explore. The presence that dwelled in those depths had been waiting. The fallen devil materialized within the inner sea like oil spreading across pure water, a mass of darkness that began to expand, aiming to corrupt the soul and claim it as a new vessel. But the presence within that soul did not allow it. The mist moved. Not with the slow, flowing motion Ash had learned to control, but like a whip. From the depths of the sea, from abysses the devil had not even perceived, emerged tentacles of white mist, dense as mountains, fast as lightning. The devil tried to retreat, but the mist had already wrapped around it. The tentacles tightened with crushing force. They pierced the dark mass not to destroy, but to tear it apart. Piece by piece, layer by layer, the mist flayed the corrupted being with almost artistic precision. Darkness was stripped away in shreds, absorbed, assimilated, turned into more mist. The fallen devil screamed. The sound echoed through Ash's entire being, shaking the fragments in their orbits, resonating even in the empty cathedral where his body remained kneeling. The tentacles tightened once more. With a wet, cracking sound, the fallen devil shattered. Its darkness exploded into countless fragments that the mist devoured instantly, leaving nothing behind. What had once been an ancient being, a devourer of souls, a fallen devil that had survived for thousands of years, was reduced to nothing in mere seconds. You have slain a fallen devil, abandoned knight. Your soul overflows with power. You have received an echo. Dash! Hearing those words, Ash felt immense pain surge through every inch of his body, forcing him to collapse and grit his teeth. Closing his eyes, he entered his soul sea. Everything was shaking. The mist had lost control, spreading endlessly. At the same time, he felt the presence stronger than ever, filling him with countless emotions. But above all, fury. Ash watched as a second grey sun rose within his soul sea, joining the other, just as the pain faded. At the same time, the presence moved, guiding the mist with the intent to consume him. Ash felt his connection to the mist. And using his will, he did the same. The two wills collided. Chapter 56, Clash of Wills. The soul sea trembled. Ash floated at the center of his own being, white mist swirling around him like a living cloak. Before him, Thrill unfolded like a contained storm, a shapeless mass of grey mist and shifting shadows, with 2 points of intense light at its core, watching him with ancient hunger. There were no greetings. No words. Thrill attacked. The mass of its being surged forward like a tidal wave, a wall of pure will that crushed the mist between them. Ash felt the impact in every fragment of his soul, a weight that tried to bend him, break him, absorb him. His spiritual feet scraped against non-existent ground as he resisted the force, his arms crossed before his face like a shield of wool. "Let me out!" Thrill screamed, and the scream was not sound, but pressure, a force that pushed Ash backward, his heels carving trails through the mist. "You are weak. Your doubts bind you. I can be more. We can be more." Ash clenched his teeth. Thrill's fury was an ocean and he was a rock the ocean sought to grind into dust. But he did not move. "No," he said, and the word was a wall. He pushed back. The mist around him exploded outward, colliding with Thrill's mass in an impact that made his 2 soul cores tremble in their orbits. The 2 grey suns in the inner sky flickered, and the entire soul sea shook like a drum struck by a hammer. Thrill recoiled. The mass of its being tore apart from the impact, fragments of grey mist floating between them like spiritual blood. But it did not retreat. It reformed in an instant, denser, more furious. The presence folded into itself, compressing into a solid core, and then exploded forward. A spiral of grey mist tentacles surged from its center, each one reaching for Ash from a different angle. Ash turned, his own mist forming a cocoon around him. The tentacles struck again and again. Each impact was a lash against his consciousness, each strike a crack in his defense. One tentacle found an opening. Ash felt Thrill slip through his guard, like a serpent, reaching toward the core of his being. Thrill's emotions flooded him, desire to feel the wind, to run, to live with an intensity his current body could not allow. Vivid images, almost tangible. And for a moment, Ash hesitated. "Yes," Thrill whispered in his mind. "Let me take control. Let me show you what we can be." Ash felt his will falter. Power. Freedom. Everything he had never allowed himself to desire. No. The denial was a clenched fist. Ash grabbed the tentacle that had pierced his defense and tore it free. Thrill shrieked a spiritual sound that shook everything, and its mass twisted in spirals of pain. "You're not the only one who can be ferocious," Ash growled, launching himself forward. The mist around him condensed into a massive hammer that came crashing down on Thrill. The presence split into 4 fragments that evaded the blow and regrouped behind him. Ash turned, but she was already moving, her form fluid, impossible to grasp. "Faster," Thrill transmitted, and there was laughter in the emotion. "Is that all you've got?" Ash didn't answer. He extended his spiritual arms and the mist obeyed. From all directions, from 1,000 fragments, the mist rose like a tide. It wasn't a direct attack. It was an enclosure. Thrill felt it. Its mass churned, trying to break through before the trap closed, but Ash had already anticipated the reaction. The mist grew denser, heavier, forming walls that resisted the impacts. "What are you doing?" The question lashed with distrust. "Locking me away again?" "I'm buying space," Ash said. The enclosure closed. Thrill was confined in an ever-shrinking space, its mass compressed, its form spiraling in frantic motion. Ash felt its desperation, its fury, its fear of being contained again after so long. "Listen to me," Ash said, pushing through the storm of emotions. "I don't want to imprison you forever. But I won't let you take control." Thrill answered with an attack. Its compressed mass exploded outward, a ring of grey mist that slammed into the walls with a force that made Ash's will creak. He clenched his teeth, holding the structure together, containing the blast. The pressure was immense, a pain that ran through every part of his being. But he did not let go. The sphere warped, stretched, its white mist walls cracking under the strain. Ash felt each blow eroding his will, the presence exploiting the cracks forming from his fatigue. A pull here, a push there, the sphere stretched like a balloon ready to burst. No! Ash shouted, and all his will condensed into his hands. White mist surged from around him from the two grey suns, from the very depths of his sea. The mist wrapped around the sphere, layer after layer, each one reinforcing the last, compressing the interior, silencing Thrill's strikes. The sphere stabilized. Inside, Thrill struck again. The impact echoed through the entire Soul Sea, but the walls held. Again. And again. Each strike weaker than the last. Ash held it. His spiritual hands remained extended, fingers sunk into the mist, maintaining every layer. He could feel Thrill inside its mass spiraling, its 2 points of grey light searching endlessly for an exit. Let me out. Thrill slammed into the wall again. You can't keep me here forever. Ash did not respond. He focused. With the motion of his hands, grey chains sprouted from the surface of the sphere. They formed slowly, link by link, wrapping the structure in a lattice of solidified mist. Each link was a fragment of his will, each ring an additional layer of containment. The chains tightened. The sphere was suspended in the center of the Soul Sea, immobilized. Inside, Thrill continued to move. Its forms crashed against the walls again and again, its fury still palpable. Ash looked at it. His spiritual face was pale from the effort, his hands still extended, ready to reinforce any weak point. But his yellow eyes remained fixed on the two lights inside. "We'll talk when you calm down," he said. There was no reply. Only the dull, rhythmic impacts of Thrill against the walls of its temporary prison. Ash waited. The blows continued steady, relentless. Thrill would not calm down. It would never calm down. He sighed. His hands lowered slowly, leaving the sphere suspended by the chains alone. Ash watched the two lights move endlessly inside. This wasn't over. But for now, it was enough. He closed his spiritual eyes, feeling his consciousness rise, leaving the Soul Sea, the chained sphere, the two grey suns behind. Dash. He opened his eyes. He was in the cathedral, lying face down on fractured stone. His left cheek rested against the cold floor, a thin layer of dust covering his grey robe. The mist around him had thinned into faint strands crawling along the ground like dying serpents. He didn't move immediately. He breathed. Real air filled his lungs. His heart beat steadily again. Above him, through the broken ceiling, a moonless night sky stretched filled with stars, leaving everything in deep darkness. Ash calculated the time. The battle with the Black Knight, the possession by the fallen devil, the clash in his Soul Sea, together, it must have lasted at least an hour. Perhaps more. His body was stiff. His muscles cramped from staying still so long. He turned his head. The pale needle lay a few meters away where it had fallen when he gained his second soul core. Its bone blade glowed faintly in the darkness. Waiting. Ash slowly pushed himself up. Every movement reminded him of the blows he had taken, the cuts in his robe, the bruise on his side. But nothing was broken. Nothing bled. He stood. The cathedral was silent. The shadows that once inhabited the altar had vanished. The air smelled of old stone and mist, but not death. The fallen devil was gone. The Black Knight had found its end. Ash walked to the pale needle and picked it up. The fragment pulsed in his hand, recognizing him, before fading back into his being. He closed his eyes for a moment and glanced into his Soul Sea. The sphere was still there. Floating in the center. The grey chains glowed faintly. Inside, Thrill had quieted. Its two grey lights moved more slowly now, circling within the sphere. Thrill did not rest. Its boundless fury continued to strike the sphere, without leaving even the slightest mark. Chapter 57, Welcome Back. Ash emerged from his Sea of Souls after confirming that everything was fine, that nothing strange was happening, and that no new presence had appeared. Walking toward the pile of rusted armor that had once belonged to the abandoned knight, he crouched down and, after searching for a few moments, found 4 ascended soul fragments, which he consumed, granting him 20 soul fragments. The sudden influx of essence into his soul cores disoriented him for a moment. Standing up, Ash walked through the hallways, observing the statue of the nameless goddess, whose head was missing from the rest of her body. Ash continued on his way, using the same passages that the priests and priestesses of the cathedral had once used. Ash wished to find the Weaver's mask, and immediately the familiar sensation guided him toward where what he desired was located. Ash stopped in front of a wall. After searching for any irregularity, he found it, a hidden lever. Ash summoned his pale needle and inserted it into the joint between the moving parts, then pulled, using the pale needle as a lever. After several attempts where he used all his strength, he managed to open the concrete door. Looking at the stairs descending, he took the first step, then the second, venturing into the darkness. Ash descended and continued descending for a few minutes until he reached the bottom of the stairs. Looking around, he noticed a large rock chamber. He noted the enormous black steel wall and then the torches of pale blue light that illuminated the doors with an imposing aura. Ash approached the door, finding the keyhole. Checking his pockets, he took out the key he had taken from the Lord of Bones while he was asleep. Inserting the key, Ash turned it. A loud click was heard. A second later, the door opened easily. Behind the door was a small room excavated from rock. In the center lay a corpse with a mane chained to the ground within a circle that had been destroyed long ago. Ash ignored the corpse and focused on the demonic mask that rested on the corpse's face, hiding its features. Within the mask's eyes were only 2 pits of deep darkness. With calm steps, he stepped into the circle, and his fingers grasped the mask, which dissolved into a sea of white sparks. You have obtained a remembrance. The previously kneeling corpse simply crumbled into dust. Ash summoned the remembrance into his hand and looked at the lacquered wooden mask with 3 horns. Upon seeing its runes, he smiled weakly. Remembrance, Weaver's mask. Remembrance rank, Divine. Remembrance level, 7. Remembrance type, Tool. Ash nodded, then skipped the description and went straight to its enchantments. Remembrance enchantments, Mantle of Lies. Simple trick. Where is my eye? Ash placed the mask on his face, and immediately the Black Knight's echo was summoned. The familiar figure materialized, standing still, awaiting his orders. Its flaw, mercy, prevented it from killing things weaker than itself, and if reversed, it could only kill things weaker than itself. Summoning his Sword of 7, Ash gathered all his killing intent and launched an attack to shatter his echo, yet his body froze mere millimeters from impact. Ash withdrew. So that's how it works, he thought as he dismissed the memory, returning it to his Sea of Souls. Turning around, Ash left that chamber. His objective was complete. Now the only thing left to do would be to deal with the soul-devouring tree, and for that, he would use one of the torches that adorned the entrance to the Great Hall. Ash left that place, taking the path back. He arrived where the statue was and subsequently left the cathedral, heading toward the outer settlement. He took his time, avoiding fights. He was truly tired of this place, and thinking about what was about to happen would only give him more headaches. At least he had achieved his objective. He had obtained the Weaver's mask, which would prove useful in the future, discovered new secrets about his aspect, acquired 2 powerful echoes, and a very useful remembrance. Ash advanced silently through the ruined streets of the Dark City until he reached a well-hidden spot where he sat down and slept for a few hours. When the nameless sun emerged from somewhere along the forgotten coast and the dark sea had receded, Ash was walking across the white stone arch at a leisurely pace, approaching a certain place. His ability guided him toward where Nephi's was. After walking for a while, he finally arrived at a stone plateau with a large house made of rock and wood that was in good condition. Making his way to his usual spot, he noticed a familiar figure meditating with her eyes closed while small flames emerged from her skin. This was Changing Star, who somehow detected his presence and opened her eyes. "Ash, without saying a word, sat down in his usual place, and finally, they began to speak. "You did it, Ash," Nephi said. "Yeah, I got everything I needed." Ash paused. "It was a tough journey, but in the end, it was worth it. I got the 2 fragments that were in the Hollow Mountains." Nephi's looked at Ash for a few moments. "How many were there?" "2. The Dawn fragment and the Dusk fragment," he said as the 2 memories materialized in his hands, the crown in his left hand and the shield in his right. "Did you get the remaining one?" "Yeah, I have the Moonlight fragment," Nephi said, summoning a long sword that appeared in her hand in less than a second. "So then, that makes 4. 3 are missing," Ash murmured, bringing a hand to his chin. He knew Sishan had one, Effie had another, and the last was obtained by killing the Lord of Bones. "So how's your plan going, Neph?" Ash asked, changing the subject. "Pretty well, though there are slight complications," the girl said. "Like what?" "Gun lag, as well as his lackeys. Though not all of them agree with him." "You're getting help, right?" Changing Star remained silent, neither confirming nor denying anything. "And where are Cassie and Sunny?" he asked. Nephi's frowned. "Cassie is fine, though she's a bit angry about you leaving so suddenly," Nephi's replied. "As for Sunny, he left." "Hey? Did he die?" "No, he's probably alive. He just decided to go his own way." Ash simply blinked, then looked toward the ruins, sensing Sunny's presence inside the city to the west. "Did something happen between you 2 before I left on my trip?" "Something like that. We had a talk that ended in a disagreement, and then he left." Ash looked at Nephi's, who seemed a little downcast. "I see. Well, why don't you tell me what happened, and then I'll see about bringing Sunny back." "It's not your problem, you know." "Yeah, I know, but if I wait for either you to go talk to him or him to come talk to you, which I doubt will happen, given how he is, we'll be stuck in this place for months. So I'm the one who's neutral and the one who can possibly listen," Ash explained. Just as Nephi's was about to say something, the door opened, and a tall, bronze-skinned figure emerged, full of vigor and lacking clothing. Ash took a second to react, then turned his head to look the other way. Nephi's turned her head and spoke. Her voice was filled with resignation and a hint of annoyance. "Effie, for the 1000th time, when you come out, put on some clothes." "Oh, come on, princess, we've had this conversation many times." Effie fell silent when she spotted a certain head of grey hair that had been missing for almost 3 months. "Oh, shy boy. Did you finally decide to bring your ass back here?" "Lady Effie," Ash greeted, turning his head to see that the vivacious woman was already dressed in her usual clothes, save for her bronze armor. "Where were you?" Effie asked. "Traveling through the Crimson Labyrinth, getting something important." "And what would that be?" "This." Ash summoned a shield and set it on the ground. "A shield? It's an ascended memory from a fallen monster." Ash paused, then continued. "It's very heavy and durable. You disappeared for 2 whole months just for a shield." "That shield is more important than you think, Effie," Nephi said. "How so?" "You'll see in due time." The door opened again, this time revealing 2 figures. The first was a young man with brown hair and green eyes, wearing green armor with an affable expression on his face. Beside him was a small girl with blonde hair and dull blue eyes, a sign of her blindness. She wore a white tunic with a blue cloak. Of course, these 2 were Cassie and Castor. "Lady Nephi's, Lady Athena." "Good morning," Castor greeted courteously. "Ashfall, I see you have returned safely from your journey." "Yeah, I'm back," Ash replied, looking at Castor for a second before turning his gaze to Cassie. "Ash, is it really you?" "Yeah." Ash stood up and walked toward Cassie, placing a hand on her head. Without a second thought, Cassie hugged Ash. Her head reached just below his jaw. Neff said you'd gone on a trip, but she didn't give me any details, the girl said. Yeah, it was a dangerous place, Ash said. Are you okay? Are you hurt? No. I'm fine. That's good. And where did you go? To a death zone. Cassie, Effie, Castor, and Nephi's all paled slightly upon hearing that. A death zone, Cassie stammered. Yeah. You're insane, kid, Effie said, impressed. Where was this death zone? She asked. Ash sighed. The Hollow Mountains. More specifically, let's just say I had to venture into the underworld. Hey, wait, what do you mean, the underworld? Effie asked. Explain everything from the beginning. Fine, but let's do it after breakfast. I'm pretty hungry right now. Chapter 58, Reasons. Breakfast was a livelier affair than Ash had anticipated. Effie had prepared a thick soup with dried meat and some vegetables they cultivated near the settlement, a luxury that didn't exist when Ash left 3 months ago, and everyone had gathered around the stone table on the ground floor of the house. Well, almost everyone. Sunny was still absent. Ash observed the group as he ate. Nephi's at the head of the table, serene as always but with something in her eyes that he didn't remember seeing before. Effie to her right, devouring her portion as if she feared someone might steal it. Castor to the left, eating with an elegance that contrasted with the surroundings, and Cassie beside him, small and quiet, her fingers occasionally touching Ash's arm as if to confirm he was still there. It was Cassie who broke the silence first. Ash, did you really go to a death zone? All eyes turned to him. Ash set his bowl down on the table and leaned back against the wall. Yes. And how did you survive? Effie asked, her mouth still full. Because, look, I haven't been to death zones. They're not places you just walk in and out of like nothing. It wasn't like nothing, Ash replied. I was there for about 2 weeks before I left. 2 weeks? Castor raised an eyebrow. But you left almost 3 months ago. Ash nodded. Most of that time I was traveling toward the Hollow Mountains. Besides, that place isn't just one place. What do you mean? Cassie asked. In simple terms, it's like an onion. It has layers. The surface was populated by a deadly mist, lethal even for corrupted nightmare creatures, even for those of the great rank, which makes it dangerous. But beneath that, there are dangers of its own, not as much as the surface, but they're there. Below, there are deeper and deeper layers. And how far did you go? Nephi's asked. Her voice was calm, but Ash noticed how her fingers tightened around her wooden cup. To the underworld. Effie whistled. The underworld. Damn. And what's down there? She asked curiously. Ash paused. Images of his journey passed through his mind, the enormous amphitheater, the darkness, the mist, the carvings, the bones. In the underworld lies the place where the first lord of the castle died. The silence that seized the room was only broken by Castor's question. The first lord of the castle? The one who discovered the Dark City? Yes. His retinue had gone to the Hollow Mountains. Through some sacrifice of its members, they reached the underworld, where the first lord died. His skeleton was sitting on a rock. And what were you looking for? Castor asked. This. Ash summoned the Crown of Dawn. It's a memory with a single enchantment. Powerful, but interesting. Before you ask, this enchantment strengthens other memories over an enormous range, he said, activating the enchantment. Everyone felt their armor and weapons grow significantly stronger. This impressed the entire cohort. A memory like this would be immensely useful for battles. Ash dismissed the memory, returning it to his soul sea. That's great and all, but how did you know about the existence of this crown? Effie asked. In a library. There are illustrations of those who created this city thousands of years ago, and in them were 7 weapons. So I put 2 and 2 together. You just looked at some drawings and figured out everything about this place? Castor asked. Yes. In fact, I did it the same night we arrived at the outer settlement with my latent ability. If you know what to look for, he explained. Let me see if I understand. You found some drawings in a library that told how this place was created, you looked at the weapons they were holding, and you simply deduced they were relevant. That's a good way to sum it up. But what do those memories have to do with all this? They're to open the Crimson Spire. This time it was Nephi's who answered. The reason the 2 previous attempts failed was because they lacked these memories. By gathering all 7, we'll be able to open the spire and use the portal. Are you sure, Princess? Effie asked. Yes. It's the only gamble we have. If we fail, we'll have to take the second option. And what would that be? Cassie asked. To undergo our second nightmare to ascend and become masters. With my ability, I can guide you toward a nightmare seed to challenge it. Though that's only if we can't open the Crimson Spire. Everyone fell silent upon hearing the only 2 options they had at that moment. Think about it, Ash said, leaving to get more food. When night fell, Ash walked among the ruins. Around him, an enormous amount of mist swirled like a phantom sea, disorienting the nightmare creatures that wandered lost within it. Ash advanced slowly, but steadily. Unperturbed. As he approached his target, the mist began to thin, as if his very presence repelled it, until it became a faint haze that crawled along the ground like a submissive mantle. Finally, he passed through the crumbling arches of what was once an imposing structure. His boots echoed on the cracked flagstones with a resonance that seemed to announce his arrival. The path led him to an open courtyard bathed in the pale light of the phantom moon of the dark sky. In the center lay the shattered corpse of a carapace centurion. Its broken plates glowed faintly, silent testament to a recent battle. 2 for the price of 1, Ash thought, though his eyes were already fixed beyond the body. Sunny stood there, tense as a cornered animal. His posture was one of maximum alert, his hand on the hilt of his sword, and his cautious eyes, those eyes Ash knew so well, scanned the mist with a mixture of hope and distrust. Beside him, the stone saint stood motionless, her petrified armor fused with the shadows around her, ready to defend her master. Ash stopped at the edge of the courtyard, right where the haze ended and the light began. He said nothing. Made no move. He simply stood there, letting the silence stretch. The mist at his back did not advance. It lingered, dense and swirling, like a barrier separating the outside world from what was about to happen. The phantom moon filtered its tenuous light through the remnants of the structure, bathing his silhouette. His cloak stirred with a breeze that no one else seemed to feel. Fragments of his armor caught pale glimmers, as if the darkness itself had polished them. And in his eyes gleamed something that hadn't been there when he left, the stillness of one who has descended into the depths and returned. Sunny stared at him. His lips moved before his mind could process it. Ash. The name escaped his lips like a whisper, as if speaking it aloud might shatter the illusion. The corner of Ash's mouth curved upward. Slowly. Easily. Like a man returning home after a long journey who finds exactly what he expected. His figure fully emerged from the mist, and the grey veil behind him seemed to close like a curtain falling at the end of an act. It's been a long time, Sunless, he said, and his voice resonated through the empty courtyard with a calm that needed no elevation to be heard. Chapter 59, Conversation in the Darkness. Is it really you? Who else would it be? Ash asked, raising an eyebrow. Sunny scrunched up his face. Yeah, it is you. Sunny relaxed a little, but not completely. What brings you to this place? Did Neff send you to find me? Or are you trying to kill me? Ash sneezed. Sorry, there's a lot of dust. But to answer your question, no one sent me. If I wanted to kill you, you'd already be dead. And I came to find you, what else? Sunny blinked. Neff or Cass didn't send you? No, Actually, Nephi's vaguely told me about the argument you had with her when I returned. You returned? Sunny murmured before realizing something. You weren't inside the city. No, I just got back from a trip to find something in a very distant place, he explained. Sunny nodded. I see. He murmured. Where did you go, if one can know? Nowhere impressive, just a death zone. Sunny blinked and all he let out was a confused, hey. A death zone? How are you still alive? Yeah, it was a death zone, though I don't even know how. I guess I'm lucky, he said, shrugging. Oh, and how's the solitary life treating you? Pretty well. Hey, don't change the subject. I tried, Ash murmured. This is an unexplored region of the dream realm, and on top of that, a death zone. What kind of death zone did you go to? Do you know the Hollow Mountains? Sunny frowned, not really knowing what they were. Listen. Human influence in the dream realm isn't very extensive, but it has expanded over the years. There are 3 citadels, Bastion, Ravenheart, and the House of Night, Ash explained like a high school teacher. Bastion has expanded north, but its advance was halted by a mountain range that stretches across the entire dream realm for thousands of kilometers. To put it in perspective, it's like a straight line that divides the entire dream realm in 2. As for the name Death Zone, it's a place so dangerous that not even the bravest saints return alive from it. Ash saw Sunny shudder. Are you saying that place is worse than the Forgotten Shore? There's no comparison. Compared to that place, the Forgotten Shore would be a kindergarten. And you went to that place. My attributes give me a better chance of surviving in that environment. Anyway, I didn't go inside that place, I went to obtain 2 memories, a crown and a shield. Sunny looked at Ash for a few moments and then let out a sigh. I understand, Sunny said. By the way, Sunny, is that echo new? Yeah. I got it recently. A few days ago, to be exact. Ash nodded. It looks good. Both remained silent for a few moments until Ash sighed, deciding to address the main topic. Sunny, it's time to leave this place. Everything we need to open the doors of the Crimson Spire is in our power. Sunny looked at Ash. You know what that means, right? You mean Cassie's prophecy? Ash asked. Yeah. You must know what it means. Rivers of blood, a castle in flames, the golden corpse. Yes, I know. You don't need to be a genius to understand it. Even so, do you agree with this? Honestly, I don't know, Sunless. If there were another option, we could take it without spilling the blood of young and promising sleepers. You know as well as I do that as long as Gunlag is the Bright Lord, nothing will change. Sunny frowned. Listen. Ash said in a serious tone. There are times when people can only choose between 2 paths. One leaves a bitter taste in your mouth, and the other makes you regret it in the future. It's up to each person to choose one of the 2 options. You're trying to manipulate me with your eloquent words, the boy said suspiciously. I'm not manipulating you, I'm just giving my opinion. But my point stands. You want to get out of here, I want to get out of here, everyone trapped in this cursed place wants to return. But there are others who refuse because they would lose their influence or power. If we eliminate the heads of the oppressors, wouldn't everyone be free? You speak of a freedom based on blood, Ashfall. Haven't you done the same, Sunny? He asked, causing Sunny to fall silent. Yes, he said with a certain anger. And the result is your freedom. The same thing will happen here. Nephi's will kill Gunlag, I will kill Tessai, and you will kill Haruz. If we eliminate those 3, we will conquer the spire and be free. I can assure you. Sunny remained silent, meditating on Ash's words deeply, trying to discern what he was planning. Sunny, by nature, was a distrustful person who only trusted himself after growing up in the outskirts. The idea of trusting someone was new. There weren't many people he truly trusted enough. Finally, Sunny looked at Ash, making a decision. "All right," Sunny said. Ash nodded, a slight smile forming on his face as he turned and walked in another direction to find a certain pop star. Ash walked in silence alongside Sunny and his strange echo through the alleyways, climbing ruined houses. "This isn't the way to the settlement." "No, it isn't. I can sense someone somewhere near here. Who would be crazy enough to be in this place with all the abominations wandering around?" Ash looked at Sunny without responding. "What?" "Nothing." After climbing another ruined building, they reached a clearing in a courtyard where a dark stone well stood in the center. "It's in there," Ash said, approaching the well. The duo approached until they were a few meters from the well. As they got closer, a voice came from the well. "Ah, a visitor," the voice said. "It's been a while, a while, a while." The echo of the voice resonated several more times before fading. Time passed slowly. After almost a minute or two, Sunny spoke. "And nice to meet you," he said with a cautious voice full of disbelief. "Oh, no, the pleasure is mine." Again, the echo made itself present on the last word. "So, are you going to feed me or not? No offense, but lately, you've been arriving very late. I've been sitting here alone for 3 days. Or have you decided to try something new?" Receiving no response for a few seconds, the voice spoke again. "Ah, I see. So now we're going to starve. Well, I have to admit something to you, this is your best idea yet. Unfortunately, it won't work. Do you even know what kind of diet we apprentices must follow to debut? I suppose not. In fact, I thank you. This is a great opportunity to improve my BMI." Ash observed the exchange with slight amusement. "Who are you?" Sunny asked. The well remained silent for a few moments. When it spoke, its voice was tense. "Wait. You're not one of the, you're not, oh God." As amusing as the scene was, Ash was feeling a bit sleepy, so he decided to speed up the process a little. "Hey, mysterious voice, are you human?" he asked, already knowing the answer. "Yes, I'm human, are you also human?" "Yes," Ash replied. "Yes, it's definitely over for me. Well, I suppose I had a good run." Sunny sighed, seeing the exchange go nowhere. "Stop panicking, idiot. I really am human. Please forgive me if I don't believe you. Hey! Are you by any chance Kai of Nightingale?" Ash asked. Sunny blinked, confused, and then the voice immediately responded. "You truly are human. Yet. Anyway, idle boy. We're going to get you out of here to talk." Ash summoned his steel crow. Sunny moved back a bit, watching as the echo used its claws to easily pry off the heavy metal grate cover with a loud crash. "The cover is off. Get out of that dark well and don't be scared if you see a huge crow." "It's my echo," Ash said. "All right. I just hope you aren't terrifying creatures." After saying that, a figure flew out of the dark well and then landed on the ground in front of Ash and Sunny. He was tall, slender, and incredibly handsome. His face was small with perfect, beautiful features, high cheekbones, and flawless ivory skin. His eyes were an electrifying green. Overall, he was handsome. The idol looked in front of him, finding a young man with ash-gray hair and golden eyes that seemed to shine with a mysterious and dangerous light. His face was one of unshakable calmness, as if he were detached from the world. For some reason, he felt a shiver run down his spine, warning him that this one was dangerous. "Are you sure you're human?" Kai asked. "I am," Ash replied. Kai looked behind the boy, having to lift his gaze and squint his eyes slightly to see the outline of something large behind him. Summoning a light memory, Kai held his breath as he saw a huge crow about 5 meters tall with folded wings, sharp claws capable of easily piercing awakened armor. Kai took a step back cautiously. He watched as the crow disappeared in a sea of sparks, proving it was an echo. Kai guided the lantern to another side, seeing someone else, shorter, with a face irritated by the light that made him look like a demon. "Well, it seems you two really are human. Part of me was hoping you'd turn into terrifying monsters. But no, you're truly human, and besides, you're cute." Ash raised an eyebrow while Sunny coughed. "I'm Ashfall, but you can call me Ash. The one beside me is Sunless." Kai blinked. "Sunless, where have I heard that?" "Oh, I think I've heard of you. Aren't you the crazy kid who lives alone in the ruins?" Sunny shot Kai a murderous glare. Ash yawned. "Yeah, that's me," Sunny said. Ash took the opportunity and quietly withdrew to a more secluded spot, sitting down on some ruins and giving another yawn. "I hope this is quick, I want," Ash thought, wanting to go to sleep early. Chapter 60, Progress. It was the following morning, and everyone was gathered together. Ash had spoken with Sunny after he'd talked with Kai and reached some kind of agreement to obtain memories from the brilliant castle. The details of the deal didn't matter much to him, that was their business, but the fact that Sunny was back, even temporarily, was enough. Now, sitting in his usual spot by the broken window of the stone house, Ash watched the ruins of the dark city. His yellow eyes traced the empty streets, the crumbling buildings, the shadows that moved at the edges of his perception. The abominations were out there, in the distance, waiting. Always waiting. It was strange how stillness could be so threatening. Ash summoned his runes and read, letting the words float before his eyes like stars in a dark sky. Dash. Name, Ashfall. True name, Dream of Oblivion. Rank, Sleeper. Aspect, Ghost. Aspect rank, Divine. Class, Monster. Soul cores, 2/7. Soul fragments, 13/2000. Aspect ability, Soul Guide. Innate ability, Guidance. Attributes, Nothing, Blessing of Nothing, Spark of Divinity, Shadows. Memories, Nebulous Bow, Cloak of Mist, Sword of Seven, Infinite Spring, Mortal Arrow, Ocarina of Calm, Pale Needle, Zenith Fragment, Dawn Fragment, Twilight Fragment, Weaver's Mask. Echoes, Black Steel Crow, Black Knight. Flaw, Mercy. Dash. Ash smiled slightly at the progress he'd made in just a few months of hard work. 2 soul cores. 2 fragments of a divine crown. A mask with the power to change his appearance. 2 echoes, one of them a warrior who had faced a fallen devil. Not bad for someone who had started with nothing but a pebble and a desire to survive. His fingers traced through the air, dismissing the runes. On track to obtain his 3rd core. Demon rank. If he kept this pace, it would only take him around 8 or 10 months to reach it. 10 months. It seemed like a long time, but in the Shadow Realm, time was a currency you always lost. Every day was a struggle, every night a risk. 10 months was an eternity. Or a sigh. It depended on how many of your friends were still alive at the end. Now that he had the fragments in his possession, the only thing left was to eliminate the brilliant lord. Gun lag. Ash had seen the king of the Dark City only once, from a distance, during one of the audiences the tyrant organized to remind his subjects who was in charge. Gun lag was large, imposing, with a presence that filled any space he occupied. His divine memory, the mantle of fire, covered him like armor of flames that didn't burn but devoured anything that dared to touch it. He knew Gun lag possessed a transcendent echo that protected him. It wasn't just the mantle. There was something else, something that covered him like an invisible cuirass, absorbing blows that should have killed him. The pale needle could pierce that defense. Ash knew it. The bone fragment was sharp enough to cut reality itself. But the needle was small. A single strike weapon. If he missed, if Gun lag dodged or his echo deflected it. He needed something more insidious. Ash checked the pockets of his armor and took out a small piece of carefully wrapped cloth. Inside, meticulously preserved, was the pollen from the red flower. He had collected it months ago, in his early days at the Dark Castle, when he still didn't know what he might use it for. Now he knew. The red flower pollen was poisonous. Not a lethal poison, but something worse, a toxin that attacked the will, that clouded the mind, that made the body move slower than the mind commanded. In a fight against someone like Gunlag, a fraction of a second of delay could mean the difference between life and death. If the pollen failed, he had his echoes. The black steel crow was fast, lethal at close range. And the Black Knight, well, the Black Knight was an unstoppable force when ordered to attack. His flaw, clemency, could be a limitation, but inverted with Weaver's mask. Ash put the pollen away again. Dirty tricks. That was what he needed. Gunlag was stronger, more experienced, with an army at his back and a divine memory that made him practically invincible. Ash wasn't going to win a fair fight against him. But he didn't have to. He just had to create an opportunity for Nephise to do her thing. He heard footsteps. Ash looked up and saw Cassie approaching. She used her silent dancer to guide herself, her feet adjusting to the irregularities of the ground with a grace that only someone who had learned to live in darkness could possess. She stopped a few meters from him, and Ash noticed a small smile adorning her face. It wasn't the polite smile she used with strangers, nor the forced smile she sometimes showed when she was worried. It was a genuine smile. Rare. Valuable. Ash, she said. Tell me a story. Ash blinked at the sudden request. You know I tell stories on special occasions, right? Yes, I know, Cassie replied, tilting her head slightly. But this is a special moment. Soon we'll all be back in the waking world. Ash watched her for a moment. She spoke with such certainty. Soon we'll all be back. As if it were a fact, not a possibility. As if Nephise's plan were already a reality, not a hope. But maybe that was the difference between him and Cassie. He saw all the ways things could go wrong. She saw the only way they could go right. I suppose I can make an exception, he said finally. But it'll be a short story, all right? Yes. Cassie nodded and sat on the ground, legs crossed, hands resting on her knees. Her blind face turned toward him as if she could see him, as if the story he was about to tell were a landscape only she could imagine. Ash took a deep breath. Once upon a time, there was a man who dreamed of being the greatest runner of all time, he began. Not because he wanted to win races or break records. He just liked to run. He liked the feeling of the wind in his face, the rhythm of his feet against the ground, the way his breathing became deep and steady. Cassie smiled. So he ran. Every day, from sunrise to sunset. He ran through fields and mountains, through forests and deserts, through city streets he had never visited. Wherever he went, he ran. One day, while running, someone joined him. A curious man who wanted to know where he was going. The runner didn't ask who he was or why he was following him. He just kept running, and the man followed. Over time, more people joined. Everyone wanted to run with him, everyone wanted to reach the same destination, though no one knew what it was. And so, without realizing it, the solitary runner found himself leading a crowd. Everyone ran together, day after day, following a path that only he seemed to know. But over time, the crowd began to dwindle. Some grew tired and stopped. Others found other paths that seemed more interesting to them. Others simply disappeared, and no one knew where they had gone. And in the end, only two remained, the runner and the first man who had joined him. One day, while running, the man asked him, "Why do we run? What is our destination?" Ash paused. The wind blew through the ruins, carrying the scent of old stone and mist. The runner thought long about the question. So long that he almost stopped. But in the end, he answered, "I don't know why I run. But I like to run. I feel like I'm progressing. The man, confused, asked again, progressing at what? Why do you run if you have no destination? The runner smiled and said, progressing in life. I don't need a destination or a goal. I run to progress in life, to be better every day. Progress is its own destination. Cassie went very still. The curious man, upon hearing that answer, stopped. He watched the runner keep running, disappearing into the distance. Then he looked back, at the path he had traveled, and then he understood. He understood that progress was a personal race, self-imposed. A race that only you, and no one else, can run. You decide if you keep progressing to become better, or if you remain static where you are and don't progress in life. Ash leaned back against the wall. End of story. Cassie remained silent for a long moment. Then, softly, she asked. Was the runner still running? At the end, I mean. I suppose so, Ash replied. In the end, it doesn't matter if you have a destination or a goal. What matters is keeping moving. Because the moment you stop, the moment you decide you've progressed enough, what happens? You die. Not physically. But something inside you goes out. And it never comes back on. Cassie nodded slowly. Why did you tell me that story? Ash looked at her. Her dull eyes, her small, serious face. She was 14 years old, but she seemed much older. Everyone here seemed much older. Because you asked me to, he answered. And because I think you needed to hear it. And you? Cassie asked. Do you keep running? Ash thought of the two soul cores beating inside him. He thought of Thrill, locked in her prison of mist, furious and hungry. He thought of the fragments, the mask, the red flower pollen he kept in his pocket. He thought of the light at the end of the tunnel he had never seen but knew existed. Yes, he said finally. I keep running. Cassie smiled. She stood up and approached him. For a moment, Ash thought she was going to hug him, but she only placed a hand on his shoulder. Then run faster, she said. We'll follow you. And she left, leaving Ash alone with his thoughts. He watched her walk away, her light steps on the bare stone, and for a moment he wondered if he had ever had the luxury of being as optimistic as her. But then he remembered that optimism wasn't a luxury. It was a choice. And Cassie had chosen to believe. Ash sighed and looked toward the horizon, where the nameless sun began its slow descent. Somewhere in the dark city, Gunlag was sitting on his throne, surrounded by lackeys and captains. Somewhere, Nephi's was planning his downfall. And somewhere, Sunny was doing his part to prepare for what was coming. Everyone was running. Everyone was progressing. Each in their own way, each for their own reasons. And Ash was no exception. He would keep progressing for his own reasons. He would keep moving forward. A/N, well, here we are back with daily chapters of this story to finish the first volume. If you find the protagonist's shift a bit strange, it's because I'm still adapting to writing him and capturing his essence. Anyway, tomorrow night I'll post 2 chapters. Chapter 61, The Trial 1. Finally, all the preparations had been completed. Everyone had steeled themselves for that day, they knew the plan and part of what was about to happen. Ash sat in the middle of the plaza, his expression calm. In his hands, he held the pale needle, which was stained with crimson blood that dripped slowly onto the white stone ground. The contrast between the vivid red and the pure white created an image that no sleeper present would ever forget. Raising his gaze, he sensed a human presence. A tall man, dressed in archaic armor with a severe expression, walked slowly toward him. Each step resonated with authority, like a drum announcing the arrival of the storm. Ash knew the identity of that man. Everyone in the Dark City did. He was Tessai, one of the most powerful sleepers under the command of the brilliant Lord himself. Behind him, a dozen of his men, all bearing the insignia of a golden serpent embroidered on their tunics, formed an impenetrable wall of loyalty and strength. So you finally did it, gambling boy, said Tessai in a deep voice that echoed through the plaza. The sleepers who had begun to gather looked on in confusion at what was happening. Some whispered among themselves, others watched in silence, afraid to get involved. Ash didn't flinch. With a calm that seemed supernatural, he replied. You must be Gunlag's right hand. If I may ask, what are you referring to? As he spoke, he continued cleaning the long needle with a worn cloth, his expression indifferent as if he were discussing the weather. Are you trying to downplay your abominable crimes, murderer? Tessai asked, narrowing his eyes. Before Ash could respond, more footsteps were heard. Nephi's, Castor, and Effie appeared from the east, moving with determination. Among the crowd of sleepers, Sunny, Cassie, and Kai watched in silence, waiting for the signal. You must be Tessai, said Nephi's, her voice sharp as a freshly honed blade. What interest do you have in one of my subordinates? You must be Changing Star, Tessai replied with a light, mocking bow. It's a pleasure to meet you, but my business isn't with you. So don't interfere. Any crime of my subordinates is my crime, Nephi's retorted, crossing her arms. So it is my responsibility. What is he accused of? The atmosphere grew tense, dense as the air before a storm. The sleepers from Changing Star's side looked nervously at Gunlag's men, who remained impassive, like statues in a forgotten temple. Tessai flashed a toothed smile and spoke mockingly. Lord Gunlag has invited that one, he pointed at Ash with a disdainful flick of his head, to the castle, to face punishment for his crimes. You should have trained your dogs better, Changing Star. See what happens when they go around biting people. Beneath his hand, he flexed his shoulders, then looked at Nephi's with a dark expression. Now I advise you, rats, to step aside and let me take that rat away. Nephi's didn't back down. She crossed her arms, looking at Tessai with cold, calculating, almost murderous eyes. Or what? The atmosphere grew even tenser, if that was possible. Among the large group of onlookers, only a small handful remained calm. The others held their breath. What a revelation, said Tessai, feigning disappointment. And here I thought you were a great defender of justice, isn't that right, Changing Star? Or is your sense of justice reserved only for the crimes of those who don't even serve you? He sighed disdainfully before continuing. That scout of yours is accused of murder. Why are you trying to stop me from bringing him to justice? Accusing is not condemning, Nephi's replied without flinching. Why do you claim he is guilty? There is much evidence. There are many witnesses. So many people came forward to testify. His guilt is undeniable. How will you respond to that, Changing Star? Ash watched the exchange in silence. Then, he sighed loudly. Finally, he stood up from the large chunk of rock where he had been sitting. His movements were slow, deliberate, like those of an actor who had rehearsed every gesture 100 times. It's all right, Ash said, capturing everyone's attention. He walked a few steps toward Tessai, the pale needle now sheathed at his belt. I've been outside the city for several months, and as far as I know, I haven't committed a single murder. He looked at Tessai with a calm gaze, but slowly, that calm was replaced by something much colder and more sinister. A chill ran through the nearest sleepers. However, if I am accused of a crime, doesn't it seem fair that I prove my innocence through justice? After all, justice is the only law that differentiates us from the beasts, isn't it? Tessai frowned. Something about Ash's words bothered him, though he couldn't pinpoint what. Nevertheless, Ash continued, raising his voice so everyone could hear him, since I have been publicly accused, the only way I will be judged is if everyone is present. Surely your lord won't mind. Why do you think that request will be granted? Tessai asked, his tone mixing irritation and caution. And why should I go see your lord for a crime I didn't commit? Ash replied, winning the wordplay. They stared at each other for a few tense seconds. The wind seemed to stop. Even the birds, if there had been any, would have fallen silent. Finally, Tessai spoke. Fine. Whatever. Come with me to the castle, if you wish. Bring anyone who wants to go with you. Everyone will witness our Lord's justice. Ash nodded with a slight tilt of his head. He walked toward Tessai, who bound his hands with a rope that Ash could break in less than an instant if he wished. But he didn't. He remained impassive as he walked toward the brilliant castle, with Nephi's clothes beside him. The sleepers outside the castle marched behind them, murmuring among themselves, speculating about the fate of that handsome young man with the unsettling gaze. After a few minutes, Ash observed the enormous doors of the castle, which opened with a creak that sounded like the groan of a dying giant. He crossed the threshold. Internally, he wore a wide smile. His plan had begun. Chapter 62, The Trial 2. Upon entering the throne room, Ash saw hundreds of sleepers standing along its walls, waiting to receive them. The entire population of the brilliant castle had gathered in that place, from the sleepers who stayed in the castle, to the guards, hunters, and even the silent maidens, all were there. Ash glanced for a moment at Aiko. He remembered her from their little games in the gamehouse where he had obtained a good number of soul fragments. He also observed multiple echoes gathered in the place, standing among the crowd. Elevated at the far end of the great hall stood the 4 lieutenants of the brilliant lord himself, Genma, Kido, Seishin, and Haruz. Ash continued walking until he stopped in the center of the room. He glanced at Tessai with a cold, indifferent expression that generated discomfort in the hunter. Tessai silently joined the other lieutenants. Moments passed in tense atmosphere until finally, the brilliant lord himself made his appearance. Ash felt a small wave of pressure in his mind, which he dismissed as a mental attack that had no effect on him. Ash looked at Gunlag with a curious expression. The lord of the city was tall, with broad, powerful shoulders. His body was covered by a strange armor of molten gold, solid yet liquid, flowing over his muscles. The armor had no weak points or joints where plates met. Where his face should have been was only a smooth, mirror-like mask that reflected Ash's own face. The mental attack grew more insidious, but it was merely a minor nuisance. Beside him, Nephi's was having some difficulty standing upright under the pressure of that influence. Gunlag walked toward his throne, where he sat with a relaxed and informal posture, as if he were only there to discuss something trivial. The brilliant lord seemed satisfied with the atmosphere of the great hall and finally spoke. Ah, what a spectacle! All my dear protégés gathered here, united to hear the desire for justice to be done. Such dedication, such fervor for the empire of law. Oh, it fills me with gratitude. Don't you find it wonderful? Gunlag let out a light laugh, then rested his attention on Nephi's for a moment before focusing on Ashfall, who remained impassive in his presence. Then he looked at Nephi's. Don't you think it's wonderful, changing star of the immortal Flame clan? Nephi's looked at Gunlag for a moment, then spoke. Indeed. How good. I had the impression you wouldn't agree. My most faithful aides have told me you're an unpleasant person. I suppose these days you can't trust anyone, he said, glancing at his lieutenants, who paled slightly. Gunlag then turned his face, this time looking at Ash. Ah, you must be Ashfall, the murderer of one of my best men, Andal, Gunlag said calmly. It's a pity, but Andal committed crimes and paid for it. Justice is impartial, and its law falls upon everyone equally. Don't you think so, Ashfall? Ash smiled slightly. Indeed, Ash said. I've heard a lot about you. You're one of the best scouts in the city, capable of detecting anything regardless of distance. I had hopes you would join me. Perhaps if you had, you wouldn't have ended up in this situation. Gunlag let out a melancholic sigh. It's a true shame. Look at you murdering innocent humans is something that cannot be forgiven. Just look at yourself. Someone with so much potential ahead of them, turned into a wild beast. But that's what happens when people reject justice. They become beasts. Ash simply blinked slowly, looking at Gunlag, and then spoke with an unsettling calm. That is true. After all, those who do not follow justice are no better than beasts. He said with a small smile, then added, and those who hide behind a false justice dressed in tyranny are worse than beasts. Gunlag laughed, amused by Ashfall's words, dismissing their importance. Let's do this quickly. It's not pleasant to have so many honorable humans in one place. After all, nightmare creatures are unpredictable. Ashfall, you must answer for your abominable crimes. Leaving you alive would endanger all my protégés. Thus, with great regret, I have no other choice. A murmur of voices rose among the crowd. Both inhabitants of the slums and those of the castle were moved by his words. Don't you dare, bastard! Kill that murderer! Lady Nephise, you can't let them. Kill him! Kill them all! Ash looked at Nephise, who stepped forward, looking directly at Gunlag, who frowned behind his mask. I object, Nephise declared, drowning out the voices with her own. Object? Gunlag asked. What do you mean? His guilt is undeniable. You can do nothing to change the outcome. Gunlag paused for a moment, then leaned forward, his insidious voice flooding the entire hall. Well. Unless, of course. Ash looked at Nephise and spoke before she could. I also object to this trial. Since I am accused of crimes I did not commit, I wish to invoke the right of challenge, Ash said. At his words, a deathly silence invaded the ancient castle hall. Gunlag tilted his head, remaining silent for a few moments, then laughed. The right of challenge. Ah, what an old story. It seems you hold that tradition in high regard. Not even a few months have passed since you arrived here, and this is the second time you've invoked the right of challenge, Ashfall. What an insolent child! Gunlag paused. His voice grew darker, filled with a cold darkness. To be honest, I'm tired of this, Gunlag said. Then his voice shifted to a more relaxed tone, almost as if the situation weren't important. Very well. Who do you wish to challenge, then? Gunlag asked, looking at Ash. Ash looked at Gunlag as the ropes binding his arms snapped under a bit of pressure. Rubbing his wrists, he spoke. His voice made everyone in that great hall open their eyes wide. Any of you, all of you. I don't care, he said, letting the weight of his words resonate throughout the hall as a challenge. The crowd was stunned by that declaration, looking at Ashfall as if he were truly insane. Gunlag laughed as he rose from his throne. What audacity you have to declare such a thing! I wonder if you have the confidence to back up those words. Many have tried to kill me, you know? In fact, I have a small hobby, collecting their skulls. Now that I think about it, that head of yours would look good in my collection. Ash looked at Gunlag with boredom. You talk too much, Gunlag, he said calmly. I see you are a man of few words. But that's fine. I accept your challenge. The great hall fell silent, a tense, deathly silence, like that of a hunter stalking its prey. The sleepers hurried against the walls to make space. Nephise looked at Ash, who gave a small nod. Then Nephise moved away, leaving Ashfall alone with Gunlag. From one side of the hall, Gunlag's 5 lieutenants watched their master with complicated emotions. On the other side, Changing Star's followers were tense, watching Ashfall with equally complicated emotions. Cassie stood there, her hand gripping the hilt of the silent dancer tightly, her expression dark. Ash looked at his hand, where sparks began to materialize, first forming a hilt of a bone-white color that rose and sharpened until it became a pale needle with a sharp tip. On the other side, Gunlag stood impassive. Gunlag extended his hand. His liquid armor moved, forming a large, heavy battle axe, which he grabbed and placed on his shoulder. The polished helmet on his face now displayed Ash's own calm countenance. "Any last words?" Gunlag asked. Ashfall looked at Gunlag and fell silent for a moment. Then he smiled a smile that widened across his face as his yellow eyes gleamed with indescribable malice, like the eyes of something that was not human and was unsettling to behold. The air changed, filling with an unsettling cold, and a slight fear manifested in the hearts of those present. "I'll kill you in less than a minute," was all he said. Many have said that, and they died. And with that, without losing a fraction of a second, Gunlag moved at a terrifying speed, launching a rapid thrust. Ash, prepared for it, moved his pale needle forward. The tip of the needle struck the axe, generating a loud metallic sound that resonated throughout the hall. Ash smiled as a sea of grey mist began to pour from his body, completely flooding the entire great hall, hiding the battle from all who watched. Within the continuously expanding mist, the sound of metal against metal rang out with increasing speed and force. Chapter 63, The Breaking Point. The mist was not an ally. It was an extension of his will, a cold cloak that enveloped the great hall and turned every shadow into a possibility. Ash moved within it like a knife between ribs, without noise, without resistance, with the precision of someone who had learned to disappear before being born. Gunlag planted his feet on the stone floor like the roots of an ancient oak. His transcendent armor glowed faintly beneath the mist, each plate pulsing with a dim light within the grey sea. Gunlag had changed from axe to twin curved swords, then to serpentine-bladed daggers, then to a short spear with a black shaft. Each transition was a heartbeat. Each weapon, a natural extension of his arms. His senses, still wrapped in the mist, remained those of a beast. He heard the displacement of air, felt the moisture that Ash's boots lifted from the ground, anticipated every movement with the memory of 1,000 battles. But the mist belonged to Ash. And within it, he didn't need to surprise. He only needed persistence. The first strike came like a whisper. The pale needle, long, straight, deceptively fragile, struck the joint between the plates on Gunlag's left side. It wasn't a deep cut nor an attempt to wound. It was a touch. A kiss of steel at the exact point where the metal curved to allow movement. The enchantment breaking point vibrated on the blade like the string of an out-of-tune violin, and a tiny vibration spread through the armor. Gunlag spun like a whirlwind, the spear sweeping through the space where Ash had been an instant before. But the mist had already swallowed the rider, and the strike only cut through vapor. Clink! Another impact. This time on the right shoulder. The same joint. The same exact spot. The vibration grew, and on the surface of the metal appeared a grey line, fine as a hair, almost invisible. A microfracture. Ash moved like a clockmaker. Without hurry, without pause. Each strike was a lesson in patience. He wasn't seeking the mortal wound. He wasn't seeking blood. He was seeking the crack. That tiny, nearly inaudible sound that announced the breaking point was near. Gunlag changed again, long spear, wide sweep, hip turn. The steel tip whistled as it cut through the mist in a perfect arc, but Ash dropped to the ground, slid between the warrior's legs like a liquid shadow, and as he rose, he stabbed the needle twice into the lower back, along the line between the lumber plates. Clink! Clink! Gunlag's fury overflowed. His movements became wider, more violent. The spear spun in his hands like a propeller, clearing the mist in a 3-meter radius around him. Ash's eyes gleamed with that pale light Gunlag so hated. There was no tiredness or concern on his face, only a mask of tranquility. Gunlag understood then. This wasn't a fight. It was an execution. Ash wasn't trying to overpower him. He wasn't trying to surprise him with tricks. He was breaking his armor. Joint by joint. Strike by strike. Until he left him naked. The Bright Lord tried to pull away. He stepped back, then again, spear raised, seeking distance to regroup, to change tactics. But it was too late. Ash stood before him. There was no mist hiding him. No deception. Only pure speed. The pale needle pierced the air and struck the chest plate exactly at the same point he had been hammering since the beginning. A point where the metal already had a network of invisible microfractures, a perfect fault line waiting for the final push. Crack. The sound was dry, like a rib breaking inside a chest. A fragment of the chest armor flew into the air, spun slowly, and fell onto the mist. Beneath it, Gunlag's blood-stained tunic peeked through. Ash didn't stop. The needle turned in his hand, changed angle, and the second strike drove the tip into the seam of the left side. Crack. Another plate. The metal bent outward with a groan of agony. Gunlag attempted a butt stroke, but Ash was already behind him. The needle came down like a whip and struck his back. Crack. The lumber piece split into two halves that fell to the floor with a metallic echo. A fourth strike, a fifth. Chest, back, shoulders, each impact tore a fragment from the transcendent armor, exposing more flesh, more torn fabric, more vulnerability. Gunlag staggered backward. The wounds were superficial scratches, bruises, nothing mortal, but the psychological impact was devastating. His transcendent armor, the very armor with which he had killed the previous lord, the armor that made him invincible in the Dark City, was breaking apart like the shell of a boiled egg. He abandoned the spear and returned to the axe. The axe seemed to come alive in his hands. He didn't charge. He simply went. One step, and the distance between him and Ash evaporated. The axe rose from his hip in an unstoppable arc, a line of death that parted mist, stone, and flesh. Ash blocked it. He shouldn't have been able to. The force of the blow was enough to split an oak. But Ash didn't try to stop it, he deflected it, spun on his axis, and the impact still lifted him off the ground. He flew backward like a leaf in a hurricane, losing the needle in the process, which spun several times in the air before sinking into the mist. For an instant, Ash was suspended above the sea of mist. From there, 3 meters high, the great hall unfolded before him like a map of misery. The sleeping hundreds lay on the ground like toppled statues. They all looked upward. All of them staring at him. Ash felt not fear, but a strange calm. Gunlag roared from below, raising the axe for a second blow that would end the battle. Still in the air, Ash avoided the axe, grabbed the pale needle firmly, and threw it in a straight line, turning it into a projectile. The needle crossed the distance in a fraction of a second and embedded itself in Gunlag's face. The impact was a dry thunderclap. The helmet of the armor, the last intact piece of his transcendent armor, exploded into fragments. Not from brute force, but because Ash had been striking the head joints throughout the entire fight, and breaking point had done its work. Metal pieces rained down at the warrior's feet, and for the first time in years, Gunlag's face was exposed. Hair golden as wheat in summer, long and matted from battle. Eyes blue as the sky of the high mountains, now bloodshot. Thin lips, chiseled jaw, a straight nose that could have belonged to a statue. A beautiful face, bloodied by the gash the needle had opened on his left cheek. Ash fell. He landed inside the mist without a sound. His feet found the needle on the ground, picked it up without looking, and while Gunlag was still bringing a hand to his naked face, surprised by the cold air against his skin, Ash was already moving. His free hand searched his belt. He found the small leather pouch. He opened it. The red flower powder gleamed for an instant with an ominous crimson tone, even amid the grey mist. He crossed the distance in 2 silent steps. Gunlag looked up just in time to see Ash's hand before his face. He blew. The red flower powder expanded into a fine, nearly imperceptible cloud that enveloped the ruler of the Dark City's head. Gunlag blinked, confused. Then he inhaled. By reflex, by the habit of breathing with his mouth open in the midst of exertion. He breathed in. Immediately, Gunlag stepped back, staggering, and then another step, and another. His body moved as if the floor were the deck of a ship in the middle of a storm. Ash extended his will. The mist began to dissipate. Slowly at first, then faster, as if an invisible window had opened in the ceiling of the great hall and a gust of wind swept the mist toward the corners. The eternal torches regained their full light. The bare stone of the hall was revealed. Gunlag kept retreating, but his steps were increasingly erratic, as a cough began to emerge from his body. The mist disappeared completely. "What? What did you do to me?" Gunlag asked. Ash spun the pale needle in his hand. His body had received a wound or two throughout the fight. Looking at Gunlag, he said, "I killed you, just like I said." Gunlag couldn't speak again. Another cough took over. Blood began to emerge from his eyes, mouth, nose, and ears. Despite his situation, Gunlag smiled. "Ah, really? What a surprise! Don't screw with me, no. I can't die like this," he said as he staggered. From his shoulder emerged an irregular protuberance, like a reddish branch, that began to bloom. A scream full of pain and agony echoed through the hall, freezing the hearts of all who witnessed it. Ash remained calm, watching the suffering of the former ruler. Gunlag stood up slowly and began to walk. His golden armor had been destroyed long ago, revealing an ancient, faded tunic beneath. His steps were slow. Once he reached the throne, he let himself fall onto it as more branches emerged from his body. Ash looked at Gunlag and said, "Rest easy. Your nightmare is over." Gunlag raised his face, stained with blood, and then, gathering his last strength, said, "Good, this is too good. But yours is just beginning." He then murmured in a weak voice, as if to himself, but everyone heard him. "I tried. At the beginning, I really did." Then he looked toward the other end of the great hall, and the light in his eyes disappeared completely, leaving behind only a corpse from which a beautiful red flower grew. Ash heard the voice of the spell in his mind. "You have killed a latent human, Gunlag. Your soul strengthens." The place fell silent as they witnessed the death of their lord. Then he turned and looked at the crowd of lower district inhabitants and then at the members of the host. The giant stopped. His voice echoed throughout the great hall. "What are you waiting for? Kill them, eh?" His voice never finished. A great sword pierced his back and emerged from his chest. Tessai spun around, seeing a demonic figure wrapped in armor as black as night, holding the enormous heavy sword with terrifying ease. The demonic knight made a gesture, splitting the corpse in two. Ash smiled. And with that, chaos erupted. Chapter 64, Chaos in the Hall. After Tessai's death at the hands of the demonic knight, the figure retreated back into the darkness. The guards opened their eyes, but a moment later, they launched themselves at Ash, furious over the death of their leader. The guards and hunters moved in unison alongside the echoes, but likewise, the outer sleepers joined the attack, including, of course, Nephi's, Kai, Sunny, Castor, Effie, and Cassie. Chaos emerged and began to claim its first victims. Hundreds of sleepers fought against each other, and their repressed rage, their bloodthirst, and their resentment, fueled by years of suffering, found their way to the surface. The white marble began to stain red. The guards were massacred indiscriminately, but their powerful memory armaments and their training gave them the upper hand over the disorganized crowd. In the chaos, distinguishing between ally and enemy was difficult, and the clash of echoes and different aspects made it an even more complex task. Ash summoned the Sword of Seven, clashing against a hunter sent by Genma. Ash pierced through the hunter, the blood sacrifice enchantment activated, healing all his wounds and restoring him to his peak condition. Now recovered, his body became a whirlwind of death. His targets were Gunlag's hunters and the echoes, to reduce the pressure on the changing star followers. Every time Ash eliminated a human being, he felt a wild rage filling him, increasing slowly, demanding more blood, more unbridled violence. "Kill all the bastards," shouted a sleeper. Judgment, shouted another, and soon more voices joined in. Screams of terror and pain filled the great hall. The floor became slippery with blood, and corpses piled up on the ground, their eyes open but empty of life. Several hunters lunged at Ash, who spun on himself, cutting them down while a wide, demonic smile full of madness and sadism spread across his face. Blood stained his hair and face. Ash raised his sword, blocking an attack from Genma, who held his own weapon. "What kind of expression is that you have, boy?" Genma asked, exerting more pressure, but Ash didn't yield. Ash looked at Genma with the same madness-filled smile. He applied pressure, overpowering Genma and sending him sliding backward. Beside Genma appeared several of his hunters, as well as a few maidens, who joined forces to face Ashfall. Ash inhaled deeply. His eyes fixed on his targets, and without another word, he charged forward, swinging his sword, beginning a ferocious battle. Genma kept Ash occupied while his hunters and the maidens attacked any weak point, but they couldn't penetrate the armor he wore. Ash swung his sword, cutting down and eliminating hunters and maidens. After eliminating them, he lunged at Genma, landing a powerful kick that sent him flying several meters backward. An echo of a shelled centurion lunged at Ash, throwing its sharp axe, but Ash dodged it, moving his sword and decapitating the echo with a single slash. It disappeared in a sea of sparks. Ash smiled. His boots walked across the great pool of blood. Genma cursed as he saw Ash fall walking toward him with that sword dripping fresh blood. Genma tightened his grip on his weapon. Hearing footsteps, he turned for an instant and saw the leader of the castle's maidens, Sishan, who had a serious expression. Her hands were stained with blood after killing multiple sleepers. "Sishan! Get out! I can deal with this thing," said Genma, irritated. "I'm not here to help you. I came to avenge the death of my maidens at the hands of this thing," she expressed, staring fixedly at Ash, who stopped and looked at Sishan. Ash took a step forward but then stopped because someone grabbed him. It was Cassie, holding Silent Dancer. Ash looked at Cassie with wild rage and madness on his face. "Snap out of your trance! This isn't you, Ashfall," said Cassie, making Ash look at the blind girl. Ash closed his eyes and then sighed. His enormous, madness-filled smile faded, and his eyes regained the brightness of rationality. He had let himself be carried away too much by the sensation of battle, by the euphoria. "Listen, you two," he said finally, after coming back to his senses. "I propose something," he said, looking at Genma and Sishan, who stared back. "And what would that be?" "A way out of this cursed place to the waking world." Genma frowned. "Why should we believe you?" he asked. "Just do it. You and us, we don't want to see more death. Gunlag and Tessai are dead. Can we end this now and besiege the Needle and give you your freedom?" Sishan narrowed her eyes, looking at Ashfall, searching for any sign of deception. Her gaze moved to her maidens, who were dying slowly. Genma did the same, looking at his hunters and then at the leader of the Keto artisans. "Agreed," said Genma. Sishan nodded. Ash looked at the two lieutenants and summoned his echo. A massive raven materialized, rose into the sky, and brought down a powerful thunderbolt that boomed throughout the hall, stopping the senseless massacre. The entire conflict stopped immediately. Ash walked until he stood in the middle of everyone. "Enough," he said, his voice filling the entire hall. "This will get us nowhere. Instead of killing each other, let's do something more civilized, let's kill what prevents us from leaving this cursed place." The sleepers looked at Ashfall with doubt. "How would you do that? And why would we decide to listen to you?" asked a hunter. "I could kill all of you. It wouldn't be difficult," he said as more of a fact than a declaration. "And to answer your question, I have what it takes to do it. If you want, you can keep killing each other and die in this place. Or you can follow me and leave this hell you've been in for so long. The choice is yours." The sleepers looked at each other. They saw the enormous raven, then the corpse of the bright lord. Making a decision, they dismissed their memories. With that, all the chaos had come to an end. The number of sleepers who died in the end numbered around 200. Chapter 65, Preparations. The week after the castle massacre, things had moved at great speed. Since the ruler had died at Ashfall's hands, by law he should have become the new Bright Lord. However, he had rejected it. There would be no new lord to rule the cursed city. Things were set in motion. The former lieutenants and their subordinates began working on manufacturing weapons for the siege of the Crimson Tower. Likewise, thanks to the Dong Crown, which elevated the rank of memories, the sleepers began to win more battles against the abominations. Led by Nephi's, the number of victories increased, including echoes and memories. Soul fragments were used to saturate the nearly 1,000 sleepers of the Forgotten Shore. As the days passed, the army prepared for the future siege. Meanwhile, Ash and Kai explored the surroundings of the Crimson Tower, noting the thousands of abominations that protected it, all controlled by the fallen terror. Ash knew that once the Dark Sea was sealed, the Nameless Sun would begin a massacre of unfathomable scale. And with all the souls traveling through the needle, channeling toward the terror, it would drive its evolution into a titan. If he killed the terror, he would obtain a soul conduit to keep the portal active, but he wouldn't be able to use it. So his plan was simple. They would not kill the terror and would let it evolve into a titan. Though if that failed, he had a plan he preferred not to have to use. Sighing, he ordered his echo to return to the Dark City. There was nothing more to explore. 1 week later, in a small room deep within the ancient Bright Castle, around a table, several people gathered. Ashfall, Sunny, Cassie, Castor, Nephis, Kai, Effie, and Seishan. Beyond the walls, the world was hidden by a deep darkness, with the distant murmur of water striking the ancient wall. "So what do we do now?" asked Sunny. "Summon the fragments," said Ash. In their hands, sparks materialized, forming several memories. The first was a black band with a gem in its center. The second was a heavy bronze shield. And the third, a beautiful bronze spear. Nephi summoned a long sword of pale light, like the moon. Sunny summoned a black tachi. Seishan summoned a war hammer. And Effie's last memory was a short, wavy white cape. The 7 memories lay on the table when, out of nowhere, they shone. 6 spheres of light floated in the center, then merged into an orb of white essence. Suddenly, the 7 flames turned into beams of light and shot toward Sunny. After everything was ready, Nephi said, "We're ready." The next morning, the castle gates opened, revealing a long procession of humans abandoning the great citadel. They walked beneath the skulls swaying in the wind, paying them no attention. Nearly 1,000 people marched toward the Dark City. Nightmare creatures, seeing an opportunity, lunged to attack but were quickly eliminated. They advanced through the city in a straight line toward the edge of the wall. After climbing it, they watched the enormous Bright Castle release a column of black smoke, then become enveloped in white flames. After the castle was consumed by flames, reduced to ruins, the sleepers descended from the wall and marched toward the Crimson Tower. During the journey to the Crimson Tower, they had crossed the Crimson Labyrinth, facing powerful abominations. Some had perished, but others had survived. Finally, they had reached the last stretch that separated them from their freedom and their prison. They had survived the terrors of the depths. They had seen the headless statue of the city lord, and more terrible and marvelous things. On the final night, everyone prepared to begin the siege early in the morning. Ash sat in a secluded spot, a calm expression on his face. Finally, after more than half a year, he was close to returning to the waking world. His eyes settled on the group he knew would remain together in the future. Looking at them, he knew something: there was no space for him. But that didn't bother him. He even liked it, in a way. Once he left the Forgotten Shore, he would join the Night Garden and seek a seed to become a master. He wanted to discover more secrets of his aspect and about the new entity beginning to emerge in his soul, see one more dangerous than thrill. He had lost control of himself during the battle, and if it hadn't been for Cassie, he would have done things he wouldn't be proud of. Ash lay back on the coral surface, looking up at the sky covered in unchanging grey clouds. When the nameless sun rose, the water level dropped, revealing ancient bridges that connected the island of the Red Tower to the other end of the crimson coral. Ash could feel thousands of nightmare creatures emerging from the Crimson Mountains to protect the tower. Among the abominations were all kinds of horrors, members of the shelled leguminosas, scavengers, centurions, and demons. There were colonies of carnivorous worms, enormous centipedes that secreted acid. Stone knights surrounded by red flowers, as well as gorillas and insects. In the sky, 4 black dots circled the top of the tower, the messengers of the needle. Ash heard a loud shout, which he recognized as Effie's voice. "Stand your ground, you wretches! If anyone flees, I'll kill them myself." A powerful roar answered, but it wasn't from humans, it came from the abominations, which charged forward, marking the beginning of the siege. Chapter 66, The Siege of Crimson Spire 1. Ash observed from an elevated position as the first wave of arrows and projectiles shot toward the army of nightmare creatures. The air tore with a sharp whistle. Thousands of points of death crossed the sky like an inverted storm, falling with millimeter precision onto the twisted tide advancing from the horizon. The light of torches and the flames of certain skills briefly illuminated the grotesque forms, malformed bodies, limbs at impossible angles, eyes gleaming with ancestral hatred. From his elevated position, Ash could appreciate the magnitude of what approached. It wasn't an army. It was a living ocean of corrupted flesh and annihilating wool. 6 heavy metal spears, each at least 2 meters long, flew over the head of the sleeping army at a speed that distorted the air in their wake. The spears shot directly toward the great horde, propelled by some skill that turned them into projectiles of massive destruction. The impact was catastrophic. The spears crashed into the horde, shattering everything in their path, mutilating multiple nightmare creatures every second. Fragments of bodies and thick black liquid splattered the corrupted ground. Howls of pain and fury rose, but were quickly drowned out by the collective roar of tens of thousands of inhuman throats. However, despite the first attack, it was like extracting a drop from the ocean. Insufficient to make a real difference. Second volley. Effie's voice rang out again, clear and authoritative even above the chaos. Immediately, a new rain of arrows fell upon the wounded monsters, finishing them off and killing several more. They weren't just archers. Among the arrows were projectiles of all kinds. Some sleepers used slings, crossbows, throwing weapons enhanced by sorcery. Some used their aspect abilities that allowed them to attack at range, energy beams, ice fragments, concentrated flames. The monsters, under the rain of attacks, became more furious and frantic. Their wounded flesh didn't stop them, it only enraged them. They began to run, to leap over the corpses of their own fallen, forming an unstoppable tide that rushed toward the makeshift walls. A second rain of arrows landed on the monster army, accompanied by another 6 enormous metal spears. The thunder of the impacts shook the ground even where Ash stood. But time for ranged attacks was running out. With the distance closed, the first defensive line crashed against the sea of abominations. Effie and Genma led the charge, accompanied by hundreds of sleepers whose skills were tied to direct combat. Energy shields, weapons burning with sacred light, bodies wrapped in living armor of bone or molten metal. Ash watched as humans and abominations collided in indescribable violence of blood and corrupted flesh. The sound was the worst. The cracking of bones, the tearing of flesh, the screams of the dying and the furious roars of the beasts mixed into a nightmare symphony that reached even the farthest part of the army, where the archers and throwers kept shooting arrows and more metal spears to reduce the numbers. Once the initial line held, everyone would have to join the battle. This, of course, included him. Ash exhaled slowly, feeling the weight of his responsibility. After all, he had the most insidious job of all, bringing death through the mist. With his soul guide ability, he could kill abominations by attacking their souls directly without needing to pierce their tough external defenses. He could also summon the abandoned knight he had obtained after killing it to relieve pressure on the weakest lines. Ash looked up at the 5 points circling in the night sky. The 5 fallen beasts, enormous winged creatures that spat corrupted fire and solid shadows, threatened to destroy any aerial formation that tried to face them. It won't be enough with just that, he murmured. Ash summoned the black steel raven. The familiar echo materialized, spreading its metallic wings with an ominous screech. The enormous mechanical bird shot into the sky, colliding directly with the 5 fallen beasts, forcing them to scatter and move away from the main lines. Ash watched how the first line held firm despite everything, and with that, the second line began to move to support the flanks. Feeling how his memories were strengthened by the crown he had given to Nephi's, that strange bond that pulsed deep within his being like a second heartbeat, he decided it was time to enter the battle. There was no more time to observe. He activated the Sea of Mist enchantment of his hazy cloak. Immediately, an abnormal amount of mist began to move, spreading rapidly from his body like a living thing that licked the ground and rose toward the sky in dense grey columns. The battlefield began to disappear, wrapped in that thick, cold fog. Inside the Sea of Mist, Ash felt all his senses sharpen. His vision became clearer even in the darkness. His ears captured every crack of bone, every breath, every heartbeat. His body became faster, much stronger, as if the mist itself propelled him from within. He summoned the pale needle in his right hand. The weapon, long and thin as a fragment of the moon, glowed with a ghostly light barely distinguishable within the mist. He moved toward an area where the formation was weaker. A flank that was beginning to give way, where the abominations had managed to open a breach and were beginning to spill through like pus from an infected wound. Ash advanced like an invisible force, blanketing the world in thick grey mist. His steps made no sound. His breathing was barely a whisper. His presence blurred until it became indistinguishable from the fog itself. The abominations lunged into the mist, blinded, guiding themselves only by smell and hearing. Only to become disoriented moments later. The fog played tricks on their senses, making them perceive danger where there was none, while hiding the true predator. An instant later, something pierced their heads. A dry, precise, clean strike. The pale needle penetrated skulls and natural armor as if they were paper, and at the moment of impact, Ash cut the creature's soul before its body even finished falling. Abomination dead instantly. Ash smiled as the first abomination fell dead at his feet, its body still trembling from the inertia of death. He withdrew the pale needle with a fluid motion and watched as several nightmare creatures began to move into the mist, drawn by the smell of blood and movement. They didn't seem to understand yet that they were entering a trap. His eyes gleamed with a sinister light. Slowly, a smile spread across his face. He threw himself at the abominations, beginning to kill them. You have killed. You have killed. You have killed. You have killed. Your soul. Your soul. Your soul. Your soul. He ignored the voice of the spell. Those words were meaningless now. The only number that mattered was how many nightmare creatures fell under his power. He continued his massacre of abominations without rest. The pale needle danced between his fingers like an extension of his own will. Each movement was a death. Each death was relief for the defensive line fighting just a few meters behind. He leaped onto an abomination, using its head as a springboard to launch himself toward his next target. Then, an enormous shelled centurion, a beast at least 3 meters tall, covered in natural plates resistant even to magic, fell upon him from a blind angle. Ash didn't hesitate. He buried the pale needle into the centurion's head with terrifying force. The weapon's tip pierced the shell as if it were butter. He felt the creature's soul, large, clumsy, but furious, and simply cut it. He shattered it from within. The creature fell dead instantly without even a whimper. He summoned the sword of 7 in his free hand and drove it deep into the centurion's flesh. He used blood sacrifice. Immediately, a current of vital energy coursed through his body, restoring all his energy and stamina. The small cuts and bruises from previous clashes closed instantly. He stood atop the centurion's smoking corpse, his hazy cloak billowing around him like wings of shadow. 3 more abominations lunged forward, drawn by the gleam of blood and the implicit challenge in his posture. They might not understand fear. They might not know surrender. But they would soon know death. "Come," said Ash, with a cold smile that never reached his eyes, and launched himself to meet his new enemies. The mist closed behind him, swallowing him along with his victims. Outside the sea of mist, the battle continued to roar. But inside, Ash was the only one hunting. Chapter 67, The Siege of Crimson Spire 2. The mist did not yield. Within that thick grey mantle that spread like a living lung over the battlefield, death danced to the rhythm of a single man. Ash moved among the abominations like an invisible blade, like a thirsty phantom that knew neither mercy nor rest. Each step was a death. Each breath, a cut. The pale needle glowed in his right hand with a ghostly light that seemed to absorb even the slightest reflection. The weapon was fast, lethal, designed to pierce defenses and reap souls before the body even understood it was already dead. But Ash did not limit himself to stabbing. There was a ferocity in his movements that transcended any technique or strategy. He massacred. That was the only word that could describe what happened within the sea of mist. Ash did not fight. He did not struggle. He did not battle. He massacred abomination after abomination with an efficiency bordering on superhuman, amplified by each death he brought upon the nightmare creatures. An abomination with elongated arms, one of those that looked like humanoid spiders with inverted joints, lunged at him from the left. Ash didn't even turn completely. His arm moved in a wide arc and the pale needle pierced the beast's skull from side to side. A downward tug and the head split in two. The body fell with a wet thud. Without stopping, Ash spun on his axis and kicked another abomination approaching from the rear in the chest. The impact was so violent that the creature's sternum caved inward with a muffled crack. The beast flew several meters backward, crashing into 2 of its companions and knocking them down in a tangle of twisted limbs. Ash pounced on them before they could get up. He drove the pale needle into the first one's eye. Pulled it out. Drove it into the second one's throat. Pulled it out. The third tried to hit him with a deformed arm, but Ash simply grabbed the limb, twisted it in a direction no joint should allow, and when the bone cracked under his augmented strength, he used the opening to sink the weapon hilt deep into the creature's chest. The abomination's soul shattered like a mirror struck by a stone. "You have killed a fallen beast. Your soul strengthens." Ash felt the familiar tingle running through every fiber of his being. With each death, with each soul he reaped using his soul guide ability, his own strength increased. His speed improved. His reflexes sharpened. It wasn't much for each individual death. But he had killed dozens. Perhaps already close to 100. And he had no intention of stopping. An enormous smile spread across his face. It was not a human smile. There was no warmth in it, no compassion, not even the cold calculation of a professional assassin. It was something more primitive. Darker. A smile full of manic madness and bloodlust that burned in his eyes like embers in the darkness. Ash laughed. It was a low laugh at first, almost a whisper that escaped his lips without him being fully aware. But it grew. Became louder. Wilder. He laughed as he pierced an abomination still trying to get up from the ground, the pale needle entering and exiting its corrupted flesh like a knitting needle through rotten wool. He laughed as another beast managed to hit his shoulder with a massive claw, pushing him back a step, only for him to respond by plunging the sword of 7 into its belly and dragging it upward until he split it in 2. He laughed when a fallen abomination, one of those creatures that were once human or something like it, twisted by the corruption of the spell, lunged at him with a roar of desperate fury. The beast was enormous, at least twice his size, with claws that could split steel and a mouth full of teeth that should never have existed. Ash charged directly at it. The impact was brutal. The abomination's claws tore strips from his hazy cloak and opened superficial cuts on his chest and arms. Blood splattered through the air, hot and red. But Ash did not retreat. His smile widened even further, showing teeth stained with his own blood. "More," he shouted, his voice broken by fury and ecstasy. He buried the pale needle into the fallen abomination's neck. The beast roared, writhing violently. Ash clung to the weapon like a dog to a bone, letting the creature drag him as he searched for the angle for the final blow. He found it. With a sharp movement, he twisted the weapon and cut the abomination's spinal column from within. The body collapsed. Ash fell with it, rolling over the corpses that already covered the ground like a macabre tapestry. He stood up quickly, spitting out a mouthful of blood that had filled his mouth. The laugh escaped his lips again, now louder, clearer. A cackle that echoed within the mist like the echo of something no longer completely human. "Is that all?" he asked the void, the shadows moving beyond the mist, the abominations that hesitated before entering his domain. "Is that all?" He took a step forward. Then another. The abominations lurking at the edges of the mist instinctively retreated. Some fled. Others lunged at him, blinded by a hatred that was no longer strategic, only visceral. Ash welcomed them with open arms. He cut. Stabbed. Struck. There was no limit to his fury or his madness. Each movement was a death. Each death fed his power. Each fragment of power made him faster, stronger, more dangerous. He punched an abomination, feeling the bones of his own hand crack from the force of the impact along with the beast's skull. The pain was a white flash that shot through his arm, but Ash only smiled more intensely. Pain? Pain was confirmation that he was still alive. That he was still fighting. That he was still killing. "Come," he murmured, almost with devotion. "Come, you damned creatures!" And then he shouted it louder, his voice tearing in his throat. "Come!" The echo of his cry was lost in the mist and the distant roar of the battle. But something answered. Something deep within him, in that part of his soul that remained hidden, was awakening and reacting to the massacre. The dawn crown he had given to Nephi's pulsed with a faint light, and Ash felt his memories strengthen, felt his connection to death become more intimate. He killed another abomination. And another. And another. With each one, his laugh grew wilder. But even the hottest fury needs allies. Ash raised a bloody hand and summoned the Black Knight. The familiar echo resonated in the air, a metallic, deep sound, like the tolling of a funeral bell, and the mist swirled violently around him. From the center of the mist, a silhouette began to materialize. The Black Knight stood at least 2.5 meters tall, his armor of living stone polished like obsidian, with crimson veins that pulsed like freshly opened veins. His form was that of a demonic knight, a fallen warrior who had transcended death to serve a darker will. In his hands, a great broad-bladed sword that seemed to absorb the light around it. The Black Knight's eyes glowed with a pale fire, and he turned his head toward Ash as if waiting for an order. "Kill," said Ash, his voice barely a hoarse whisper. "Kill them all." The Black Knight needed no further instructions. He launched himself at the abominations with a ferocity that matched, and even surpassed, that of his summoner. The great sword moved in wide arcs, cutting through flesh and bone as if they were butter. Each blow split entire bodies. Each thrust pierced hearts and lungs and whatever other organs those creatures possessed. The Black Knight felt no pain. He knew no fatigue. He did not hesitate. He was death made stone. Together, Ash and the Black Knight swept away everything that entered the mist. They created a zone of death within the zone of death, a circle of carnage so absolute that even the most bestial abominations began to hesitate before crossing the mist barrier. Meanwhile, the mist moved. It was not static. Ash controlled its expansion and contraction with each beat of his will. The sea of mist flowed like a living being, covering corpses, hiding the horror of what had happened, revealing only fragments of the battlefield when the spell pleased. What was visible was enough to freeze the blood. A sea of broken abomination corpses stretched across the area Ash had cleared. Bodies piled on top of each other, some still smoking, others already cold, all of them mutilated in ways that suggested an almost artistic violence. Severed arms. Heads separated from bodies. Torsos opened like badly written books. It seemed as if an invisible entity had fed on their souls, leaving behind only empty shells. And in a way, that was exactly what had happened. Ash stepped onto a mound of corpses that reached his waist. The pale needle and the sword of seven glowed with a wet gleam, covered in that thick black blood that flowed from the nightmare creatures. His hazy cloak was torn in several places, dripping the same corrupted liquid mixed with his own blood. But he smiled. He always smiled. That was when it happened. An enormous abomination, one of those that camouflaged themselves among the corpses waiting for the perfect moment, emerged from the pile of bodies like a released spring. It had been waiting. Watching. Calculating. Ash didn't see it until it was too late. The blow caught him fully in the side. It was like being rammed by a war chariot. A claw the size of his torso caught him in the air, the claws piercing his reinforced leather armor and sinking into his flesh. The impact threw him through the mist like a broken doll, his arms and legs flailing uncontrollably. Ash flew at least 15 meters before crashing into the ground. He rolled. Bounced. Stopped against the corpse of a shelled centurion, the impact making his teeth chatter and his vision blur momentarily. The pain was searing. His fractured ribs crackled with each breath. His left side burned as if on fire, the flesh torn by the deep furrows the claws had left. Blood gushed out rapidly, soaking his clothes. For a moment, just a moment, Ash thought that perhaps this was the hour. Perhaps the spell had decided his luck had run out. But then he smiled. His mouth was full of blood. The warm, metallic taste filled his tongue, ran down his throat as he swallowed instinctively. He spat some out and watched the red liquid splatter the black-stained ground. He smiled wider. More, he whispered, his voice barely a gasp. More. 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 He stood up. Every movement was agony. His broken ribs protested. His side bled uncontrollably. But Ash was beyond pain at that moment. Or perhaps, simply, he no longer cared. The crown in his soul pulsed with an almost frantic urgency, and the memories Nephi's had granted him swirled in his mind like a whirlwind of blades. The abomination that had struck him approached. It was massive, at least 4 meters tall, with the jaw split into 4 sections revealing rows of teeth like daggers. Its arms were as long as its entire body, and each hand ended in 3 claws the size of short swords. Ash looked into its eyes. And his smile became absolute. More, he shouted, the word bursting from his chest like a war roar, like a challenge to the entire spell, to the nightmares, to death itself. He grabbed the sword of 7 with both hands. His bloodied fingers slipped a little on the hilt, but he clung with a strength born of desperation and madness. He charged at the abomination. The beast raised an arm to crush him, but Ash was faster even while wounded. He slid under the blow, felt the wind of the claw pass over his head, and drove the sword of 7 into the creature's leg. The sword activated instantly. Blood sacrifice began to work. Through the blade, Ash felt the abomination's life being sucked out, transformed, channeled into his own body. The blood stopped flowing from his wounds. The cuts began to close, the torn muscles to regenerate, the broken bones to knit together. It was fast. Violent. Enlightening and painful. Ash felt the beast's vital energy fill every pore of his body, returning strength, speed, vitality. When the sword finished feeding, the abomination fell to its knees, its flesh pale and withered as if it had aged centuries and seconds. Ash didn't wait for it to die on its own. He pulled out the sword, spun on his heels, and with a circular motion involving his entire body, decapitated the beast in a single stroke. The head fell to the ground with a dull thud. The abomination's eyes blinked twice before going out forever. Ash stood over the corpse, breathing deeply. His body was as good as new. No wounds. No pain. No fatigue. The Black Knight appeared beside him, his great sword dripping black blood. For a moment, the two stood in silence, observing the sea of corpses surrounding them. Ash turned his head toward the Black Knight. The smile of madness still shone on his face, but his eyes had changed. They were still sinister, still gleaming with a dangerous light, but there was something more in them now. Something that might be called clarity. "We're not finished," said Ash, his voice now calm, serene, completely out of place in the midst of the carnage. "This is nothing. We haven't seen anything yet." He looked toward the heart of the battle, beyond the mist, where the screams of the sleepers and the roars of the abominations mixed in an infernal symphony. The smile widened a little more. "Let's go," he ordered, and the Black Knight nodded with his stone helmet. Together, master and summon, they ventured once more into the heart of the storm. The mist closed behind them, enveloping them in its cold, deadly embrace. And somewhere, deep within that sea of mist, Ash's laugh echoed again. Low at first. Louder after. Until it became the only sound the abominations heard before they died. Chapter 68, The Siege of Crimson Spire 3. While below the massacre spread like a bloodstain upon the earth, above, in the sky darkened by mist and smoke, another equally violent battle unfolded. The sky was a chaos of wings, claws, and lightning. In the midst of that whirlwind of death, one figure stood out above all others. The black steel raven, the summon that Ash had unleashed moments before plunging into his own madness, moved among the low clouds like a nightmare made of metal and dark feathers. The creature was imposing. Standing 5 meters tall from head to claws, the raven dominated the aerial battlefield like a winged warlord. Its body was clad in black metal that gleamed with oily reflections under the faint light of torches and the skills burning on the ground. It was not a living being, not truly. It was a construct of the spell, an echo of something Ash had defeated and claimed as his own. But at that moment, soaring over the battlefield, it seemed more real than any creature of flesh and bone. Its legs, sheathed in the same black metal, ended in claws as long as sharpened blades. Each claw measured nearly half a meter in length, curving downward in a shape specifically designed to tear, to pierce, to destroy. The claws opened and closed with a metallic sound reminiscent of swords being sharpened. And before it, 5 fallen beasts awaited. The Luggles, the messengers of the spire, as some sleepers who had survived previous encounters called them, were abominations roughly 2 meters tall, though their wingspan was much greater. Their appearance was disturbingly beautiful if one ignored the horror of their details. They resembled griffins from some forgotten legend, but distorted by the corruption of the spell. Their color was pale, almost sickly, like flesh that had never seen sunlight. Their slender, streamlined bodies seemed made for speed, for cutting through the air like blades. But the most disturbing thing was the multiple legs protruding from their chests. Not 2, not 4. At least 6 or 8 additional limbs sprouted from each messenger's torso, writhing like blind worms, each ending in a smaller but equally lethal claw. These accessory legs allowed them to cling to their prey while flying, or to defend themselves from attacks from impossible angles. Their wings were made of white flesh and feathers, a grotesque combination of the organic and what might have been beautiful if it weren't so terribly wrong. 5 of them surrounded the steel raven. But the raven showed no fear. It couldn't. It was a summon, a magical construct without emotions beyond those Ash imprinted upon it. And at that moment, the only emotion Ash had was fury. The battle began. The first messenger launched itself at him with a piercing shriek that cut through the air like a needle. Its multiple legs reached forward, seeking to latch onto the raven, while its beak, sharp and cruel, aimed directly at its opponent's metallic eyes. The steel raven did not retreat. Instead, it surged forward with a speed that contradicted its size. Its wings spread fully, beating the air with such force that they created a gust of wind so intense that the other 4 messengers had to struggle to maintain course. The raven's claws opened and, in a movement so fast it was barely visible, caught the first messenger by the torso. The metal blades pierced the pale flesh without resistance. The messenger shrieked, writhing violently, its additional legs scratching at the raven's metal in a desperate attempt to break free. But the steel raven was built for war. Its metal plates resisted the scratches, and its claws closed with the force of a hydraulic press. The messenger's body split in 2. The upper half fell toward the ground, spinning uncontrollably, while the lower half remained trapped in the raven's claws for a moment longer before being tossed with disdain toward the other messengers. One of them couldn't dodge the macabre projectile. The impact unbalanced it, making it stagger in the air, and that was all the mistake the steel raven needed. A second beast fell. The raven swooped down on the disoriented messenger like a hawk on defenseless prey. This time it didn't use its claws. It opened its beak, another weapon, another instrument of death, and drove it into the creature's head. The metal beak pierced skull and brain in a single motion, and when the raven withdrew its head, the messenger plummeted toward the ground, dead before impact. 2 abominations eliminated in less than a minute. The 3 remaining messengers instinctively scattered, their hunter instincts suddenly recognizing that they were not the predators in this equation. But the steel raven didn't give them time to regroup. It spread its wings, and from the tips of each metal feather, sparks began to emerge. The sparks grew, intensified, became full lightning bolts that jumped from one feather to another, charging the raven's body with visibly blue electricity. Lightning! The raven hurled the first lightning bolts at the nearest messenger. The bolts crossed the air in fractions of a second, too fast for any flying creature to dodge. They struck the messenger in the chest, in the wings, in the multiple legs sprouting from its torso. The abomination convulsed violently, its muscles contracted by the electricity, its feathers burning. It shrieked, a horrible sound mixing pain and surprise, and began to fall. But the steel raven didn't wait for it to hit the ground. It was already turning toward the 4th messenger. More lightning. These struck the creature in one of its wings, burning white flesh and feathers down to the bone. The messenger lost its balance, spinning uncontrollably, but managed to maintain altitude with a violent flapping of its remaining wing. It wasn't enough. It wouldn't be. The raven lunged at it, claws extended, and this time there was no resistance. The metal blades pierced the messenger's chest, piercing lungs and heart, and when the raven spread its claws outward, the abomination's body opened like a macabre flower. 4 of 5. The last messenger, witnessing the death of its companions, made a decision few abominations ever made. It fled. It beat its wings desperately, ascending toward the higher clouds, seeking to escape the metal demon that had massacred its brothers in minutes. But the steel raven was not made to let prey escape. The lightning that struck the 5th messenger was the brightest of all. It lit up the sky like a second sun, momentarily blinding the sleepers fighting on the ground. The messenger fell like a stone, its body charred, its feathers reduced to ashes that floated in the wind like black snow. The steel raven hovered in the air, surrounded by the remains of its enemies. Its wings still crackled with residual electricity. Its claws dripped black blood. Its beak, slightly open, seemed to smile. But the battle in the sky was not over. Below, beyond where the raven could clearly see, other flying abominations descended toward the battlefield. They were smaller than the messengers, less powerful, but far more numerous. A cloud of winged creatures, 100 or perhaps 200, swirled above the defensive lines of the sleepers, seeking weak points, seeking to fall upon the wounded and those who had strayed from their groups. They never reached the ground. A network of steel threads awaited them. From strategic positions around the camp, sleepers specialized in control and trap skills had deployed a network almost invisible in the literal sense. The threads were fine as hairs, nearly impossible to see in the gloom, but stronger than any normal steel rope. They stretched between tents, between formations, creating a barrier that no flyer looked for because one rarely looks up when death comes from the front. The first wave of flying abominations crashed into the net. The threads cut wings, severed limbs, trapped entire bodies in an invisible steel prison. The shrieks of the trapped creatures rose above the battlefield, mingling with the roars of the ground monsters and the screams of the sleepers. But the net was not static. The sleepers controlling it could move the threads, adjust tensions, create new barriers in real time. The abominations that managed to avoid one section of threads encountered another. Those that cut one thread discovered 10 more behind it. It was a silent massacre, orderly, almost clinical. The winged creatures fell by the dozens, their bodies cut to pieces by the invisible threads. Their wings detached and floated in the air for a moment before joining their owners on the ground. Their throats opened on their own as they flew, blood spraying like black rain upon the combatants below. Chapter 69, The Siege of Crimson Spire 4. The mist began to dissipate. Not because Ash had decided to stop his ability, but because his will had become erratic, unpredictable, as furious as the flames consuming the battlefield. The hazy cloak that had enveloped him during the first phase of the massacre now swirled around him like a grey whirlwind, opening and closing according to the whims of his mental state. Within that chaos of mist and blood, Ash massacred without rest. But it was no longer enough. His eyes gleamed with madness as he looked ahead. He had eliminated dozens of abominations in his zone, turning the ground into a sea of mutilated corpses. The pale needle and the sword of 7 had been permanently stained black, the corrupted blood of the nightmare creatures drying in layers upon the metal. His grey cloak, once immaculate, now hung from his shoulders like a blood-soaked rag. Massacring wasn't enough. He needed more. He desired more. Battle cries reached his ears, not from his own death zone, but from beyond. From where the humans fought against the endless tide of monsters. Ash turned his head slowly, like a predator detecting movement in the periphery of his vision, and he saw them. Sleepers. Allies. Humans fighting with their own skills, their own weapons, their own lives at stake. And before them, more abominations. Many more. A fleeting memory crossed his mind hazy, as if seen through fogged glass that those humans were not enemies. That he had come to this battle to fight alongside them, not to kill them. For a moment, he regained some of his sanity. But it was only a moment. Yet, it was enough. Ash surged forward, discarding the mist around him. The hazy cloak that had once hidden and empowered him now dissipated completely, leaving him exposed to the light of flames and lightning. He no longer needed to hide. He no longer wanted to stalk in the shadows. He wanted them to see him. For everyone to see him. His speed was like a grey blur that cut through the abominations with overwhelming ease. The monsters that stood in his path didn't even have time to react. 1 second they were roaring, preparing to attack some defenseless sleeper, and the next they were already dead. Ash cut left and right with precision bordering on superhuman. The pale needle pierced heads and hearts without effort, while the sword of 7 reaped limbs and split entire bodies with each strike. When he couldn't cut, he struck. When he couldn't strike, he crushed. A shelled centurion similar to the one he had killed before, but larger, more imposing tried to block his path. Ash didn't slow down. He launched himself directly at the creature, dodged its charge with a twist that would have broken a normal human's hips, and cut. The pale needle found the weak point between the shell plates, right where the neck joined the torso. The metal pierced flesh and cartilage, and Ash pulled back with all his augmented strength. The centurion's head separated from its body with a wet, cracking sound, rolling across the ground as its gigantic body collapsed like a falling building. One more. Beyond the centurion, a twisted, bloody mass caught his attention. A bloodworm, one of those elongated abominations that crawled across the ground like deformed snakes, leaving a trail of crimson viscosity in their wake, was coiling around a group of sleepers trying to flee. Ash didn't think. He ran straight toward the creature, the sword of 7 raised high. The worm, at least 6 meters long, with a circular mouth full of spiral teeth, detected him too late. Ash leaped, landed on the monster's body, and began running along its spine as the beast writhed in agony. The sword of 7 plunged once, twice, thrice. On the third strike, Ash split the worm in two. A jet of hot, thick blood bathed him completely, soaking his grey cloak in a dark red that would soon mix with black. The front half of the worm continued writhing for several more seconds before finally going still. The rear half was already dead before hitting the ground. Ash stood upon the creature's remains, his chest rising and falling with rapid, deep breaths. His cloak, once grey, was now stained red and black. Drops of blood dripped from his sleeves, from his chin, from the tips of his weapons. He looked like a demon fresh from hell. But he didn't stop. Ahead, a figure wrapped in white flames caught his attention. The flames weren't normal, they were hot, yes, but they also had an almost liquid quality, as if fire itself had decided to take human form. They danced around the figure with lethal grace, spreading in waves that consumed everything in their path. The abominations that came too close turned to ash in seconds. Their roars of fury transformed into shrieks of agony, and then into silence. Nephis. Ash recognized her instantly, though he could barely see her face amid the glow of the flames. The crown she had given him pulsed stronger, and he felt his mind clear for another moment. She was an ally. She was an ally. Ash's mind became enveloped again in the wild frenzy of death. He moved toward her, cutting through the abominations trying to surround the bearer of the white flames. He arrived just as 3 fallen beasts, smaller versions of the messengers the raven was eliminating in the sky, lunged at Nephis from a blind angle. They didn't reach her. Ash cut the first in half with a vertical slash that began at its head and ended at its pelvis. The second received the pale needle in its eye, its soul shattered before its body finished falling. The third tried to flee, but Ash was already upon it, the sword of 7 piercing its chest and emerging from its back. 3 deaths in less than 5 seconds. Nephis turned her head slightly toward him, her eyes gleaming with the reflection of her own flames. She said nothing. There was no need. A nearly imperceptible nod, and Ash had already lunged forward again, continuing his massacre. The battlefield stretched before him like an endless feast. More abominations, much stronger than before. Ash cut them, stabbed them, struck them. His technique was flawless, yes, but it was his fury that sustained him. A fury that had no limit, that knew no fatigue, that desired only one thing beyond the next death. The next. And the next. And the next. Dash. While Ash ravaged the ground, his echo the Black Knight continued its own massacre in another section of the battlefield. The living stone armor moved among the abominations like a harvester of death. Its great sword cut left and right with an efficiency no human could match. Each blow split bodies. Each thrust pierced hearts. Each step left a trail of corpses behind. The sleepers fighting in that zone began to notice the change. First was the pressure. A feeling that something enormous and dangerous was nearby. Then they saw the Black Knight's silhouette cutting through enemy lines, and they felt something many of them hadn't felt in hours: hope. One by one, they began to gather around it. Not because they trusted it was a summon, an echo of a defeated enemy, and its presence was as terrifying as the monsters they faced, but because it was effective. The Black Knight killed faster than they did. It killed with less effort. It killed without fear. A sleeper with a flaming spear positioned himself to its right. Another, a woman with arms covered in metallic scales, to its left. Behind them, the archers and throwers who had run out of space to shoot now advanced, taking advantage of the path the Black Knight opened. "Let's go," someone shouted. "Follow the knight." And they did. The Black Knight wasn't leading them, not really. It simply advanced toward where the abominations were densest, and the sleepers followed, taking advantage of the openings it created, finishing off the wounded, protecting its flanks. Together, they began pushing the enemy line backward. Dash! In the sky, the battle reached its peak. The Black Steel Raven no longer fought alone. A flying human, a sleeper whose ability allowed him to soar through the skies, had joined the fight. Together, the Metal Raven and the flying human formed a lethal team. The Raven attacked with its claws and beak, tearing winged abominations apart with a ferocity that recalled its summoner. The flying human, faster and more agile, moved among the creatures like a needle, attacking with his bow, unleashing a rain of furious arrows. Above, the grey clouds covering the sky began to illuminate from within. Lightning! Not the kind the raven launched from its wings, but natural lightning or something like it descending from the heights with apocalyptic fury. Each bolt struck the ground or some winged abomination too slow to dodge, and the ensuing thunder shook the bones of all who fought. Boom! Another bolt fell, illuminating the battlefield as if it were noon for an instant before plunging it back into the gloom of mist and smoke. Boom! The winged abominations shrieked, disoriented, some of their charred bodies plummeting toward the ground. The Steel Raven used the chaos to eliminate 2 more messengers that had managed to survive the first wave. The flying human, for his part, took care of the smaller creatures, those trying to escape the Raven's reach. The sky was an inferno of lightning, black feathers, and corrupted blood. Below, Ash looked up between death and death, saw the spectacle of destruction above his head, and smiled. It was an apocalyptic scene. Perfect. He plunged back into the massacre, his weapons singing in the air, his laughter lost among the screams of the dying and the roars of those yet to die. Chapter 70, The Siege of Crimson Spire 5. The massacre had no end. Or at least, that's how it seemed. Ash moved among the abominations like an automaton, like a machine designed exclusively to kill and nothing more. His arms rose and fell mechanically. The pale needle pierced. The sword of 7 cut. One abomination fell. Then another. Then another still. He had lost count after the 100th corpse. Perhaps he had killed 200. Perhaps 300. Perhaps the number no longer mattered because for every one that fell, 2 more seemed to emerge from the horizon to take its place. The army of nightmare creatures was endless, a living tide of corrupted flesh and blind hatred that knew neither fear nor retreat. And Ash was tired. Not physically. The blood sacrifice of the Sword of 7 kept him standing, healing his wounds, restoring his energy, returning vitality to him each time his strength began to falter. His body was a perfect machine of destruction in that moment, enhanced by the souls he reaped, reinforced by the crown Nephi's had given him, fed by the fury burning in his chest. The exhaustion was mental. The voice inside him roared without rest. It was something deeper, more primitive. A desire born from the darkest part of his being that screamed for more blood, more violence, more death. Urging him to keep killing even as his arms burned and his chest ached from the immense overexertion he was enduring. More, whispered the voice. More. 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 And Ash obeyed. He moved by inertia now. His thoughts had become blurry, fragmented, like a broken mirror whose pieces no longer quite fit together. He vaguely remembered that he had begun the battle with a strategy, with a plan, with clear objectives. Now only the next movement existed. The next death. The next corpse piling upon the others. Out of the corner of his eye, he caught sight of his echo. The Black Knight fought against the abominations in a different section of the battlefield, its great sword reaping lives with a disconcerting calm. There was no hurry in its movements, no fury, no desperation. Only the cold efficiency of a warrior who had transcended the need for emotions. Around it, a group of sleepers had gathered, taking advantage of the path the night was opening to advance upon enemy lines. There were at least 20, perhaps 30. Men and women who had seen in that living stone armor an opportunity to survive, and who now fought in its shadow like squires of death. On the other side, in the sky, the black steel raven continued its dance of destruction. The flying abominations had diminished in number, the original messengers no longer existed, and the smaller creatures fell by the dozens beneath the raven's metal claws, but enough remained to keep the winged summon occupied. Beside the raven flew Kai. Ash recognized the sleeper's silhouette flying through the stormy sky. That silhouette was none other than Kai. Kai moved among the abominations with a grace that Ash vaguely admired, even in his fragmented mental state. His bow hummed each time it loosed an arrow, leaving behind a trail of light and death. Together, the metal raven and the flying human had cleared much of the aerial space. The few winged monsters that remained kept their distance, too wounded or too frightened to approach again. At some point, Ash noticed that Nephi's had moved. The bearer of the white flames was no longer where he had seen her before. Her glow had shifted to the left flank of the battle, where the abominations seemed to concentrate with greater intensity. Ash didn't pay it attention. Not because he didn't care somewhere inside him, he knew he cared very much, but because at that moment he couldn't process it. He could only kill. Ash stopped atop a mound of bodies. Not because he had decided to, but because his feet sank into something particularly unstable and he had to regain his balance. He looked down and saw a twisted mass of limbs and torsos and heads, all belonging to abominations he himself had killed in the last few minutes. He rose upon that sea of corpses and let out a battle cry. The word that left his mouth wasn't even recognizable. It was a raw, animal sound, belonging to no human language. A roar of fury and defiance that rose over the battlefield and, for a moment, silenced everything else. But the screams of the dying abominations drowned it out almost instantly. No one heard it. No one except himself. And that was enough. Dash. The storm began without warning. First came the wind. A sudden gale that emerged from nowhere and shook the nearby trees, lifting dust and ashes and small stones that battered the sleeper's armor like ammunition thrown by invisible hands. Then the water. Not rain, but something denser, heavier. Drops the size of fists falling from the grey sky as if the ocean itself had gone mad and decided to empty itself upon the earth. Ash felt the water strike his face, mixing with the dried blood covering his skin. The impact was almost painful, but he didn't stop. He couldn't afford to stop. The abominations kept coming, kept attacking, kept dying. So he continued. He killed another abomination. And another. And another still. Though now, beneath the storm, the battle began to change. The abominations started becoming far less numerous. Not because Ash had killed them all, that was impossible, even for him, but because the tide seemed to be receding. The monsters that had previously charged blindly against the sleeper lines now hesitated, moved with less conviction, as if something on the horizon was calling them back. But those that remained were more intense. Without the support of the masses, the nightmare creatures still fighting did so with a ferocity multiplied by desperation. They were the strongest, the fastest, the largest. Those that had survived because they were better than their fallen brethren. The battlefield leveled. It was no longer a one-sided massacre. It was a real, violent struggle, where each death cost blood and sweat and pain. Ash felt his arms burn. Each movement of the pale needle was agony. Each cut of the sword of seven made his shoulders crack. His chest ached with every breath, a dull, deep pain that reminded him that no matter how much the blood sacrifice healed his wounds, it couldn't erase accumulated fatigue. He knew the battle was coming to an end. Only a few more minutes. Perhaps less. He only had to hold on. He only had to keep killing. Dash. The earthquake stopped him. It wasn't a normal tremor. It was something deeper, more primordial. A jolt that didn't come from the earth but from something much larger, as if the very world had turned over on its axis. Ash planted his feet on the ground and struggled to maintain his balance on all fours. Around him, sleepers and abominations alike staggered, some falling, others grabbing onto whatever they could to keep from rolling across the blood-soaked ground. The earthquake lasted several seconds. Perhaps more. Time lost all meaning in that moment of absolute chaos. And then, as suddenly as it had begun, the storm disappeared. The wind ceased. The water stopped falling. The grey clouds covering the sky tore apart like a veil ripped by invisible hands, revealing something Ash hadn't seen in a long time. The sea was receding. Not a sea of water, but the dark sea. That endless mass of corruption that had surrounded the Crimson Spire throughout the entire siege, that liquid barrier that had kept the sleepers trapped in their struggle, began to withdraw. Slowly at first, then faster, as if something were sucking it toward the horizon. Within minutes, the dark sea ceased to exist. The ground left exposed was dead, grey, covered in a dry crust that cracked under the weight of the combatants. But there was no more water. No more barrier. And above, the White Reaper sun shone with a force Ash had never witnessed. The light was blinding. It wasn't warm like the sun he knew from the waking world, but cold, implacable, like the gaze of something above the gods that judged without mercy. Ash blinked, his eyes burning from the sudden change from twilight to that searing light. The battle continued. The abominations, blinded by the sun as much as the humans, kept attacking. Perhaps with even more fury, as if they knew something was about to change. Ash couldn't stop. No one could. He summoned the mist once more. The hazy cloak emerged from his body, enveloping him in its cold, protective embrace. But something was different. The sensation was strange, uncomfortable. The mist no longer whispered promises of power and speed to him. Instead, he felt heat spreading across his skin, a burning that didn't come from his fatigued muscles but from something deeper. The sun. The White Reaper sun was affecting him somehow. Both him and his ability. He dodged an abomination's strike, one of the last, a twisted creature with 3 arms and a face that seemed to be melting like wax, and as he moved away, he looked up at the bright sun. He shuddered. The nameless sun was launching an attack of souls. He couldn't explain how he knew. There was no notification from the spell, no voice telling him. It was simply a certainty rising from the depths of his being, an instinctive knowledge that chilled his blood even beneath that searing heat. The souls of the dead his? Those of the fallen sleepers? Those of the abominations themselves? Were being dragged toward the sun like moths to a flame. Ash felt his own soul tense, as if an invisible hand were pulling at it, trying to tear it from his body. And then he heard the bell. The sound was clear, sharp, unmistakable. A bell tolling from the Crimson Spire, from the highest point of that imposing structure that rose over the battlefield like a monument to death. He didn't hesitate. Ash dismissed the Steel Raven and the Black Knight in the same instant. He felt his summons fade into nothingness, return to the ether from which they had emerged. He had no time to mourn their loss. No time for anything. The sleeping army began to run. Everyone ran toward the Crimson Spire. Men and women who moments before had been fighting with desperate ferocity now abandoned their positions and ran as if death itself were nipping at their heels. Because perhaps it was. Ash ran. His legs burned. His lungs seemed about to burst. The mist enveloping him thinned with each step, unable to maintain its form under the white sun's light. But he couldn't stop. He couldn't afford to stop. The path to the tower was long. Too long. It took him nearly a minute to reach the interior. An eternal minute, during which he felt the sun licking at his soul, pulling at it with increasing force. A minute during which he saw other sleepers fall, their bodies collapsing to the ground like puppets whose strings had been cut. He didn't look back. He couldn't. He entered. The interior of the Crimson Spire was dark after that blinding light. Ash stumbled, fell, slid across the stone floor until he stopped on all fours, his arms trembling from the effort of keeping himself upright. The mist enveloping him dissipated completely. He let out a long, deep sigh. The vapor of his breath rose in the tower's cold air, and Ash simply stayed there, on the ground, trembling from head to toe. Now that he was no longer in combat, his mind began to clear. Slowly, painfully, the fragments of his consciousness came back together. He remembered who he was. He remembered why he was there. He remembered Nephi's, Kai, Ephi, all those who had fought alongside him. And with clarity came exhaustion. All the exhaustion. It hit Ash like a wave, like an earthquake, like that same dark sea that had receded but now seemed to have moved into his very bones. His arms weighed a ton. His legs were 2 columns of lead. Every muscle in his body screamed in agony, demanding rest, demanding peace. He stayed on the ground, breathing heavily, listening as the other sleepers began to enter the tower. Soon, all who had survived were inside the Crimson Spire.